last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Beware, for the lords of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
Round one, lady, go!
一个圈儿，一个人儿，啥呀？一个人下面一个大。这个
干嘛？
2个圈儿，3个圈儿，3个圈儿，齐拉。
啊？
好对了，没有难度，兄弟。
Round two.
这是什么？这是山吗？鸟是哈，
啥呀？
是不是飞个哈迪，兄弟？
鸟、鸡，跟鸟有关系吗？
有一点，有一点儿。
那不就是那个大鸟吗？
金乌是吗？不是金乌。下面这个是个什么东西？这是个山吗？
个建筑。
这是个建筑，是一宝岛。
对了，我先
那是那个鸟是呗呀？
Round three.
啥玩意儿？
一个西瓜分2半，你一半，他一半。
你不让进。
对了，
你干嘛？
不是，他还没画完呢。
Round four.
常见，获得。
你们别乱猜啊！你们别乱猜啊！你
什么东西啊？
承认。承认。
兵器是
武器。承认。不是无伤锁。
这是武器吗？
3个匕首。
武器。
这是不是一个皮肤呀？画出来，让你写的吗？画。啊？
这啥呀？常见。2是啥呀？
C2，双戟、双刀、太刀、横刀。
哦，我还自画一个。
哦，你再画。啊。
怒火为刃。
这肯定是怒火为刃。啊。然后他拿着这个，这是啥呀？这爆炸头是啥呀？这爆炸头是火箭，是吗？爆炸头，我
不能说呀，我不能说呀，很明显
这爆
了。
炸头是什么？
双能新太刀。
太霜。
对了，那我说的没问题啊。
你要是说到2个双，你要是
Round three.
是吧？是吧？很惊讶。又爆炸头。 这还在我而且说了愤怒的表情。哦，这也是爆炸头，你真的很喜欢爆炸头。这是霸气，
我还听说这个，
一个天天笑脸，一个天天你。哎，这是我吧？哎，那是我呀。一个我，一个我。对了。
为什么？
喜欢天天骂人啊？
我没有，不是，
是他的开朗，特别笑，他笑着玩。
就是我骂他才笑。我怎么也不能承认我自己骂人。
这事儿是吧？你对自己的定位不够清晰。主要他今天没戴眼镜，知道吗？
没事。
他要是戴眼镜过来，我一下就猜这儿了。
我很有创意吗？他的，你觉得很天马行空吗？
我爆炸头吗？
嗯。Go away. Yo! Oh my god! Yo! What the fuck? Yo! What the fuck? Yo! What the fuck? Yo! Yo! Wait, am I hitting you or no? What the fuck? You hitting me.
You're hitting my stuff.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yo, why are you so weak? Yo, why are you so weak?
I have to use my gravel.
No grapple, no grapple. Okay, ready for my ult?
Your ult?
Yeah, my ult.
You don't have ult.
Yeah, I have my ult.
Through me so? That's gonna do not. Oh! 啊！不是，他直接拿武器砸我的。他是没有戴眼罩是吧？他说没有戴眼罩，我当时就知道，操！哎呦，我的心太崩了，我的心太崩了。我心太崩了，我的。You were not blinded whole this time, right? I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. That's why I was talking to you. I said, you can see me. I said, yeah, I can see you. Like, oh my god. You pay me all the time. Oh my god, yo.
I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate is for mortals. Only the brave know me. Fighting the unknown. Siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals. Only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown. Siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail.
welcome to the wonderful city of Shanghai. Welcome, one and all, truly, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2024 World Championship. I'm Moxie, I'm joined by the wonderful Dunkin' Donuts, and Dunk, we're here live in person to get to bring you once again all of the amazing NARAKA action.
We are indeed finally here in Shanghai at the end of the year. You know, it's been a long road to get here for a lot of players and a very exciting time. And today we're going to be kicking off the beginning of the group stage. And I, for one, am extremely excited, as I'm sure a lot of you at home are as well. I'm sure you are as well, aren't you?
Oh, I am incredibly excited to get to see how all of these players are going to be getting to grips with the latest meta coming on through. One of the players that I'm most excited to get to see in the action is going to be WBG's Spider, because he might not be the defending world champion anymore, but he's absolutely the defending NBPL champion. He was able to finally grab one of the titles that he lost to OUG's Mike right back just before we hit into J-Cup. And if you remember Spider from last year, he still holds the record for most amount of MVPs picked up in one singular day. And that happened right on this very stage 365 days ago.
Yeah, I very vividly remember that. I think it was definitely in the group stage, and he had 4 or 5. I think it was 5.
He had 5.
5 MVPs out of 6 games. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. But speaking of crazy, you know, I'm sure that these players are going to be getting extremely locked in, extremely oogly. You know, the first oogly of the day. We've got to get it out. And it's going to be very, very exciting. And speaking of something that's going to be exciting, OUG's Mike is going to be coming back. And we don't really need to hype this man up. He brings the hype himself. He is the current defending J-Cup champion. He has unfortunately not done as well as a lot of people expected him to throughout the year. However, he definitely was looking a lot more in form at the end of the summer split for NBPL. And I'm sure he's going to be coming in today looking for a chance to perhaps redeem himself, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, and I mean, he's still the only person, both in solos and trios, to be able to take back-to-back-to-back. I'm talking spring, summer, and world championship all in 1 year. That was literally just in 2023. Mike wins absolutely everything, so we'll have to see whether or not 2024 is going to see the crowning of a new champion, or if Mike will be able to hold on to his title.
Yes, indeed. But you know, we've been talking about the experienced players, and here's another one. BWG Tryhard is going to be coming in yet again. He's been here before. He's one of the more experienced players, at least experiencing China and the NBPL, the pro stage, and that environment. You know, he's been here quite a few times now, but I believe that this year is certainly going to be the year, I reckon. He's come here, he's only playing solos. In the past, he's had to split his focus from with solos and trios.
True.
But now he's here, he's locked in, he's just playing solos, and I'm extremely excited to see how well he's going to be he's going to be able to do in the upcoming game.
I mean, he's been looking incredibly locked in. We got to see a lot of the players practicing in the player rooms that this time around they do get that hotel. But speaking about Tryhard, we're going to be hearing from the man, the myth, the legend himself. This is BWG's Tryhard.
My name is Tryhard. I come from the NA region. I originally grew up in New Jersey of the United States. Obviously, my last year's performance was, to be honest, lackluster.
Tryhard needs to go down and make something happen. Akuma is up above everybody, holding on for dear life. Tryhard eats a huge hit coming in from Hadian.
I would say to all those people who question me, I used to care a lot more about people like theirs opinions, if that makes sense. But I feel like, you know, a lot of people really don't see everything outside of the game. They kind of only see when you compete. They have no idea what else is going on in your life. And, you know, that by no means is that you know, making excuses. But I feel like this year I've come a lot more prepared, not only outside the game, or inside the game, but outside the game as well. And I'm excited to just play and let my results speak for themselves. I think my main adjustment this year for the upcoming group stage is mainly just focusing on like keeping a positive mind. You know, if you watch MEPL, if you watch the bi-weeklies, if you watch all the finals, you know, when people are having the worst games, they still find a way to win. And I think that's something I failed to recognize last year, and something that I will definitely not fail to recognize again this year. I think something that I've improved a lot on from the previous years in terms of like my combat and strategy is definitely my choices of what heroes I decide to play during each match. I feel like that's because last year the new phasing system was introduced. It was definitely very complicated, and I feel like the people who adapted on the spot, you know, found a lot of success. But now that I've had over a year to kind of digest that new system, I found a lot of success in myself while using it, and I feel like I can translate that into the group stage as well. Those wondering what I have to say to the people who have questioned me, maybe the past year or the year before, I just really don't care. You guys are all just noise, and I'm not listening to it. So after returning to, you know, doing a whole new process of going through J-Cup again and returning to the group stage, I have not set any new goals for myself. I feel like I've always set the highest possible goal, which is winning. That's something I've always been focused on. And I feel like if you aren't setting that highest goal for yourself, if your goal is not to win, then you're really here for no reason.
Illuminating insights there coming through from BWG's Tryhard. What struck me really in that interview was the fact that he was talking about adaptation on the spot, something that we're going to be seeing a lot of these players having to go through, because as is tradition, just before J-Cup, the meta swaps around. We have new compositions coming through. However, one thing that is always going to be the meta is keeping an eye on the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord server. So much goes on, and if you scan the QR code at the bottom right of your screen, you'll be able to keep up to date with all of the news, all of the happenings, and crucially, all of the events, because as is custom for every single J-Cup, it brings with it a whole host of interactions that you at home can participate in to be able to get your hands on some wonderful cosmetic goodies.
Absolutely, and speaking of those goodies, here they are. If you get chosen out of within the Honest Comment event through the Discord, you'll have your comment, your thoughts read out live on air on the broadcast by us here behind the desk, and yeah, you'll also be able to get your hands on these cheeky little loot box choices so that you can choose the actual loot box that you want to open. Perhaps you've been wanting something for a while and it's not been available, but here we are. One of the first messages of J-Cup here by Jux. I honestly think this will be the best J-Cup yet. The skill of all players is on a whole other level now, and we have great players from every region, including legends like Tryhard, Frost, Mike, and Spider, but also promising newcomers from EU and also from CN with great talents like Wufong, Star, and Verse. Also, T225 is back again to finally break his curse and take home a legendary win for himself. I
mean, absolutely base take. T225 is actually the exact reason I am in this getup. If you've been following the NARAKA esports scene, you'll know that he played Takeda all the way back in September, and I said to chat, if he MVP'd, we do a Takeda fit. I keep my promises. Here you are, chat. Take it all in, the absolute shininess that it is on camera. 20 hours, Dunk.
Yes, indeed. She put this together herself. So definitely props to you, Moxie, sewing every single one of these flowers on. I was watching her do it. It looked rather time-consuming, to say the least. But yeah, no, a very nice look indeed. But I'm gonna be. I can't wait to get in. I can't wait to get in and take a look at all of the games, all of the players, all of the potential new strategies. As you said, the meta is shifting indeed. Syra.
Yeah, because we're playing on the 14th of November patch, which means she just got a massive amount of buffs coming through, especially in terms of that movement, because that was one of the big criticisms when she dropped, right? She would only be very viable in trios. That being said, speaking about trios, we're not going to be watching trios. We're going to be watching solos, and we'll be right back with all of the solos after this.
伴随着全新的赛制，2024永劫无间世界冠军赛即将在11月26号正式打响。以下是赛制的详细说明。2024永劫无间世界冠军赛分为小组赛和全球总决赛。小组赛阶段，18支战队将随机抽签，分为 A、 B、C 3组，进行单3排模式，各3天，每天6局的组间积分赛。最终各模式积分成绩前12的战队将晋级至2024永劫无间世界冠军赛全球总决赛。晋级全球总决赛的12支战队将先进行单3排模式各1天，每天6局的前序积分赛，所得分数按20%继承至总决赛。
大家好，我是北西星。Xin chào mọi người, mình là TWSS BLADEPOINT. Năm ngoái là năm 2023 và là lần đầu tiên mình muốn thử sức vào những giải đấu lớn của NARAKA, mà mình đã may mắn được góp mặt vào kỳ chung kết thế giới năm 2023. Khó khăn mà em gặp phải em nghĩ là nhiều phần là từ phía gia đình không đồng ý cho em đi theo con đường này. Gia đình em là một gia đình như là gia giáo, coi chuyện học là quan trọng lắm. Em thì không thích học dẫn đến là không tập trung học được, nên là kết quả học tập của em ngày trước thì bình thường thôi, cho đến khi lên đại học nên là em phải gọi là từ bỏ để đi theo con đường này. mà nơi mà em gọi là tự tin hơn. Một khi đã lựa chọn con đường này thì ai cũng mong muốn là mình sẽ làm tốt mà. Gia đình mà, lúc nào cũng mặc dù trách mắng vậy thôi nhưng mà lúc nào cũng muốn mình tốt. Lúc nào cũng muốn mình được sống bình thường, sống hạnh phúc nhất. Gia đình em cũng mong em đạt được một số những thành tựu nhất định. Đừng có hối hận trên quyết định, dựa trên quyết định này là được. Con đường này thì em cũng sẽ cố gắng hết mình, đạt được kết quả tốt nhất để chứng minh cho gia đình thấy, cho mẹ em thấy là mình lựa chọn con đường này là không hề sai. Mẹ và mong là sau khi chứng minh được là gia đình sẽ phần nào yên tâm về bản thân em hơn.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to J-Cup. We are finally here in China. I'm Dunkin' Donuts, joined by my good friend Raven, and we're here to talk to you briefly a little bit about the upcoming group stage. And now across the seas from EU, bringing along Taki and Yak, a lot of faces who haven't been here before. And I've certainly got a little bit of skin in the game with Taki. You know, I bet on him to make it to finals because we got to support good friends. It's always the case, isn't it? No matter what. But he doesn't have all that much experience, as do quite a few players who've turned up to this year. However, those who do have experience, who are coming back, you know, Tryhard, Hypernova, they're gonna be you know, a little bit more comfortable stepping into this stage and this environment. And well, what do you think about that? How do you think, how locked in is Tryhard at the moment, do you reckon?
I think this year, BWG's Tryhard, our brother, he's going to be representing well this year. Doesn't have a team behind him, but he has a team of us supporting him in solos. He had a top 3 finish or top 4 finish before. He wants to do it again. But the other NA players miss you. It's been 2 years trying to get here. He's finally here. Cinderella Star able to clutch up and come back like Hypernova. He's been so close to finals. He's finally having another chance. I think he's going to make it through this time. And like you were saying, the EU brothers, Taki, Yak, first time here, getting to feel the CN side, but the CN side, the new phasing, the rules, Mike, Spider, they've been duking it out this whole year. Spider has a close edge, but Mike looks mortal for the first time this year. 2-2-5, he broke the curse. The new blood versus Star. Ufan, finally showing up big, showing us that the skill level is closing even in the CN side. So I would say this year, the Vietnamese teams showed up big as well, getting a chance to study the CN side, showing what Vietnam has to offer. And I think this year, ladies and gentlemen, out of all the years, you can't predict who's going to be winning this one. It's going to be an exciting time. Make sure to tune in for this year's J-Cup group play.
欢迎来到2024 J-Cup NARAKA BLADEPOINT J-Cup. I am your host, Rendong. After a long journey through spring and summer seasons, the top players from the 5 major regions have finally gathered here. Among them are seasoned veterans of the battlefield as well as rising stars who cannot be underestimated.
Will this year's J-Cup mark the beginning of a new era? Or will the old guards, Mike and Spider, continue to solidify their dominance? Now let us welcome the players to the stage.
Up first, we have players for Alliance's Frostivus, BWG's Tryhard, Ares Miss You, as well as Light Hypernova.
Nova. 接下来请出 EWG。
Up next, we have EWG Arano, TE Star, Fumio Taki, and KFL Yak.
SS1 Paste.
Together, they'll be joined by SS1's Paste, X1's Wufong, Lobby 28's D229, and TWS's Polaris.
Polarize. YZG.
They'll also be joined by YZG's T225, FPX's Verse, SYN's Mines, and Owen's Zeldinkt.
OWN Zeldinkt.
And finally, let us welcome WBG Spider and OUG Mike, the 2022 J-Cup champion, along with the 2023 J-Cup defending champion. Let us fight for prominence. 18 players have gathered. Who will achieve their dreams in the grand finals in Changsha? Let us look forward to it together. The 2024 J-Cup NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship solo group stage begins now.
What's past is prologue.
Eliminations, he goes to 6, and he takes his first MVP of the final.
After J-Cup last year, I joined the MBPL competition, which has brought me a lot of experience. And now, it's time for me to prove myself again.
我相信在今年的2024的 J-Cup 每位选手都会不留遗憾，战至终章。
This is a stage where the strongest gather, and my goal has always been winning.
Mon but pour le groupe stage, ce serait de se qualifier.
Tôi muốn chứng minh với thế giới này rằng tôi cũng không kém cạnh gì so với những tuyển thủ MBPL.
你们准备好了吗？
来到了我们今天，确实也只能说是风云变幻莫测，很多的这个新星冉冉升起之后，敢与日月同辉了。
和去年相比，今年节杯有很多变化。 一个时代的落幕，也意味着一个新的时代的开始。而我会在新的开始弥补所有遗憾。
第二步能够做到，他相信自己，他要的不是新人，而是那个王。打下这个分数，阿雅的分数。
2个星期前，我离联赛冠军只有1步之遥。长江后浪推前浪，这次我会更进一步。我想在世界赛的舞台上击败所有人，那我才可以说，我就是未来。
每个人都在说，时代已经变了。
历史有胜利者书写，赢下我们，才能开创新的时代。
书写历史的笔，该还给我了。
凡是过往，皆为序章。我的小说还没有结束。
The stage is set. The players are ready. We've had our pre-show. We've seen who is going to be competing. And Dunk, you know what that means. There's only one thing left to do, and that's get ready to jump right in to game number 1. The NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2024 J-Cup officially starts right now.
It really does. Let's bring the hype, ladies and gentlemen. I am so excited because I mean, actually, I don't even need a reason. I'm just really excited. I'm here in China with the lovely team, Moxie. It's amazing to be here with you, along with everybody else. And I'm sure a lot of the players who've come from across the seas feel exactly the same way. But you know what else I think they're probably feeling? They're definitely feeling a little bit of the jitters, you know, a little bit of that anxiety. To be expected. You know, I don't think anyone could fault them for that, as you know, if you're walking onto that big stage, it's a little scary.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit scary, but one thing we absolutely cannot fault us for is our wonderful audience, especially if they're making sure to follow along with the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord. Reminder, QR code right there in the bottom right screen. Super simple. Just grab your phone, take a photo. It will immediately be able to take you right on through. Because, Dunk, there is something that you absolutely do not want to miss out on. The honest comment coming on through. Because as we've talked about, these are not just any cosmetic box, are they?
No, they're not that the permanent treasures. I believe that one of them maybe, but the others, that allow you to choose any of the loot boxes that have come along in the past. But here, if you're not one of those lucky winners, you are certainly going to be able to get your hands on some of these Twitch drops. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account, and you can make sure that that's the case by going into the top right, going to the drop-down menu, and going over to the Drops and Rewards tab, allowing you to see all of the progress that you're making, accumulating the progression for these drops. And look at them as well. That Brighton, that's going to be, I think that'll probably end up being my avatar in the coming future.
That's definitely going to be brightening up my player profile, and you need to make sure that you're watching for those, because unlike some of the other cosmetics, those are one and done. They are gone. I still have people asking me, oh, how can I get my hands on the Dragon's Grave banner? You can't anymore. It was exclusive, just like these. So you're going to want to make sure that you are watching for both the pre-finals as well as the grand finals, which is going to have that bubble emote spray. But we also have that lucky draw, and that's a Kurumi costume, and we know that Kurumi is incredibly meta right now, so you know that that's going to be incredibly well used. That being said, she's meta, but only in trios. This is solos. I very much doubt that we're going to be seeing any Kurumi shenanigans coming on for, especially since, unfortunately, DRG's Fong, the one player who's picked Kurumi in solos and MVPL previously, didn't quite make it through this year.
No, unfortunately not. Quite a few other players didn't manage to make it in. You know, it is obviously heartbreaking.
Yeah.
But there are certainly a lot of rising talent in the NBPL scene, and it is what it is. You know, I'm sure that they'll be even more motivated in the next year. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We are going to be going into the schedule here. Take a look, see here, ladies and gentlemen. To kick us off, we're obviously starting with groups A and B in solos, and then following on, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot of NARAKA to be played. I'm very, very excited. And then, of course, the grand finals are going to be taking place in Changsha on the 14th and the 15th of the upcoming month, next month. So there's a little bit of a break in between the group stage and between the pre-finals and the grand finals, of course. So you got a little bit of time to calm down. You're going to be locked in on NARAKA for the upcoming week, so have a little rest. It's very, very exciting nonetheless. I'm sure you're going to be able to go through it anyway. You're gonna get through it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really good as well for a lot of those players who aren't competing today. They have a little bit of time to be able to eye up their competition, because it is an incredibly harsh competition for a lot of money. In fact, a total prize pool of $412,200 is absolutely insane. Plus, we have to talk about the fact that MVPs are going to be getting extra money, as well as the Glory Titan, the Bloody Yama, and our MVP winners.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a rather large bag indeed, and it's the first place winner is obviously going to be getting the $98,000 but you know, there's a lot more to be had as well, as you said, with those MVPs. And
30,000 for getting an MVP back on the last game of the day. That's absolutely crazy. However, something that is going to be a little bit crazy is that we're not actually going to get to see our defending world champion coming on through to play today, because it is going to be B and C going.
No, it's A and B.
Oh no, it is A and B going head to head. So we are going to immediately get Spider versus Mike, which has been the sort of continuous storyline all the way through both MVPL, but also J-Cup last year. Because remember, Spider started out incredibly dominant in terms of those qualifiers. In fact, he pretty much qualified straight into the grand finals off of only one day of play, and then things fell a little bit apart, which has been one of the main criticisms of Spider in the past. When things start going a little bit wrong, they suddenly go a whole lot wrong, and that's something that we've really seen him be able to fix up, especially in terms of his coach, because we've seen his coach.
He's the goat.
One of the best. In fact, I would say probably the best solos coach in MVPL. Like, he's always so happy. He's always making sure that Spider is just ready and raring to go in terms of that recovery, and it is oh so important to be able to do that, because you play a lot of games of NARAKA. You only get 2 days to be able to play games of NARAKA to qualify into the top 12 going on through. So if you take a hit at the beginning of the day, you have to make sure that you're landing on your feet afterwards.
Absolutely. He's not only his coach, but he's filling lots of different roles. His hype man, his emotional support. He's definitely goated. Absolutely. Lovely guy as well. I've met him. He's very, very friendly. But moving on, and then we'll stop glazing him for the moment. We're gonna get glazing a lot of other people today, and it's speaking of people who are playing, obviously we've got Spider, Mike, we've got lots and lots of names. For those of you at home looking out for the foreign players coming from EU and NA, we have Tryhard and Taki as well, and I believe we have Zeldinkt as well coming in, along with, the name escapes me, Miss You is going to be coming in as well. It's going to be an absolute banger of a day, and here we are taking a look at the players just getting ready to go into the first game of the day. Taking a look at Mike, looking very focused, very locked in. He is I think he's ready.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to be getting in for his comfort pick as well. Mike has started towards the end of this year, opting for zipping on that game number 1 so he can acclimatize himself to his situation. And it's actually had a really big impact on the rest of the lobby too, because everyone now is trying to go for that zip pick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like 225 has been going for it, Frost has been going for it. We've seen so many of these players trying to pick up the zip in the hopes that Mike is also going to be opting for that zip, and they're going to be prioritizing looking at other heroes, making sure that they last even further along and pick up more points.
Absolutely. Also, one thing to note, for those of you at home who are a little bit confused as to the team that T225 is playing with, is YZG, a full rebrand of KLA. So out with KLA, in with YZG. It is a full rebrand, so don't get confused. I'll probably mention it again later on for those of you who miss it, but yeah, T225 is YZG now. Our boy, NA's Tryhard, BWG Tryhard, looking very focused, stoic. He's ready. Let me in already. I want to see. I want in.
I want to see the hero selection.
True. I want to see what we're getting picked.
We know that there's going to be a zip. We know that there's going to be Valda, because Valda V2 is so immensely strong in terms of that heal-off situation. You're getting multiple Valdas getting picked as well, so you don't really have to worry about the entire lobby turning on the sole Valda and trying to force that V2 early. We know that Liam is incredibly strong coming on through both the V1, but also, as we've seen, a fair chunk of the V2. In fact, Taki was a proprietor of the Liam V2 in his qualifying round.
In EU, yes,
and
absolutely.
You thoroughly enjoyed getting to watch his gameplay with that Liam V2 loadout.
Absolutely, that was a great time indeed. I very much enjoyed watching that. My boy Fumio Taki, an absolute legend. But here we are, kicking it off already, ladies and gentlemen. The first round selection with Zeldinct and T225. Zeldinct will be opting for the Hardy, and then Syra for T225. And then on the other side, we have Arano picking up that Hardy as well, and then Taki opting to go for that Liam pick. And we'll have to wait and see as to whether or not he is running that V2 or the V1, but we shall see. In the third round, we have Miss You and Star picking up the Liam and the Syra. And then Mike, as we predicted, Moxie, as we predicted.
There's the zip, but now the question is, who's going to pick up the zip alongside him? My guess would be it's probably going to be Spider, because Zip still has not been banned out, and there it is. Spider locks in the Zip almost immediately. Verse can opt for the Zip as well. However, he's going to field towards the Matari. So Zip is going to be banned out, Syra's going to be banned out, Hardy is banned out, Liam is banned out, Valda is still going to be open for Tryhard to be able to lock in, and Polaris is also going to be able to put that one through too. So we have 3 Valdas on the field. I'm really excited to get to see the interactions between the Syra and the Hardy, because there's a reason when we saw Syra's abilities get that trailer, they specifically picked the interaction of the 1v1 of Syra versus Hardy, because even though Hardy with his combo breaker can get away from the stun on the F1, if you wait for the gold frame focus to go through, you can still catch the Hardy out of his glider and force him to drop immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. The Syra Hardy matchup in Yang, it is quite, it's a bit contrasting from old NARAKA, let's say. We've got a man flying around and a woman shooting lasers out of her hands. It's definitely changed up from last year, but not too much. But here we are taking a look at the ability choices for these players, for these characters. T225 opting to go for the F1 V1. Polaris F2 V2 as expected on the Valda. Taki, let's see it, he's running it, let's go! My boy, F1 V2, we're going to be seeing it. Miss You, the other Liam in the lobby, is going to be opting to go for the V1, the more traditional choice for Liam. Certainly, I would say a better choice in the multi-way fighting situation, which tends to happen quite a lot in NBPL and obviously here at J-Cup.
Yeah, I mean, Syra's going to be so strong in the multi-way too, especially towards that end game, because the V1 is just 16 seconds of ignoring any form of real hardcore CC. Like, you don't have to worry about the Valdespir, you don't have to worry about the Hardy knockback. If there was a Kylan still around, surprise, there's no Kylan still around,
surprise.
You wouldn't have to worry about being batted all around the shop either. She's so immensely strong at just being able to hold her ground and decide where she wants to try and take the fights. And as we talked about for the Realm of Yang, you don't have the opportunity to kite away once that V1 kicks on through. You're stuck there for 16 seconds, having to go toe-to-toe against all of the orbs, all of the healing, and all of the laser beams, as we're going to be looking to see where these players are immediately going to be going head-to-head. And do my eyes deceive me? Are we going to get, right off of the rip, a fight on the steps of Imperium? There's a potential for the extreme longsword to spawn!
I'm so excited, Mug. Oh, we're about to start the day, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a packed Imperium here. So many players opting to drop very, very close to each other. And you want to know what? You want to know what I'm looking at? What we should be looking to focus on if we can catch it. It's Fumio Taki with that V2, with being in Imperium. He has a lot of signs and I think some fire cages as well to work with that ultimate, which is one of those very typical strategies when using this ability.
Yeah, speaking about working with, Mike has been able to find himself some great halberds to be able to work with, goes for the F ability from that Zip to be able to forward that stagger coming on through from Miss You. Decides to keep himself away from the fight. That is one of the problems with Zip. Fights do go on a fair chunk of time, which sets in motion the third party coming on through from FPX's verse on this Matari. And Mike is going to be the first player who goes out of this lobby, losing that rebirth and having to revisit the Soul Altar.
That is definitely disappointing for Mike. I'm sure he's not very happy about that one, but it is what it is, you know. It's not telling of the of his performance in the future, and I'm sure that this is just a very small hiccup in his eyes, as he is a veteran. He is well accustomed to staying positive in his mentality. You know, it's a necessity in this kind of environment. But oh my goodness, we've just been witnessing this fight, this third-party situation from Verse after Miss You being able to pick up that kill onto Mike. Unfortunately, just getting spaced out by this fan and not able to take him down, unfortunately. And here we are, Spider just absolutely obliterating Zeldin. Zeldin getting caught on the fade back by the halberd. It's an extremely good weapon at catching these dodges.
Yeah, I mean, that R&B is absolutely no joke, both on the cross attempt as well as if you mistime that parry. As we are going to be looking at Polaris in a 1v1v1 against TE Star and EWG's Rano Star. On the outskirts with that pistol, just trying to apply a little bit of pressure, not wanting to put himself into that point of contest for everyone to turn on to, but the Hardy has his ultimate. Polaris is going immensely low, will get caught out by EWG's Arano, who is now still with that ultimate, going to be able to evade away from TE Star, and instead WBG Spider steps up to the plate to look for the 1v1 instead.
He does indeed. Everyone waiting, lurking, trying to find the scraps, anything that they can manage to pick up early on, but we're heading on over to YZG T225 and Verse scrapping it out over here to the south of Imperium. T225 almost being able to capitalize on that F1, that dazzle, but unfortunately just not able to find it. Able to escape the 2-1-1 from the Matari due to the terrain now. T225 getting that armor swap and then immediately pulling out that ultimate, as Verse has also chosen to use his ultimate very aggressively. But in this situation, it is somewhat of a stalemate, as now the Verse can't contest. Verse cannot contest this ultimate with anything, really.
True.
Bursting down this shield is extremely hard to do, and is forced to fade back and try and use the ultimate at the very, very end of that duration and see what he can manage. Here we are, manages to catch him briefly. Verse looking for that punish on the hold dodge. He finds the uppercut combo into the F follow-up. I'm not sure if he got all of that, but there it is, the half charge into the uppercut, and Verse takes down T225.
Yeah, it is going to be Verse starting to lead the kills, tying it up with Spider 2-2-2. Meanwhile, Imperium is still seeing so many of these players up towards the spacing. TE start with that purple fan is going to be taking a couple hits of pressure. Still has his combo break of the F1, has not invested it just yet as he's currently trying to fight between two of these Hardys. Doesn't really want to go for the full commitment, however, he doesn't have that ultimate, but he also doesn't have any of his armor. Has to go through that F1 just for the backstab. Look to charge up the scale rush, but gets interrupted before it can charge on through. Will be able to find the gray level of it, finds an armor swap as well inside that building, goes for the overhold of the blue in case the Hardys try and chase him down. Avoids perfectly spacing with the jump, the triple charge setup from that Hardy V2, and Star with the fan movement is unfortunately also going to be hit by another hit of the triple charge from the Hardy, as there's so much damage coming in through from these two players. They don't care about each other, they just want to get this last hit on the Syra.
Yeah, I think they must know, they must be fully aware of the fact that Star simply just does not have ultimate here and are recognizing that he really is the vulnerable target. But at the same time, Hardy versus Hardy, it's not necessarily the best idea for them in the long run. But here we are, Zeldinkt finally is going to be able to pick up that kill with that dagger horizontal focus. Arano now forced to disengage, recognizing that he is at a disadvantage due to having used his ultimate already, and Zeldinkt opting to go for the aggressive play, even though the Realms of Yang are going to be coming up relatively soon, and players will be needing to prepare for them. Zeldinkt getting parried on this fan horizontal focus. A beautiful parry coming out there from Arano, able to crouch underneath the first part of the focus attack, and then able to parry the second part on the way back in. Very nicely done by Arano. But here we are, taking a look at the Realm of Yang that's going to be spawning over here, out in just sort of in the Twilight Zone, in the middle of nowhere really here. And we've got Spider also looking to go into the Realm of Yang on that zipping pick. He's very, very close as well to a cave, the cave that is just underneath him. If he were to choose to do so, he could very easily not go into the Realm of Yang and then immediately go down into the cave. Or perhaps, if he ends up coming out of it victorious, he'll be able to immediately drop down into the cave and essentially double his loot.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario though is that Spider runs into Mike inside that Realm of Yang. Two Zips going head to head. Zip is one of the most frustrating heroes of fighting inside the Realm of Yang. Yes, she doesn't have a combo break. However, the ability to just keep healing and sustaining all the while getting to utilize those 4 pillars and scale rushing can be so aggravating, as BWG's Tryhard has actually been able to find a floating pile and still retain his Yang pass. This is absolutely huge for him in terms of that loot. On this Velda, it's so important that he's able to get that immediate scaling so that when he comes on through with that one hit of CC that's afforded to you by either the F2 connection or one of those spears, you have enough damage to be able to take those players down with the combo extension that the one hit can provide. As WBG Spider has put himself inside a Realm of Yang, he's going to be going up against OW and Zeldinkt. However, with that pistol comes on through before swapping on over to the halberds, looks for the spacing, just threatening the RMB, catches the Hardy on the exit of that scale rush, and Spider slowly but surely is being able to wear Zel's defenses and armor down, as we're seeing the full dagger silver being utilized to try and space away. The RMB will be able to connect onto the zip, but there's the F ability to get behind the Hardy and try and set up more damage to come on through.
Absolutely. Dipping behind that pillar, looking for that scale rush in. Oh, and Spider finally sending out that focus there, catching Zeldinkt, forcing out that combo breaker, and now immediately looking to close the distance. Zeldinkt now forced to use that ultimate. Spider just giving just no care in the world. He is very, very happy to simply heal in Zeldinkt's face right now, as he knows that if he does get a little bit lower, he's going to be able to use that ult activation. Now, for the moment, he's simply tap dodge rolling away, trying to avoid that last little bit. And now Zeldinkt's ultimate having expired, they're back into a neutral situation. However, Zeldinkt is at a huge health disadvantage, effective health disadvantage. Oh my goodness, what was that? Zeldinkt going for that light attack into the slap, into the uppercut attempt. I've never seen that in my life. That was certainly interesting. Unfortunately, it was a soft true combo, and Spider able to use that that activation on his ability, able to immediately soft combo break and take the hit back and take Prio back for himself.
Oh, and that's legendary fist blades that Spider's been able to pick up, which is one of the most terrifying weapons, except maybe the nunchucks, to have attached to that zipping, which is one of the reasons why we can see Spider having those in the back pocket. As you talked about, that is indeed the cave that Spider was next to. It does seem like we've had all three of our Realm of Yangs finished with SS1, YZG, and WBG all being able to walk away with the win, leaving FPX's Verse, OW, and Zeldinct, as well as BWG's Tryhard, now on Yang depletion, and now it becomes this really artful dance where you have Yang depletion, but you cannot give away the fact that you have Yang depletion by desperately trying to take a fight. Something, unfortunately, that ONW's Zeldinct is immediately just telegraphing to everybody in this lobby by taking a fight this early.
Yes, indeed. However, it looks as though Spider is a little bit more interested in fighting the other Hardy in the vicinity that Zeldinct was looking to aggress on so aggressively. But here we are. We're going back over to the west side of the map. We've got Tryhard and Paste focusing down at FPX's Verse now being forced to use that ultimate. Tryhard with that Yang depletion is certainly going to have to come away from this engagement with that Soul Bloom. Verse trying to get away as fast as possible. He too, having that Yang depletion, is going to be a really tough situation now, as he's been forced to use that ultimate. He's not going to have that resource available to him in the upcoming couple minutes and a bit, you know, to try and actually confirm a Soul Bloom for himself. So for now, he's simply on the run, and Paste is doing a very good job of keeping up with him.
Yeah, it is going to be an immediate kite over towards Purity Chamber, but here is something which is an immediate curveball. Not only was Mike the first player who lost their rebirth, Mike is also the first player fully eliminated from this lobby. That is not a good start for the defending world champion to come on through, as SS1 Space has been able to track the Matari down to Purity Chamber. Unfortunately, knowing where the Matari is in this position does not make it any easier to be able to confirm this kill. There are so many levels of terrain to this spacing, and you can see that Verse is just buying time for his F ability to come back through, except he might be able to force the Volder into utilizing the V2, and there it is. Paste has no choice. He goes so incredibly low off of the Fist Blades and the Corruption takes damage that he's forced into burning that V2. Unfortunately for FX's Verse, he's forced the Volder ultimate, but he still has to keep himself in the fight because he's not the only one with Yang depletion.
Yeah, indeed, this is a very tough situation for him. But another thing to note in the kill feed, unfortunately, T225 has not only taken down OUG's Mike, but has also taken down Fumio Taki here in this situation. A very sad sight to see for a lot of fans, not only for Taki, but also for OUG's Mike. But here we are, Paste. I was surprised that he used that ultimate, as he didn't have all that much time left on his red buff. However, he's certainly flipped the script here and come out and immediately been able to take him down extremely low and taking him down fully here. Now BWG Tryhard in the last Yang depletion situation is trying to focus down Arano. Arano not having that ultimate available just yet is in a very tough situation for the moment. It looks as though T225 on this Syra pick is also looking to focus down Arano here in this building, but it's not being made easy because of the building is certainly tough.
And I mean, the 16-second duration of the Syra V1 too, it's really obvious that Tryhard has that Yang depletion. He knows that unfortunately he's not going to be able to find a kill. Everyone is looking to just lobby him down. The best case scenario that he can do right here is just make sure that he goes down to corruption take damage and doesn't give another kill to the side of T225, who chases him into that zone and will be able to add a 5th pick to his tally. This guy is on absolute fire. Currently 6th, now that his kills are going to be updated. However, does that mean that he isn't able to take that Realm of Yang, considering he just burned his ultimate to be able to claim that kill onto Tryhard? And it does look like it's going to be Paste going head-to-head now with Ares' Misyu Volder versus Liam, who's going to be able to come out on top. Misyu goes for the commitment of the longsword, does get parried. That's the F ability now going to be forced. However, it is going to be the Volder Valda missing the spacing on the F2 and having to commit that V2 now to come on through and try and find this next connection.
Indeed, and it does seem as though T225 was very willing to go into that Yang. I was wondering if he was going to make it in, but unfortunately, I was going to comment on this, but unfortunately, it looked as though Paste had certainly had his number in the books. He knew exactly what was going to happen in this situation and was just able to play around his ult extremely well, negating all of that pressure from the Liam ultimate, as it is not what it used to be. But here we are taking a look at T225 and Polaris scrapping it out in the realm of Yang, and this matchup right here, this ult matchup is rather goofy, a little silly, but I will say that I think Syra actually comes out on top, as if you're able to just sort of stay right next to the Valda in ultimate, you're going to be able to come out of it healed up to maximum. But Polaris here eating a huge focus, and then a second as well. The Heartstopper kick into the horizontal focus as well. Now T225 is certainly on the front foot, looking to try and close out this elimination. Finds the scale rush into the jumping LMB, and T225 is just making it look easy right now.
Oh, gets another legendary weapon as well as legendary armor. He's going to be grabbing himself White Tiger's prowess, so he's going to be able to sustain as well as damage. He is doing so incredibly well. 7 kills and counting coming on through for him, and our record for most amount of kills picked up in one solos lobby is 12. Can he tie it up, or can he actually manage to take another record away from the likes of Mike and Spider?
I think he will have to take down literally every single player left in the lobby if he... Oh, no, not every single one. Every single one bar one. Oh, no, wait. To actually break the record, he would have to get every single player. But if he's not here to catch Miss You, who seems to be in a bit of hot water at the moment, he may not be able to do that. But... oh, it's not looking too good for Miss You. He is in a very tough position, sending that Auric Sword to the top of the tower to try and break away. Now using that crouch to get to the ground as fast as possible, dropping down, not having any ult charge left to use, and it's looking pretty cooked indeed. My friend is surrounded on all sides, quite literally. He was backed into a corner by all of these players, being the optimal target and the one to take down here. It's unfortunately an unwinnable situation.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate as well for Polaris, because he saw that they were going hard after Miss You and was getting in position to not get the kill. He wanted the Soul Bloom. He doesn't have the Soul Bloom though. He's still got Yang Depletion, but the players around him don't know that. Yet again, he's having to go for this way of playing where he doesn't show the desperation that he must be feeling. He's still got his ultimate, he's still got his combo break on the F2, but now that all of these players think, okay, Yang Depletion players have been dealt with, everyone is just kiting away. They understand that Polaris, if he does have Yang Depletion, is going to have to get aggressive, except 225 knows the player that he defeated inside the realm of Yang was the Valda, and he's zeroing in for that kill. Oh my goodness, the terrain coming on through as well as the error addition on this spear. Polaris is forced into burning that V2 almost immediately, and this is blood in the water for all of the sharks around. Every single player now has spotted that there's a fight going on, and if a fight goes on now, it's because the player has Yang Depletion, and they all want a piece of the action.
They certainly do. My interest at the moment is, where is SS1 Pace, as he is the only other Valda in the lobby currently, and it would be somewhat in his interest to prevent Polaris from being lobbied here, as if he does go down and he is the lonely Valda left in the lobby, he certainly will meet the same fate that Polaris unfortunately does meet just now, taken down finally by T225, who has now gotten up to 8 eliminations. 8 in game 1, Moxie. I don't know what you told him before the games today, Moxie. I don't know what you said to him.
It's like, good luck.
Yeah, good luck. You gave him all of your luck. You luck box, Moxie. What on earth? Obviously, he's an insanely good player, but
he's got the extreme long.
I saw. He's got the red locks.
He doesn't even need to use
What is
it.
going on?
He's just keeping it in the back pocket so
No
that
need.
players don't see that he's got it. I mean, he's got a half-stopper's kick on the spit. If he lands a Dragon Slayers, he gets the silence.
Yep.
Which means that these players don't have the combo break. And they don't have the ability of trying to use that combo break to dodge out of the Syra F1, and then they get caught up into the uppercut, into the grapple bump, and it's just curtains. It's straight over.
Yeah, and on top of that, you know, it's he's also got that erudition Jade, which back in the day, erudition was not so good of a Jade. Let's be honest, it wasn't all that useful, but now it certainly is top tier. And here we are taking a quick look at this replay, the fight between Mike and. Oh my goodness, that stun was insane. And Mike is now just stuck in a corner. He has nowhere to go, and he's just lasered down. Unfortunately, literally nowhere to go. He was backed into a corner, jumped through the window, and was still dazzled, stunned up by that Syra ultimate, and wow.
He's going to be doing so much damage too, because
also got
Syra's ultimate
Cyan
scales.
on the spear and stuff.
So the 1-2
he's got everything.
Is fully changed as well in terms of the animation. But no, something about Syra that we have to remember is that her attack damage on that laser scales with the rarity of weapon, but not only that, it scales off of attack soul jades too.
Yes.
So the fact that 225 is going to be absolutely stacked in terms of weapon identity, but also major amounts of attack percentage. In fact, he's probably fully capped on it. That attack is going to literally be melting players. When it comes to trying to contest the Spirit Well, there's a Valda that's going to be posted up. This is what SS1's pace is. He's going to be showing off that jabbing. But if he tries to hold this position, he's going to be in the spot for that Syra to come on through with the 16 seconds of the V1 and just laser beam down.
Is he going to secure this? It looks as though it did look as though that
oh
no! Oh no! T225, that's a little bit too spicy. You want to be careful there. SS1 Pace does manage to secure that Spirit Well. It looks as though everyone's the double spear! And T225 is not in a good spot now. Forced to use that ultimate. Does manage to find this dazzle now, but he's just throwing out these orbs. And here's the thing. Here's the interaction in this matchup. If you just throw out the orbs right next to a Valda who's an ultimate, you're going to come out healthier than they are.
Yeah, and she can't speed.
Yeah, exactly. So it's actually a rather beneficial matchup. However, it doesn't look as though it's going to be all that beneficial here, as unfortunately T225 having to use that ultimate, Pace having yet another one under his belt, ready to go. He is looking to try and close out this kill, but oh no! T225 eating the damage on the drop down here, trying to find the scale rush. He's getting stuck on the terrain, finds the armor swap, but there's Rupture Gale somewhere. Someone's taking his oh my goodness, Spider is going to be the one to find the elimination here, taking himself up to 5 kills in total. It is very sad to see for T225. Extremely sad indeed. However, nonetheless, 8 kills is pretty good.
Pace was able to, I believe, make out with there it is, the red longsword. He was getting into position. He knew that the Syra had that. When T225 went for the ultimate, he swapped to the red longsword, so it would be the max amount of scaling for that attack to come on through off of the laser beam. And Pace, he got hit by it. He knew exactly what damage he was taking. He wanted that red longsword so that as a Valda, if he was able to land a spear onto some of these players in a third-party multi-way fight, he still has an opportunity to be able to land damage without putting himself directly into the front line. Because when we get to the situation that we're currently in now, he has to try and make himself as scarce as possible. We have so many different heroes alive, but Valda is the prime real estate. So when it comes to fighting that last fight in the heal-off situation, you cannot allow her to sit on that V2 because she'll just pop it, get all of that extra health, and will heal off directly in front of your eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only her, but also the Syra. We still have a Syra left in the lobby, and it is TE Star. And going into this tournament, I was under the impression that it was likely that the Valdas and the Syras would likely end up being a little bit more friendly towards each other, as they do have essentially the same utility in end zone situations, but it does not look as though Pace is interested at all in being friendly. He is he is out for blood at the moment, and it looks as though Star is the focus at the moment here. He does find the parry, thankfully for him. He did find the parry onto that Heartstopper kick, and now is turning his attention over to Spider, as he seems as though he's the only sort of feasible target for him to focus down in the situation, as the Hardy and the Valda are just not going to work out.
Yep, force that Zip ultimate too. Spider getting lower and lower and lower. All of these players understand that Zip does not have the ability to go for that cleanse, so the Flame Breath with the Rupture Gale comes on out from that cannon. Star with the laser, look for the swap onto the musket to be able to grab that kill, but it's EWG's Arana who's a little bit faster, and Star, it seems, is going to be taking his fate into his own hands. However, he's not fast enough. Arana is still going to be able to pick up the kill, taking us to a 1v1. It's going to be SS1's Pace and EWG's Arana. Hardy and Valda, both of them having their ultimates available. Arana no longer having his combo break, though, is going to get grappled onto by Pace, who's able to find him on the flop state with the R&B on these halberds. Stormstrike coming into full play, as well as that F2, denying a lot of the spacing for this Hardy to have the opportunity of using, as we can see the nunchucks, but again, Pace is able to come on through with the catch of the R&B, and it forces the Hardy to throw in their ultimate before the Valda commits the V2. The first Spirit's not going to be able to find the connection, but it's done its job. It's bought Pace the opportunity to heal, because Valda manages to heal her normal health back through the ultimate's duration.
She does indeed. It looks as though now, having used all three of the spears, we've gone back to a neutral situation. Arano, narrowly escaping that parry follow-up there, as Pace does have that Storm Stride, knocking him out of the parry stagger. We get the slap coming through, the blue focus slap. Arano turning it back around, looking to find a slap of his own. Pace constantly applying that pressure with these RMBs, not looking for those horizontal attacks to go into a combo, but simply trying to play this chip game. He has his combo break available, sending it out. Unfortunately, not able to find the stagger with the bubble there, and he's now looking to chase him down. I believe he may have... He healed up once, no? Okay, he did, yeah, and I believe that Arano may have advanced heal in the situation. Paced, I think he has the... has Tuna?
Yes, we saw the Tuna animation of the rest emote coming through just before the 1v1. As Pace dodges the velocity with the roll, but unfortunately runs out of the stamina to be able to avoid out of the follow-up. Overhaul comes on through with the nunchucks. Pace able to force with the 1-2. The combo break goes for the V2, since the Hardy went aerial, trying to keep himself alive, looking for that reset opportunity, as it is going to be a little bit of a fake out, as it's going to be now Hardy just trying to space away so that he can buy a little bit of that health reset to come back on through.
This is insane. It is going so long. We're going to go down to the last moments here. Pace getting caught on the hold dodge there by Arana with those nunchucks, playing around that velocity trigger Soul Jade extremely well here, making it extremely difficult for Pace to actually find all that much damage and threaten a focus attack in the situation, as it will simply block it all. But Pace, he's getting cooked here. The damage, the fire damage, the combo break coming through from the Hardy, the combo break from the Valda as well. Arano, both of them are 1 HP situation. Who's coming out on top? Oh my goodness, and it's Arano going to take the cake at the end of it all. Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that enough though to topple T225 to come on through?
I think it might be. I think it definitely is, in fact, because I believe they had around 3 kills going into that last few moments, and then Arano picking up that last kill as well, along with the multiplier. Oh no, it's going to be T225, ladies and gentlemen. I thought that he might have been edged out by the multiplier and by the placement points, but no, T225 is taking game number 1, the MVP. I mean, he certainly put in the work. 8 eliminations is rather bonkers.
Are we gonna get the smirk? No, we didn't get the staple 225. The hand sign.
Oh yes, the hand sign.
That's the sign. That's the lucky charm.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Coming on for what a amazing.
You gave him your luck in that game. You
Look,
transferred it with a pat on the back.
I'm just saying,
good luck,
sir.
you know.
It's as simple as just rolling a elite box and getting 4 legendaries in a row.
Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. But hey, we can't chalk it all up to luck. T225 is obviously a extremely good player. He's a veteran. He's been around for so long, and we talk about him looking to try and break the curse, so to speak, of his previous performances in previous tournaments. You know, he's certainly coming in, and he certainly came to play. And we thought, you know, he may have broken the curse beforehand as he managed to secure himself that bi-weekly final, and perhaps that may be the case. However, that was only game number 1. And we've got plenty more NARAKA to be played. I'm very, very excited. But you know the drill. Moxie, take it away.
It's question time, chat. Make sure that you're keeping an eye on your whisper box to see whether or not, if you answer correctly, you are going to be the one walking away with the Summer Split random gift. All you have to do is answer this question. And you know what? It's game number 1. Everyone's still waking up. You haven't had all of your caffeine just yet. It's going to be a little bit of an easier one. Who's the MVP of this match? Was it A, EWG's Arano? Was it B, TE Star? Was it C, SS1's Phased? Or do you know, was it the guy who walked away with 8 kills to come on through on the first time that we get to see the Syra on the CN stage? Was it D, YZG's T225? And I mean, that's something that we have to talk about immediately, because new hero, what an impact that she had.
Yep.
That's the first time that we got to see Syra on the international stage, and my goodness, what an absolute monster she looked like. Those buffs that came through on the 14th of November, the movement that you can use that ultimate with is absolutely bonkers now. He was keeping pace with a Matari.
Yep. It's, not gonna lie, I said it was gonna happen. You know I did. Yeah, no, you know I said this. I saw the buff, I was like, she's gonna be OP. She's going to be really, really good. And the only thing that I was really unsure about is whether or not she was going to be played on the J-Cup stage.
Yeah.
But of course, she is, and she's certainly shown up quite explosively in game number 1 of the day, of the group stage, of solos. I would obviously like to go into the possibility of her showing up in trios as well, but it's solos today, so we're going to stick with solos. We'll talk about that in the future, but here we are taking a look at the scoreboard. Look at that, T225, 8 kills, 8 eliminations. Unfortunately, obviously, he didn't get that multiplier, which is reserved for the first placement player. Arano coming in second with 4 eliminations, 4.8 kill points, and 3 ranking points. He did get rather close. That is a 1.2 behind T225. Spider coming in third with 6.5, Pace with 5, Verse with 2, and then not all that many points in the bottom half of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, Arano is definitely one of these players that you really have to watch out for, because he pretty much comes out of nowhere to just become this major presence on the lobbies. We're going to be having a look first at the replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. This was FPX's first coming on through against T225 on that Syra, able to tap dodge into the behind to grab that uppercut confirmation. As we can see, WBG Spider inside the realm of Yang, utilizing the cast of that zip ultimate to dodge out of the stack before finding the parry. Here's the moment that Mike lost his second life, the stun, the RMB into the laser of that Syra V1, and you can see on his face, Mike was not happy about that one.
No, he definitely was not. He's like, okay, and now what do I do? Okay, very good. Very nice. I just get lasered, stunned through the building. You know, you gotta vent. You gotta vent, and you can't let it bottle up, otherwise it will fester, and you might, it might impact your performance. Let it out, you know. Just don't be, no need to be too crazy with it. But you know who? T225 picking up that last kill of his game there, going absolutely crazy in that one. And oh my goodness, that quick replay there. Oh, the face. Ah! Oh.
I mean, we've all
That's
been there,
unfortunate.
right? You've come so incredibly close to being able to win
Yep.
with that 1v1. As we can have a look at the winner, the MVP for the first time on the 2024 World Championship stage. It is going to be T225 for YZG on that Syra, coming on through with, as we saw, the Heartstopper kick as well as that Storm Stride, plus a Sky Punch, a Sap Soul Jade, a Quick Charge and Thundercall for the pistol, as well as an Erudition and Spear Storm that we got to see him doing so much damage. However, look at the stats on the skills and the ultimate. So much damage done off of the procs of that LMV after the RMV on that Syra V1. And I mean, this is actually something that's really interesting because there's a couple of ways that you can sort of look at Mike picking Zip in the first game. You can either field into it like WBD Spider, right, where he wanted to try and get all the way to endgame and have the Zips being able to sort of make sure that they both outlasted everybody else in this lobby. Or you could come through with something that could immediately melt that Zip, something like the Syra, who can punch the fact that Zip doesn't have a full-on combo breaker. So she doesn't, if she runs out of stamina, have a way of dodging out of the detonation of the RMB, which then means she's locked into position to have all of the follow-up damage from the LMB.
Yeah, absolutely. The zipping first pick, it was certainly rather telegraphed, and I think that although it can work in his favor for Mike and whoever else decides to pick that character, it may also be a bit of a detriment to their game, as if everyone knows you're going to be picking this character, then everyone knows it's you when they see a zipping, or they assume that it could be you. And then, having played against these players for as long as they have, it's likely that they'll be able to tell whether or not it is in fact Mike or somebody else who's chosen zipping alongside him.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you're giving away a lot of information when you do that.
And you need to kill Mike before Realm of Yang comes through. Like, this is the crucial thing, because Mike is one of the best fighters inside the Realm of Yang. If you look at the past, if you look at the sort of the games where 225 does incredibly well versus the games that he does a little bit poor in, it's all about that second Realm of Yang. If he loses it and he has Yang depletion, he goes out of the lobby very, very quickly. If he wins it, then he sort of elevates himself into being able to guarantee into that final mid to late game staging. So if you see a zipping, and like you said, you know it's going to be a very high likelihood of being Mike, you 100% want to do everything in your power, even committing your ultimate, to guarantee that you get that kill on the Zip, so that you don't have to worry about the prospect of facing them inside the Realm of Yang.
Yeah, absolutely. That clip that we saw of T225 finally taking down Mike there in that game, it was very reminiscent of Shyle. When Shyle originally came to NARAKA, you know, Shyle, she was definitely a very solid pick, and she became much more, you know, prevalent and stronger as time went on. And one of the biggest things for Shyle was that whenever, originally in her strongest state, when she was at a disadvantage, when she'd lost quite a lot of HP, a lot of effective health, she was in a bit of a bad spot. But as soon as she has her ultimate available, she's able to turn it around somewhat, especially considering the F2 that she had available to her, which was an extremely good combo stun.
Yes.
And but if she was ever in an advantage state, you know, if she was ahead and she had more effective health, popping that ultimate essentially was a death sentence for the other player. And that was something that could have been the case for Syra at the beginning. However, she wasn't able to keep up with the target, keep up with her opponent, and as time's gone on, the couple buffs that she has now received has facilitated her to do that, and in that situation it just resulted in Mike having nowhere to go, no chance to survive, and it was GG's. It was completely cooked from that situation, and I think that Syra is certainly going to be a very, very popular pick in the upcoming days.
I mean, she melts Valda V2, so you don't have to worry about the entire duration of that ultimate inside Realm of Yang. She can keep pace in terms of mobility with the disengagement potential of something like a Matari, or even a Justina with the dashes, right? If a Justina fields that V2, they're only getting 2 dashes in solos.
True.
So if a Syra comes through and that Justina utilizes a couple of her dashes on that V2, Syra is still going to be able to, with the 16 seconds, keep up and then some with that Justina. And you have to remember as well, Justina can't free Syra.
That is true. However, I think that perhaps I think Justina, in that specific matchup, I think Justina will have to burn at least 2 dashes. So if you're picking V2 Justina, you're in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah,
However,
it has
if
to be
you do
V1.
pick V1,
Yeah.
then you definitely can get away. And either you can choose to cancel the ultimate, cancel it, and then keep that charge, and then look to start recharging your ultimate from that 20% threshold, or you can look to try and come back into the fight and utilize the dash, as her ultimate does in fact last quite a long time. It's just that usually you don't see it last all that long, as the 3 dashes typically are used up very quickly.
And then they cancel their ultimate immediately because they want to start regenerating rage as quickly as possible, because Justina, a lot of her gameplay is either combo extension off of a freeze situation or dashing out of a really tough fight that you just do not want to find yourself in.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, it's going to be really interesting to see where Syra falls in terms of the meta, as we've talked about. I think it's going to be really tough for Mike in particular, because as we've talked about, she's really strong into the zip, but something that she's also really, really strong into is ACOS. Because just as we've talked about Syra being able to avoid every form of CC except things like the Tian Hai grab, she doesn't care about the ACOS Tiger Pounce. You can try and cast that V2 and it can be dead on her, and it just goes directly through her hitbox. And one of the heroes that Mike has been utilizing to get around the hero point picks has been ACOS, and he's not the only one. Spider's been doing it too.
Yeah, I think if Syra is going to be in the lobby, then ACOS is not going to be a very happy happy kitty.
It's going to be a grumpy cat, you could say.
Yeah, grumpy cat. But here we are taking a look at our game number 2 round selection here, and we're going to be going over to a sunny Holleroth, a sunny day in the desert. Tryhard and Polaris are going to be kicking off the first round selection, followed by Spider, Verse, then Mike and Paste, 4th, Miss You and Star, and then we will see what the last couple are picking up at the end. But I'm interested to see if we see the double Syra picked up immediately, or if we see the Hardys come out as well, because Hardy, with all of this open space, is extremely good. Ooh, but here it is. It's a little bit of both. A little bit of both. We've got Tryhard coming out with the Syra pick, and then Polaris with the Hardy. And now Verse and Spider are going to be following suit. What are we going to see?
3 Syras.
Okay.
It's not going to be a fun time to be a
insta-lock.
Hardy.
No delay. Right on in there.
It is not going to be a fun time to be a Hardy in the slightest. I really want to see whether or not that's going to influence Star's pick, because Star has been normally picking Zip, but he doesn't pick at game 1, he likes picking it on Holleroth, and we can see actually he's immediately going to be fielding towards the Liam, as we're going to be now looking at what Arano and Taki play. Taki's going to opt for that Zip. Is he going to be the only one, or is he going to be joined by Arano, who has in the past gone towards the Liam, but he can't play the Liam because unfortunately he's already been banned out, and he opts out of the Zip for the Justina instead. 2D5 is going to be locking in the Valda. Zeldingt is going to be opting for that Justina. So we have 1 Zip. And that is just going to be the lone Taki to come on through, and that is very problematic.
That's we'll see. You know, it's happened before. Mike has been alone zipping in lobbies before.
Star as
and
well.
Done extremely well.
And they have both been able to MVP. And there are better targets for people to try and take down who are going to be the lone hero. Targets like that Justina, who, as we've talked about, if they do have to cancel their ultimate early because they burn through those dashes to avoid the situation, not only is there a signal flag going up of, hey, there's a Justina here and she's out of ultimate, everyone is going to be jumping on her before those dashes come back through.
Yeah, absolutely. So we shall see how this plays out, but we're going to be jumping into our second game of the day very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited to see how some of these players who didn't perform all that well in game number 1 look to recover going into our second game of the day. And you know, game 1, that the initial anxiety, the jitters, are subsiding somewhat. But here we are taking a look at the heroes' ability choices. We have Zelding, surprisingly, on the V2, F2. We've got Star on the F1, V1. No Sphere for this game. Polaris, F2, V2 to be expected. Syra, it seems as though the popular choice is certainly F1, V1 to be expected, you know. Taki on the F1, V1 for Zipping. Arano on the F2, V1. No F1s for the Justinas today. And I believe the Valdas also conforming. Mike also going to be going V1 on that Liam. So nothing too out of the box for this one, for this game. A somewhat expected ability choices, I would say, except perhaps for that V2 Zelding.
Make sure as well that you're keeping up to date with all of these questions that are going to be hitting your screens for every single one of these games on the official server and website for the NARAKA World Championship. Will the top point scored in a single match reach 9 or more? A for yes, B for no. And speaking about boxes, the main talking point is going to be what is in the box at Salvation Podium, because there are going to be a lot of players running and gunning it over towards that spacing, as well as a lot of these other players trying to land towards Yushan Ruins to get those ultimates online as quickly as possible. Mike, in the meantime, he did this on Pedora as well. He's spawning so far away from other players, he just wants to try and really slowball it until he can find the piece and all of the loot to take himself into that first run with Yang, because he understands he's so strong inside the 1v1s that a lot of these players have very likely looked at his strategies, at his drop spots, and tried to take him out early as FPX's verse takes down Ares' Miss You, leaving now BWG's Tryhard with these fist blades to try and contend against this other. Syra goes for the RMB, has to burn out that F1, puts himself onto the ceiling. Verse comes on through with the window, but Tryhard with the grey armor swap will be able to come on through, goes for the overhold into the jump LMB, trying to dodge away. However, Verse with the jump LMB will be able to connect, and all of that HP that Tryhard was able to get back online with the F1 has now been burned out, as it is going to be the full connection into the jump LMB. Tryhard having to back on off to avoid the stun from that F1, and Verse now on the back foot goes for the trophy in the hopes of finding the armor reset, but Tryhard with the parry comes away the victor.
Let's go, BWG Tryhard. He had his kill stolen away from him. Miss You had originally been that target of Tryhard, and the kill just being sniped away just about, but then he gets his revenge onto Verse, taking that elimination, and now looking at Salvation Podium, to be expected. OWN Zelding on that podium. He was one of those players last year at J-Cup who sort of innovated this strategy with Zai, opting to go for that podium, opting to try and secure that legendary weapon early on, and he is definitely there, but unfortunately did not come away the victor, as it was certainly contested, Star taking him down. But here we are, going back on over to BWG Tryhard, looking at to take an engagement with Polaris here. Polaris on that white armor at a slight disadvantage. However, Tryhard is essentially at the same effective health for the moment. Polaris does get caught on the cross. Tryhard with that RMB taking him into the uppercut combo. Polaris now forced to try and disengage with that F2, now trying to get away desperately, but unfortunately just not able to do so, and Spider picking up the kill.
Yep, F1 to dodge away before Tryhard can find that toothpick confirm into the uppercut extension. Spider now able to come on through with a second kill onto BWG's Tryhard, and he's going to be able to loot through both of those bodies and pick himself up a massive amount of points, as well as coins coming on through. As we can see, that is actually Spider passing a major milestone. That is 500,000 damage that Spider has done for the entirety of his MBPL and World Championship career coming on through. Major congratulations to Spider for being able to reach that one. as he is going to be setting himself up for an incredible first Realm of Yang fight, as OUG's Mike is also setting himself up for the long term in terms of looking at that Salvation Podium potential pickup. Now it's going to be Taki going head-to-head against Arano. Arano with the Justina V1 dodges away before the R&B can connect off of those fist blades. Looks for the dagger, goes for the hold of the L&B. Taki spaces on back. Both of these players looking for the shield reset. The Syra will be able to find it first, and now it is going to be Arano looking for the uppercut connection, but he's going to get read into by the fist blade connection. But Zell comes on through with the third party, back-to-back R&Bs from the halberd. And Zell's gonna commit the ultimate! He saw that EWG's Arano was thinking about backing out of the fight with the V1, commits the V2 and catches the Justina before they can get out of the way, before turning the freeze onto the zip now.
Oh my goodness, Fumio Taki unfortunately not able to secure that kill onto Arano. Zelding stealing it away from him, and funnily enough, able to get enough rage from that Soul Bloom pickup to use another dash. Usually with V2 on the Justina, you only get 2 of these dashes as they are empowered as in comparison to the normal V1 where you have 3 dashes, but able to get a third. Disengaging, but Taki now looking to try and chase him down, biting off a little bit more than he can chew perhaps, getting caught with the weapon swap, and Taki just getting read like a book here on the disengage. Zelding with some goofy and funky things there. It certainly bamboozled him, I reckon there. Taki was a little confused, and it was a soft true combo, but I believe it was perhaps done deliberately. The soft true, forcing the dodge, and then looking to catch the dodge afterwards. And Taki, unfortunately, that is certainly not something that we see very often in EU. Taki does get taken down by this here, but fortunately for him, he's not down for the count just yet, as he still had his rebirth available.
Yeah, OUG's Mike now going to be counting the numbers of activation for this Realm of Yang. Probably going to get challenged by TE Star. However, we did just see that Salvation Podium has been solved. Mike has been able to make away with that Morris Blessing, the only legendary going to be in play currently, as OWN's Zelding is going to be looking to try and put himself into this other portal right next to the Thorny Roller. All of these players going to be very vigilant of that particular pathing, as FPX's Verse with the nunchucks is the player that's been able to get his hands onto that Yang pass, and in doing so paints a target on his back for all of these players looking to contest that spacing. And with Verse still on this blue armor, he is going to be a particularly juicy target. However, we can actually see that 225 has faded back towards the Forbidden Seal to make sure that these players don't think about coming into a multi-way fight against him. He's going to let the Syra have that position of the portal. So too is Zelding. Both of these two are going to be backing an off, as Zell is actually going to think about trying to just chase onto EWG's Arano, who was hoping that the Yang portal would act as a smokescreen and let him open up the cave unbothered.
Indeed, I believe he was simply waiting to see if if all of the Yang passes were picked up and if all of the spots were taken. And it looks as though he was waiting there, perhaps a little bit too early, perhaps a little bit too in the open, and now is falling victim to Zelding's aggression, sending those blue focuses, sending out these interesting. Oh my goodness! A beautiful parry coming out from Zelding, catching Arano on that vertical release from the halberds and immediately punishing and forcing out that F2, and then inherently forcing Arano to use that ultimate to try and disengage. But now we're heading on over to the realm of Yang Polaris up against OUG's Mike. Mike on that Liam, sending out the combo break in the opposite direction to try and keep up the tempo onto Polaris. Polaris now forced to use that ultimate to try and heal up and disengage somewhat, but he's gonna have to look for an aggressive angle here to try and pressure Mike enough to see if he can force out that ultimate earlier on and not have to deal with it in neutral once his ultimate expires.
Mike, now knowing that that ultimate is going to be inspired, goes for the grapple into light attack, looking to keep up this pressure and not let Polaris go for the reset. He knows he's got the upper hand, comes in with the ultimate, throws out the Auric Sword, forces the combo break from that Hardy to come on through with this legendary hang sword, gets the uppercut connection and will be able to find himself a win inside the realm of Yang. As on the outside we can see BWG's Tryhard under a lot of pressure coming on through, escapes the clutches of 225 with the activation of that Syra F1, but he's not out of the woods just yet. In fact, he's not even out of the same building as 225 with the nunchuck uppercut is going to keep the Syra contested, as another player is going to be waiting on the sidelines, potentially looking for a fight as well. But unfortunately, 225, a little bit of a movement error. Unfortunately, however, Tryhard has not been able to take advantage of it. He's not clear. 225 is able to spot out where the Syra is regardless.
He has indeed. Tryhard, I'm not sure if he was a bit unsure, a bit confused as to where T225 was headed, or if he had in fact actually caught up to him. But Tryhard now in a very dangerous position. Unfortunately, the bell is rung and Tryhard has been revealed. Now T225 immediately engaging onto him, looking to try and confirm this elimination. Misyu, instead of going over to Tryhard, the Syra at very low HP, has instead looked to go and engage onto Fumioteki, but now has quickly realized that the better choice is likely Tryhard in this situation. And there it is. He does go down. Didn't get the bloom. Unfortunately, doesn't get the bloom though. As you said, Misyu is under that Yang depletion, under that curse, and is now going to have to find yet another elimination, another soul bloom to potentially cleanse that debuff.
Yeah, now over towards Jin's armory. We can see FPX's Verse, who's going to be more than happy to take this aggression. Has a million birds made for another 100 seconds left. Zal already had that V2 forced out early, but he doesn't have the opportunity to cancel the ultimate because he's still being pressured. Had to go for the LMB, but gets parried by WBG Spider. One of those dashes going to be utilized. The grapple lock tries to come in through. The Justina still, unfortunately, doesn't have that ultimate to be able to avoid the pressure. The F2 comes on through. He's got to burn all of his stamina just backing off from the pressure coming on through from both Verse and Spider. He's got great armor that he had to go for the reset into. The F2's going to be back in 4 seconds, but all it's going to do is set him up to be static as Verse with the V1 stun into Laser Beam, and now it's WBG Spider who gets stuck against the wall, held in position for the LMB to come on through, and Verse puts him into a hearse.
That's not what you want to see right there. However, Spider did have that Vermilion Birds Might, so he is not down for the count. He is going to be resurrecting rather soon, I would imagine. And perhaps he simply didn't choose to ult there, as he knew if he were to use his ultimate, he would be put into a potentially dangerous situation if he wasn't able to eliminate Verse in that engagement. But here we are looking at SS1 Paste, who unfortunately is in dire straits at the moment, being collapsed upon by Misyu and OUG's Mike desperately looking to try and claim the kill for himself. Pace being sent through the window now, using that Hardy ultimate, is going to try and disengage, does manage to make it through that window, that small gap in the wall, able to get out of danger, at least for the moment. Now looking to re-engage, as he does have that Yang depletion. He needs to find the Soul Bloom soon, otherwise he is going to go down and be fully eliminated. That is not what he wants in this situation, with 0 eliminations under his belt so far. Misyu also in a similar spot, forced to use that combo break off the parry. Pace able to claim the elimination and claim the Soul Bloom. No way is he making out of this alive, Moxie.
Yep.
Surely not, right?
And now the kill
what is happening?
Through. All of these players scattering away. Polaris looked for the disengagement, wasn't able to find it. He's got 20 seconds left. He's seen SS1's face. He's seen that this is a play with great armor. In fact, no armor now. And Polaris suddenly sees a gift that he could potentially find to keep him in the lobby. Gets the uppercut connection. Looks to try to go for the focus hit. Pace with the spacing, though, has seen that Polaris is in the desperation straight mode of Yang depletion. And all he's doing is extending the fight. It was so telegraphed that Polaris had Yang depletion. Pace knew he didn't need to find the 100 to 0. He just had to keep the fight going long enough that the hit that he was able to find would be the last hit attached to Polaris's name.
That's actually insane. That the fact that he makes it out alive and gets yet another elimination is absurd. But we'll have to see what else might be absurd is this fight between OUG's Mike and T225 in the realm of Yang. T225 certainly feeling very confident with himself off of his first game's performance, but Mike also doing pretty well in this second game, certainly has found his footing yet again. Mike trying to space out, trying to play the spacing game with the fan in this situation. Mike does use that ultimate now. The first Oryx Sword has already been utilized. T225 does get caught with the RMB into the RMB. The slightly untrue there does find the... he does find that that 1-2-3 with the Cyan Fang. Oh, and he gets the confirmation. Oh my goodness, but Mike, he's ready for it. His ultimate still had some juice left over, had that one Oryx Sword left in the bank to mitigate the danger that he was put in that moment. But now T225 looking to try and close the distance yet again. Both of them at reasonably the same effective health. However, Mike is at a disadvantage without his combo breaker. Oh my goodness, the Cyan Fang on the fan, giving him that extra little bit of healing. T225 now in a very bad position. Oh, but Mike, no way, is gonna go down to that 1-2-3 on the Cyan Fang.
Oh my goodness, T225 commits the 1-2-3 and finds the win off of the back of it. Star finds the uppercut into grapple bump, into focus, and finds the elimination onto Fumio's Taki. As Arano now with the jump LMV into jump LMV on these fist blades. S1's pace though almost found that uppercut extension into grapple bump, potentially 1-2-3-2, but the combo break was there for the Justina to burn that F2 and make sure that he's able to dodge out of it. Both of the ultimates coming on through now, paced, just hooking himself up into that sky, avoids one of the dashes from that Justina. Arano actually going to be holding onto this ultimate as long as he possibly can, utilizing the threat of it to force the Hardy away from him so both of these players can look for that full reset, because if this fight goes on too long, both of them risk the mutual destruction of a player chancing upon them who has Yang depletion and has to keep the fight going, showing up late with their ultimate still intact. Unfortunately, a position that OUG's Mike very rarely finds himself in, but it's one that he's in nevertheless right now.
He is indeed, but here we are taking a look at the remaining players in the lobby. Spider and T225 seemingly rather happy to walk alongside each other, as I predicted, as we talked about in the last game, as I brought up, the Syra and Valda, they seem as though they'd be a good match to be friendly towards each other, as frankly, you know, they do similar things in that endgame situation. But we will have to wait and see. For the moment, Verse off the rip is going to take a considerable amount of damage to his armor from TE Star, and immediately being caught up to the scale rush into the uppercut, but Soft True able to break out of that Soft True combo with his ultimate activation, but now he's trying to chase him down. Unfortunately, the terrain is not in his favor and is now put in a position of just simply trying to use the ultimate for the healing purposes that you can, but we'll have to wait and see if he's able to come away with that kill and cleansing that Yang depletion.
Yeah, Mike trying to find that cleanse as well, is able to find the Oryx Sword connection onto the Hardy, but he's being griefed by every other player in this lobby, one of them being WBG's Spider, who is making Mike's life an absolute nightmare right now. It's so fitting Mike is using that Halloween costume for Liam, because he's having an absolute horror show! Oh, Mike goes down! The aggression forced because of being under that Yang depletion. Spider is able to claim the kill, and that is going to signal the end of the fighting, as SS1's Pace has one mission, and that is utilize this V2 and just get as far away from every other player in this lobby. As you can see, the ranged weapons has come on out, the cannon fire, the bow pressures, every single bit of damage is directed this Hardy's way. Paced with the blue dagger is not wanting to take a fight, he's wanting to full on run from it, opts for the weapon to be able to charge up the skill rush as fast as possible, but goes directly into the stalagmite. And no, that CC stagger gives the players the opportunity to catch up. He's got the combo break, he's able to put himself onto the ballista tower and skill rush further away, but everyone Everyone's been able to catch up. The range weaponry directly on his heels. The LMB from the dagger puts himself onto the tree, but he's just delaying the inevitable with the LMBs. Who's going to walk away with the elimination?
Oh, there we go. Oh, goodness. That was truly very, very sad, Moxie. Oh my goodness. The that icicle, I want to know if it was somebody who shot it from afar or if he clipped it himself.
I think he clipped it himself. It looked like he scores directly into it.
If that was somebody shooting it from afar, my guy, the Chinese sniper just going crazy.
Yeah.
Able to lock him down. He was out of there. It seemed as though he was free to disengage and heal up and potentially start regenerating some of his ult charge. But unfortunately, that icicle just put him in the worst possible position. It is what it is. It does indeed happen to the best of us. But taking a look at the scoreboard for the moment, Spider currently sat atop the mountain with 6 eliminations under his belt so far, with 14 total points for these past couple games. T225 has now obviously been overtaken, having been that MVP in the first game. Taking a look at this
He's
guy.
got F-Shaker.
I like this. The blue greatsword over the golden weapon. That's very dunking.
I mean, he used the
anyone who knows me has watched my stream, they know that's very dunking. That is extremely dunking of T225.
Oh, he used it to threaten the spacing on the shop too, so that he could go and roll for soldiers. He's not going to commit to it 100%, but it did buy him that spacing to be able to pick up some of those upgrades. As WBG Spider, more than happy to have the Merciless Havoc, is going to be trying to cap out this Spirit Well. Remember as well, if this doesn't get capped in the next 180 seconds, it does automatically despawn. So it is in these players' best interest to cap that as soon as they are able to. Spider will be able to make out with all of that loot. He's going to get himself his hands on a Mystic Might, as well as getting the opportunity to go for the legendary armor swap. And on the side, with so much movement on the V1, very easy to take a fight in one place and just kite back to where that armor has been left behind.
Yes, indeed. And so, for those of you at home who are wondering, why are these players sort of wandering next to each other without a care in the world? And it's because, quite frankly, they're looking to engage at this point in the game can be, quite frankly, just detrimental, especially if you're trying to take an engagement against certain character picks, as if you are left on your own in a situation where you have nobody to who's potentially in a similar situation or has similar utility under their belt, you're going to be focused down extremely quickly. Speaking of, Arano is currently in that exact situation and is trying his best to disengage. TE Star immediately eating the brunt of this damage from the dagger. Arano trying to find his way out of this spot of hot water that he's currently in. The ice is melting and he has now used all 3 of those dashes and is now left to try and simply scale. Oh no! Oh, the Moonbane hits coming in. Oh goodness, Spider claiming a 7th elimination, Moxie.
Oh my goodness, that Moonbane. Spider able to come out on top with the last hit. That is, unfortunately, one of the risks of Moonbane surfing. Sometimes you get away, and sometimes Moonbane decides you don't get to play it. Spider with the parry forces the combo break. The F2 from the Volta has been burned.
Okay.
2-5 though, managing to keep up the pressure, slowly burning a lot of this legendary armor, but Spider, with the placement of that F1, gets the movement to force that Volta even further back, and that is going to be the V2 now coming on through. Spider's done his job. He doesn't want the kill on the Volta, he just wanted to get the ultimate out of the way. If 2-5 continues this fight, Spider is more than happy to be able to take it if this Volta so chooses, because that V2 is going to be running out and Spider is still going to have access to this V1. He just has to make sure he doesn't lose the kill to TE Star, who's trying to do exactly that and will be able to find it.
He finds the Soul Bloom though, thankfully for Spider. I believe that was Poison Splash, but I'm not sure if it had been upgraded to allow for that anti-healing debuff. But Spider just immediately turning onto TE Star, having popped that ultimate, and Star simply cannot do anything about it as he is just stuck in the open here. He's trying to use those Oryx Swords to create some space to potentially heal a tad, but nothing. There's nothing he can do. The Rupture Gale Flame Breath is in play for Spider, and there it is. I believe that Star may be just taken down, burning to a crisp, and Spider is going to take the MVP for game number 2, day 1, J-Cup group stage.
2 games down, 2 Syra MVPs. I wonder if there's a correlation.
Yeah, perhaps, Moxie, perhaps.
She's social. Not only that, she's still new.
Yep.
And it's something that actually Tryhard, like we talked about in the pre-show, right? Said, when something new comes along, last year it was the phases coming up through, and Hardy. This year, it's Syra. The players who are able to adapt very, very quickly are able to find a lot of success very early on. And something that we have to talk about is the fact that these players, the ones that who've been finding these successes, have been the ones that have adapted very, very quickly. 2-2-5, we haven't actually discussed this. I was watching a couple of his streams when Syra first released. He was playing Syra literally the day of. In fact, I even forwarded you a link to the stream to say, hey, he's already practicing this. He's wanting to cover his back if Syra gets a hotfix or a buff before we head into J-Cup, because she's then going to become viable in solos. And even if she wasn't viable back then, having an innate understanding of the way that the ultimate plays out, as well as practicing the accuracy of the RMV into LMV, is going to be absolutely necessary. Something that is going to be absolutely necessary is making sure that you continue to answer these questions for treasures. Which of these years' J-Cup group stages have taken, or rather, where does this year's J-Cup group stage take place? Is it A, Shanghai? Is it B, Beijing? Is it C, Paris? Or is it D, Tokyo? Do you know what? I thought maybe we were going to do a little bit of a curveball and have Singapore be one of the potential answers, because we did have a J-Cup take part in Singapore. But no, production is just being very, very sweet, very, very kind.
Well, you know,
continuing to ask some relatively easy questions to land.
Yeah, I'd say so, but then again, you know, it's if you're coming back to NARAKA just now, or if you're watching NARAKA BLADEPOINT pro scene for the very first time, you may not know. However, I reckon you'll probably be alright to copy off your neighbor. If you want to get your hands on a Peerless Treasure Choice gift, make sure to get your answer to that question in the chat, and to try and line it up with that countdown, as only one person will be chosen from a screenshot taken of the chat. And better take a look at your whispers afterwards, just in case you are that lucky winner. But back to what we were talking about, Moxie. It was inevitable. A new character released just before J-Cup.
Yeah.
It was inevitable that this character was going to be rather spicy. And, you know, I kind of called it. I saw the buffs. I was... she's moving now. She's got the zoomies. She's sending out those lasers like crazy. And if you get caught in a bad spot, you are certainly going to get fried. But here we are taking a look at the scoreboard off the back of that second game. Spider atop of it with 8 eliminations, 9.6 kill points, as he was able to secure that first place finish, inherently securing that multiplier, the 3 ranking points, allotting him a total of 12.6 game score. Wow. Quite a lot of points indeed. Overtaking T225 off of the back of his Game 1 performance, which we didn't really think was going to get topped necessarily. I wasn't under that impression, but Spider's, nah, I got this.
I mean, he is a world champion. He's not the world champion, but he is indeed a world champion. In fact, the 2022 world champion, as we can have a look and see who is going to be the likeliest in the running to be the 2024 world champion coming on through. Mike, OUG's Mike, really unusual to see him in the second half of, or rather the first half of the standings coming on through. However, we do have to note, he has not yet picked Syra. He could have been practicing this hero as well, and he might be about to lock in.
I saw his stream. He definitely was.
9 kills, potentially, rocketing him up into that first place position. However, Spider and TT25 ahead of the pack. Spider having an absolute bonkers 19.1 game score off of just 2 games. We've said it before, Spider's performances in these qualifying rounds have always been top-notch.
They certainly have. And, you know, perhaps it's just that he's riding the high, he's riding that adrenaline, that confidence boost that he secured for himself in the most recent tournaments, in the finals that we had at the end of the summer split. But here we are yet again taking a look at some replays from that game that we just had, sponsored by Thunder Robot. TE Star on Salvation podium, going head to head against T225. I just remember this. Beautifully done by Tryhard. Unfortunately, though, he does get taken down later on in the game in that Yang depletion situation, and Yang is just that dangerous. But here we are, Spider, the MVP of that game, going up against Tryhard. This situation was before the Yang depletion, and it's just an unfortunate one here. And this was... What was that? What did I just see? You saw that? That was very goofy indeed, wasn't it, Foxy?
I mean, less goofy.
He swapped 3 times, oh, what are you doing? What's going on? 1, 2.
This is the moment where Pace was able to come through. Absolutely,
yeah, this is insane. Pace just... What was that?
He had Yang depletion, he was able to find the soul boom, he was able to find the kill, and then he finds his second kill, despite being chased by absolutely everybody in the lobby. Here's the moment where TE Star was able to come in through the grapple bump extension onto Fulmio's Taki. This is the moment from Spider's POV that EWG's Rano gets caught out by that Moonbane, as we get to watch that 1v1, the cannon with that Rupture Gale, able to come on through with the last hit of damage needed for Spider to be able to walk away with that kill score multiplier. And as we've said, the second time that we get to see a Syra MVP animation coming on through. Look at the amount of damage that he did!
That's a lot of damage. 28,500 total damage. 21 and a bit of that was done with melee weapons, primarily fist blades, 11,000, almost 10,000 on dual blades, but 4,500 damage done with the skills and ultimates, primarily the ultimate, as you don't do damage with the F ability, and 8,500 healing as well.
Yeah, like that's the crazy thing about like Syra. When she goes for that 16-second duration of the V1, literally the first 5 seconds you can just R and B spam. And your health is just back almost immediately.
Yeah, it's not a crazy amount of healing, you know. It's no zipping, it's no Karumi.
It's no Karumi.
But it definitely is nice, especially in specific matchups, as I've mentioned a couple of times already with the Valda. You know, if you're head to head right next to each other, neither of you, well, Valda can't touch the Syra. However, the Syra can certainly stagger the Valda. As long as she keeps up with her and is able to continuously throw down the orbs, she's going to, one, heal and prevent Valda from healing as well.
And she keeps the stamina. Like, that's the thing, when you go up against a Valda, you can utilize your stamina to dodge out of those spaces. But speaking about dodging, we're going to be tap dodging our way into a break. We'll be back with game number 3 right after this.
My name is Tryhard. I come from the NA region. I originally grew up in New Jersey of the United States. Obviously, my last year's performance was, to be honest, lackluster.
Tryhard needs to go down and make something happen. Akuma is up above everybody, holding on for dear life. Tryhard eats a huge hit coming in from Hadi.
I would say to all those people who question me, I used to care a lot more about people like theirs opinions, if that makes sense. But I feel like, you know, a lot of people really don't see everything outside of the game. They kind of only see when you compete. They have no idea what else is going on in your life. And, you know, that by no means is that, you know, making excuses. But I feel like this year I've come a lot more prepared, not only outside the game, or inside the game, but outside the game as well. And I'm excited to just play and let my results speak for themselves. I think my main adjustment this year for the upcoming group stage is mainly just focusing on like keeping a positive mind. You know, if you watch MVPL, if you watch the bi-weeklies, if you watch all the finals, you know, when people are having the worst games, they still find a way to win. And I think that's something I failed to recognize last year, and something that I will definitely not fail to recognize again this year. I think something that I've improved a lot on from the previous years in terms of like my combat and strategy is definitely my choices of what heroes I decide to play during each match. I feel like that's because last year the new phasing system was introduced. It was definitely very complicated, and I feel like the people who adapted on the spot, you know, found a lot of success. But now that I've had over a year to kind of digest that new system, I found a lot of success in myself while using it, and I feel like I can translate that into the group stage as well. For those wondering what I have to say to the people who have questioned me, maybe the past year or the year before, I just really don't care. You guys are all just noise, and I'm not listening to it. So after returning to, you know, doing a whole new process of going through J-Cup again and returning to the group stage, I have not set any new goals for myself. I feel like I've always set the highest possible goal, which is winning. That's something I've always been focused on. And I feel like if you aren't setting that highest goal for yourself, if your goal is not to win, then you're really here for no reason.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the lovely Moxie in her very special, very fancy cosplay Takeda themed dress that she put together herself. I like to add, you know, that was a lot of work and certainly deserves praise there. But you know who else deserves praise? These players who have been popping off in the first couple games, and we are going to be heading into our game 3 rather soon. But before that, we're gonna hear a little bit from Moxie about some questions and about some other things that we're gonna be coming up, I'd imagine. Or no, we're gonna be jumping right in instead. What do you think we're going to be seeing here, Moxie?
Syra.
Probably more Syra.
Probably
yes,
more
perhaps.
Syra. Now, as we were talking about before the break, in terms of that matchup, right, Syra is immensely strong in a lot of 1v1s because you don't have to burn stamina. Like, that's the thing with a lot of these heroes. You can dodge the Aegis, you can dodge the Hardy, you can dodge the Baldur's Spears, but it's going to cost your stamina to be able to do so.
Yeah,
Syra doesn't have to worry about that because you don't get CC. You don't have to dodge Justina. Like, that's a crazy strong thing too. Like in multi-wave fights, right? More players to be able to stun with the Dazzle Orb. More players to be able to beam down, but crucially, you don't have to worry as much about other heroes coming on through with ultimates like the Justina V2, because if they do dash through, all that's going to be doing is setting you up to be able to keep the damage going, and those players are going to get lower and lower and lower. And then the Justina is suddenly in the multi-wave fight. She's burned one of her dashes, she's directly in front of something that can stun her out, and keep pace with her in terms of mobility, and that 16 seconds means that the Syra is going to be able to continue holding leverage in that fight for a major chunk of it.
Yeah, absolutely. She is, quite frankly, just like, you just can't do anything against her. What do?
Run.
You literally just have to run.
Run for 16 seconds and
they
hope
buff
that
her,
she
her
doesn't
chase,
run after
so.
you.
Yeah. And as you said, that point that you made of the third-party situation, I hadn't really. I mean, it was implied, but I hadn't consciously thought about it, and it's definitely a huge advantage in the multi-way fights that we have in these environments. But here we are taking a look at the round selection for game number 3, heading on over to Morris Isle midday. No Fireflies, not for game 2 and 3. We'll be going to Fireflies in game number 4 and 5, and then ending the day on a non-Firefly Perdoria. But let's take a look here, Moxie. Is it going to be Syra?
It's going to be Syra.
Yes, it is.
And it's Mike.
It is.
Mike is going to be able to play the Syra.
Yep.
Coming on for alongside Paste. That means, because it was both players in Phase 1 picking the Syra, no free Syras.
Yep.
She's immediately banned out, so Miss You and Star have to just take the Hardy instead.
Yeah, and it's not a bad consolation, I suppose. The Hardy is definitely a solid pick. We've seen it do extremely well time and time again. Even though it is nowhere near the same level as it was last year, it is still certainly a very strong pick. But taking a look here, we have Arano picking up the Liam and Taki picking up the Valda here in this game at number 3. Zeldink and T225 also going to be opting for the Liam pick here. So 3 Liams on the field. Heading on over to Tryhard and Polaris. What are we looking at, Moxie? That's a Temi.
That is a Temi. This is one of the damage control heroes, and he can be really good in terms of damage controlling the Syra, right? Because you isolate them. You can utilize that ultimate, you can lock them down in one spacing. We do have to remember, though, that Syra ultimate ignores the wisps. So whatever F ability these Temis take, even if they throw that wisp dead center on the Syra, she can still just avoid it entirely. So if these Temis have to burn the entire duration of their ultimate on just sort of trying to isolate the Syra into one specific position and getting out of dodge, it opens themselves up for that vulnerability of not having the ultimate as a reset point when they go up against these other heroes in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely going to be interesting. Another thing to note, triple Valda. No triple Syra, but we do have the triple Valda in this game with Taki, Spider, and I believe it was Verse as well at the end.
Yeah, Taki, unfortunately, he'd used his Liam pick. Arano was in his phasing. Arano opted for that Liam. We know he's probably going to be opting for the V2, but Taki had already burned that Liam earlier in the day and was not able to opt into it. And let's have a look at the loadout. Yep, there it is. Arano F1 V2 coming on through, because he was the OG. He was one of the first players in the MVPL scene who started utilizing that V2, showed what a powerhouse that ultimate could be. And for a week, every single Liam opted out of the V1 for the V2.
Yeah, absolutely. And Polaris, Tryhard, both on the Tumulk picks, and both of them opted to go for that F1 V3 pick. And now I actually have a little bit of hands-on insight into Polaris's Tumulk. I actually had the pleasure of hanging out with him and playing zero bans against him. Obviously, I stuck to my tried and true Taka, but he played a couple different things, including the Tumulk, which I mean, the Taka matchup's a little different, but he certainly was hard to deal with his neutral capability.
Yep, one of the questions that you'll be dealing with at home, and you can answer on the official World Championship website, is our Game 3 question. Which of the following players will score the highest for this match? Or if they score the same, who will rank higher overall? And it is going to be a head-to-head between the answer for A, BWG's Tryhard, or B, Ares' Miss You. Who do you think is going to do better? Maybe you can wait just a little bit and see how these hot drop fights are going to be able to fare, as we are going to be seeing a lot of those players landing over towards the east side of coast, as Spider has pretty much all of Artisan's Grove, also known as Money Spot, entirely to himself.
He does indeed, and here we are taking a look at OUG's Mike and FBX Verse landing very close together, Syra and Valda. Interestingly, it looks as though Mike has taken initial Rage on his glyph setup. A very interesting choice here for Mike. Typically, we haven't seen initial rage be a very common pickup, but Mike certainly thinks as though it's certainly worth it. Verse looking to try and get aggressive. Mike having that initial effective health disadvantage, but quickly turning it around, just immediately sending out that focus attack and putting Verse on the defensive, now trying to chase him down, having forced out that combo breaker. Mike, he's sort of just he's contemplating the idea as to whether or not this is actually worthwhile. He's sort of keeping his distance, watching out for Verse, and trying to see if he can catch him healing perhaps, or see if he even have heals to actually get that health back. Mike sending out the focus attack, immediately getting parried using that combo breaker, and now Verse catching him with that second parry. Just absolutely frying Mike here inside this building.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, like he said, had to burn the combo break to just dissuade Verse from going for the punishment of that parry, but because he burns it, he doesn't have it a second time when the parry comes on through. Zal, on that Liam, has the ability to keep a hold of his weapon once the parry has come on out, still has this purple pole sword in the back pocket, utilizing the threat of it for the charged Iron Beast, but he's actually going to be interrupted before he can find the grapple, looking to put pressure onto Taki by the third party coming up through from Star, who locks him into the 1-2 light stagger, but it's 225 who's going to be able to claim the kill. Saw the player going low behind him and turns his attention to take him down before looking back at that fight. Now trying to put the pressure onto the Valda, tries to back on off, understanding that Taki has done enough damage to board into this V2, and 225 does not want to be in the crosshairs when that ultimate starts to come on through.
No, not indeed not Moxie. Taki now having done a very good job of icing off that pressure on the initial aggression, having been focused down by both of the Liams, has now managed to kite out this pressure from T225 within that building. Another thing to note, Tryhard does take down Ares Miss You in the kill feed, so perhaps those of you who have chosen your answer for that question at the beginning of the game might be very happy or very sad. We'll have to wait and see. For the moment, we are taking a look at TE Star and Fumio Taki looking to try and take down this very low HP T225, and he finally does get eliminated. Now Verse coming into the mix, TE Star being the focus here. Both of these players having lost their combo break, Fumio Taki including him. TE Star now in a bit of a bad spot. He does have that ult available, ready to go with that purple weapon as well. Is going to be doing a lot of damage. Verse and Taki, both Valdas, do have ults available, but are they going to be forced to use them? They are indeed. Star forcing out that ultimate from one of the Valdas. A beautifully placed spear coming out from Verse. Oh my goodness. Able to stop Star in his tracks, but is he going to be able to finish him off is the real question, Moxie.
Star able to find the grey armor, grapples into the Scale Rush too. He's trying to escape. He's got the dagger as well, so these Scale Rushes are going to be coming through incredibly quickly. With the cliffside kite, Sara setting himself up to just back-to-back Scale Rush, try and run these Valdas into another play. He knows that one of these Valdas was forced into utilizing that V2, and that is going to dissuade and deter one of them for going for this full commitment. If Star can find another player to just deliver them on the doorsteps to, maybe he can make away from this fight. As we can see that Taki actually is the Valda who still has the V2. He's the Valda that's backed off.
He has. I think he's allowing Verse to take the initiative, as throughout this game he's actually been in sort of a position 1 spot, and it's not netted him all that much success. He's not been able to confirm the kills, even though he's been doing a lot of the work. So I think in this situation, there it is, beautifully done, able to jump in at the opportune moment and snipe away this elimination. He readjusted from his experience within this game, within a minute ago, adjusts immediately, and it instantly starts to pay off.
Yeah.
Taki and Savers also both playing Valda.
They're not going to want to fight.
No,
yeah.
No need. No
Valdas
point.
need to make sure that other Valdas make it to endgame.
Yep.
They need to make sure, because the more Valdas that play, the more chances they have to protect each other in terms of safeguarding themselves so they don't get their hands forced for that V2 to come through early, as well as the fact that Valda is very strong as a hero inside that Realm of Yang fight, with the Realm of Yang spawning on up in a matter of moments. Both of those Valdas didn't want to go for a commitment. They were both incredibly close to a portal, so a player was likely headed towards their trajectory. If they chanced upon two Valdas going for the 1v1 and someone had burned the V2, they were going to get knocked out of this lobby without the opportunity to continue. Even if you lose the Realm of Yang fight, you still get the next 5 minutes to try and find Soul Bloom. You're guaranteed a lifeline back into this game, so they want to make sure that they can absolutely hit the opportunity of going for this portal, as it's going to be... No! Paste wasn't able to find the Yang pass. Verse is able to stagger the Syra out of the interaction and snipe it away.
He is indeed, and now having put quite a lot of damage onto Paste, Paste is forced to disengage. Verse now trying to defend that Yang pass, looking to try and keep hold of this and get into the Realm of Yang with white armor. You know, usually when it comes to going into the Realm of Yang, you typically don't want to be going in with anything less than blue. However, he seems very happy to take this risk, as he seems rather confident in his own ability, his own capability to utilize Valda, as well as the weapons he has to great effect. But we'll have to wait and see whether or not he's able to secure that spot and make his way in. For the moment, we're taking a look at OWN Zeldinkt, who is currently sort of chasing people around at Eventide Temple. OUG's Mike also waiting for the Realm of Yang in the corner of Temple, now able to make his way in, having used his ultimate outside, having it instantly refreshed, and now doing a little bit of ping-ponging between the pillars.
Syra Mirror. It's a Syra 1v1 to come on through. Mike does have that purple weapon in the back pocket, goes for the charged R&B to get the pressure onto the Syra, who wanted to utilize that pillar and break away from the fight. Overhauled into the L&B, looks for the grapple connection, stagger. Mike with this one has so much more movement, however Pace has so much opportunity to fry the fade mag with the dual halberds, and Mike is forced to bending the knee first, has to go for the combo break. That's going to force the ultimate out first, but major stun comes through from Mike. SS1's Paste fails to dodge out of the R&B initially off of the earlier Syra ultimate, gets hit by the Dazzle into the L&B laser beam follow through, and he's dead before he can use his ult.
He is indeed quite a blunder there, having been in advantage to start it off. Does get taken down, unfortunately, but now heading on over to WBG Spider and Polaris, who are taking a fight in this Realm of Yang. Beautifully placed ultimate there by Polaris. This is giving me some deja vu, as I have been in Spider's position here not all that long ago. Polaris able to play around his ultimate extremely well, but does get clipped on the way down. Polaris constantly holding on this fan. His fan is extremely strong. I found that his spacing on it was very, very good, and it was very hard to really create any openings here. Spider is likely going to have to try and throw a blue if he wants a chance at breaking that defense, but now swapping over to that nunchucks. Again, an extremely good defensive weapon, as you're able to hold that horizontal focus and deny this pressure from the blue focus, but it looks as though he may have made a bit of a blunder. The jitters are getting to him. He's put in a situation where he's not got all that much time left, having taken a lot of damage. Spider now also in a bit of a tricky situation, using that F and chasing him down and catching him just before the time runs out.
Oh, what an evade on the cannon fire with the F2, and then you can close up the distance with the jump LMV and get that last little bit of health needed to be able to find the absolute clutch win just before timeout. Can claim both Polaris and WBG Spider to Yang depletion. OUG's Mike now puts himself onto tower, knows that a lot of these players are going to be kiting over to this space, keeping themselves with the skirmishes out of the clutches of all of the players in the area, and that is going to mean that Mike, with this, Mike went for White Tiger's prowess?
That's pretty Chad right there, I would say. That's pretty Chad, that's pretty alpha male of OUG.
First Realm of Yang, and he doesn't opt for Vermilion Bird Smite. The buff that if he dies enables him to stay in this lobby. He picks White Tiger's prowess, which is available in the second Realm of Yang, while Vermilion Bird Smite is not.
No need. He doesn't need it. I mean, at the end of the day, we've been looking at Syra so far today, doing so much work. at the end of the day, do you really think you're going to go down as a Syra, especially considering the amount of healing that you're going to have? You pop your ultimate and you can't be touched. Instead of looking to go and focus on healing and using those orbs, instead, you just look to chase them down and you're going to be full HP by the end of the
you might need to ask Paste.
Yeah, let's see. Paste is in a bit of a bad spot. T225 are doing a lot of damage, comboing him with that Liam ultimate. He does force out that Syra ult now. Is T225 going to be able to claim the kill and the Soul Bloom, as he does have that Yang depletion?
Yeah, he was able to kite away from that Syra ultimate as well. The fan in the back pocket looks like one of the circumstances now of needing either a fan or a dagger in the back pocket is escaping out of that Syra ultimate when it gets pressured on out, as Polaris is coming under a lot of pressure, has to burn that Tumultuous ultimate. WBG Spider is going to get isolated. However, I believe 2-2-5 is actually just on the horizon and probably sees that Temi ultimate, knows that there's going to be a player without that one to find an isolated third-party prevention, and now it's going to be an absolute race for who's going to be able to get this kill onto this Temi. Will 2-2-5 give himself the frontline position necessary to grab that Soul Bloom, or is Spider going to be able to grab it out directly underneath his nose? 2-2-5 looks for the drop down with the R&B on the fan, gets clipped though by Spider, who spotted that this Liam fighting desperately inside the storm has to be under Yang depletion, and he's doing absolutely everything in his power to guarantee that 2-2-5 does not get the bloom and the ability to continue in this lobby.
Yeah, indeed. Also, something to note, Polaris actually has quite a lot more time than T225. His fight lasted until the last moments within that realm of Yang, and so he has an extra minute to play with to try and find this Yang depletion. T225, but yeah, what's going on here? T225 getting very oogly indeed, sending out these focus attacks, doing quite a lot of damage, but it looks as though Spider is very ready to take him down. Oh my goodness, but he's in a bad spot.
Did Polaris get the bloom?
I don't think so. Actually, no, he did. He did.
Yeah.
He did. Actually, you know, right. For a second there, I saw Spider's health bar, saw the shield, thought it was full, but no. That is just the shield from the ultimate.
Yeah.
I am extremely surprised that Polaris didn't choose to try and take him down here, because that could have been a very easy kill if he'd simply waited out the ultimate of Spider. I think he takes him down there.
Yeah, I think he was just worried about potentially getting staggered. Like, he must have been cutting it incredibly close to Yang depletion running out.
But he got the Soul Bloom, so if he got the Soul Bloom, then
he could have potentially faced the Valda down true, but maybe he was worried about third partying coming through. There was a Yang portal directly next to it, as well as OUG's Mike. With that Syra goes through the F1 very, very quickly. Both of these players utilizing spacing as Spider finds the uppercut into grapple bump, into subsequent juggle. Mike now without that combo breaker going on the offensive. The Valder F2 is going to be burned out. It's going to be Spider now under the pressure of the uppercut connection. The Syra, because she utilized her ultimate, or rather her combo break first, has access to the F1 again, goes for the dodge through the Valder, looking to get behind into that uppercut extension pickup that Spider is going to deny. Spider mistimes the parry, and Mike with the feedback is going to be able to find the healing off of that F1 as well. Mike goes for the attempted ultimate activation. The Valda doesn't have the F2 to space back from that stun. Has to go for the activation of the V2 to goal frame through it instead, but that means that Mike can continue applying this pressure. He's not carrying a whiff about a single spear that Spider can throw at him, and Mike just burns through the entire duration of the Valda full HP in a matter of moments before swapping on over to the bow and getting the last hit of damage needed.
This is what I was talking about. Oh my god, you saw it, we all see it. It's just, that's just crazy. That's crazy. Valda, yeah, I got the shield, cool. Can you do anything with it? You can't even use your ability.
He couldn't even heal. Like, if he took any downtime to heal, he got stunned into laser and died. So Mike was just free to keep up all of the offense.
Yep.
For the entire duration of the Valda V2.
Yep. The only situation where that doesn't just equal the death of Valda is outside of Yang.
Yeah.
So if you go into the realm of Yang and you're playing Valda and you're up against a Syra, unless they make a ridiculous number of mistakes, you are likely going to be going down, unfortunately. That is just the hard truth of that situation. But another hard truth might be for Polaris here, as he is in a very bad spot, trying to climb up and down this tower, the cliffside, trying to avoid this Hardy, who is desperately trying to claim this elimination for himself. Polaris now dipping into the zone. Arano with that pulse sword looking to chase him down on that Liam, trying to close the distance, does manage to do so momentarily, but Polaris jumping up to the building is managing to stay on the move. However, I'm not sure he's going to make it out of this one alive. Arano with a jump LMB, able to claim that elimination and finally take him down, picking up his third kill of the game.
Yeah, we're down to so little players. This has been such an aggressive lobby as SS1's paced comes on through with the F1, wanted to try and chip away some of this Valda's health and foresight that V2 with the bow shot pressure. However, we've got Cloudweaver is going to be revealed on the side of FPX's versus Fistblades. That's going to give Pace a little bit of pause for thought in terms of how he approaches this fight, especially since OUG's Mike shows up for the mix looking for that third party opportunity, and we can see immediately the other side is taking a little bit of downtime to repair the bow in the hopes of being able to pick up that last hit of damage as Mike goes for the backspacing of that F1. Still gets hit by the Cloudweaver, but the second that Mike has come under pressure, Pace is able to take the absent spot, and poor old versus 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. But unfortunately, this is a Valda who has access to the V2, but is currently staring down 2 Cyrus. He knows if he goes for the commitment of the V2, looking to try and continue this fight against one of these Cyrus, he's going to be hit by the V1.
Yep, indeed. It's not looking too good for him right now. It is definitely a difficult situation to recover from. However, with the changes that were made to Immortal War this year, second Realm of Yang and the Yang depletion that you receive from losing within the second Realm of Yang does last for quite a bit longer than it did before, giving you much more time to play with so that you can actually cleanse this Yang depletion. And as you can see, Mike's buff is actually almost run out at this point, whereas the Yang depletions, we've still got another couple minutes left on the clock, so they do have time to try and recover this. They can wait out the buffs and potentially stay alive and stay on their feet, or try and take an engagement where they're not at a huge disadvantage. Spider and Arano scrapping it out for the moment. They are, it's a pretty tough situation. What's going on here, Moxie? The battery rocks are gonna be in play for sure.
Yeah, Spider does manage to find the parry, but unfortunately the battery rocks making it just so hard for this Valda to be able to take the damage. And this is unfortunately the tragedy that both of these Valdas are going to be faced with. They don't want to take the fight against the Cyrus. They don't want to take the fight against each other. That just leaves poor EWG's Arano to be the absolute pinata that Spider is looking at right now, trying to find this kill, but Arano with the pulse sword and the movement is going to actually disengage, and Spider now has to look for the chase down. 1 minute and 14 seconds left, and EWG's Arano with that grapple distance and speed is just immediately gone. However, off screen we can see that SS1's Pace was actually able to find the kill onto FPX's verse, and that is not good news for WBG Spider, because that leaves him the only Valda in this lobby. He's got 55 seconds left. He has to go for the commitment, but unfortunately the only player that he sees in front of him is this Syra. Looks for the charge LMB with this dagger, but you can see immediately a Valda has been spotted. A player who's desperately fighting and committing the ultimate has to be on the Yang depletion. That Yang depletion has to be running out soon. Everyone is on top of WBG's Spider, just trying to get the last hit of damage so they can claim this kill.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Spider unless he's able to burst down one of these players, and I reckon that he's definitely chosen Arano out of this one. He might be able to make it. 14 seconds, 13, 1 HP situation. He does get taken down. Spider, is he going to be able to claim the bloom? No, he is not. And it is all she wrote for WBG Spider within this game. Unfortunately, he is likely going to go down momentarily. And there it is, Mike picking up his next kill, his 4th elimination of the game. Both SS1 Pace and Mike now very happy to simply wait for a little bit longer and see what occurs as the game moves forwards, as we do have the Spirit Well now popping up with Mystic Might currently in play. Now TE Star, this is actually really good for him that Spider was in that situation so that Star could take full advantage of it and look to go and capture the Spirit Well for himself, getting that buff and getting himself a legendary armor swap ready to be picked up at a moment's notice. However, both of these players are on Syra, and as we know, Syra is not only very strong, but also inherently counters Hardy, so this is still going to be very difficult for him to come away victorious.
Catbloom comes on out. Mike has used the F1 before the Hardy has burned his combo break glider. There it comes on through. Mike finding the pressure with that parry. Already the legendary armor has been removed from Star. He's going to be going for the ultimate activation, probably to kite back on over towards that Spirit Well. Maybe pick up the armor swap that he has waiting for him, as we can see him just going for that staff. Commits it, gets parried into the storm damage, and now does manage to put himself back towards that Spirit Well. Finds the legendary armor swap that he was looking for, but gets parried again and loses 50% of it already. The combo break has been burned. The 1-2 comes up through, but SS1's paced on the sidelines with the bow shot, staggers him into the charged RMB, and that is going to leave us a 1v1. Both of these Syras looking to try and pressure each other out of their utilities. First of all, combo break comes on out from Paste. Going to leave Mike with the upper hand. He's going to burn his F1 a little bit later. Finds the uppercut into Soul Break. Follow through. Neither of these Syras going to commit their ultimate until just now. Mike puts the pressure onto Paste enough that he forces the V1 and he just full disengages it. He's going to be resetting into the fight when he's got his V1 access, and he is more than happy to go for that reset, because as Paste spams the R&B slowly but surely, Mike takes a little bit of a respite and activates Tuna.
He does indeed. Okay, you got a quick pit stop. Got to get the tuna, get the protein in. Very nice. Get that heal going, ready for the fight in the upcoming moments. And now Paste immediately getting aggressed onto by Mike. And Mike in is just the best possible position right now, but it is looking rather even. But as I say that, Paste sending out a rather aggressive blue focus does get parried. The sap from Mike going out, and yet again another parry, and Mike, there it is. He gets his Syra MVP for the day. Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Mike is your MVP.
3 for 3 on Syra.
3 Syra MVPs. Oh, yes.
Adaptation on the fly.
We're going to see a lot of Syra
of the game for this J-Cup. You're going to have a stellar Syra. She is S++ tier pick in solos.
Yes, S star perhaps.
Like, it's amazing too, because we thought that Valdo was going to be sort of topped off for a while because of the V2 situation, as well as the 1v1. Like, Valdo has always struggled in the multi-way fights, right? Players can come through and grief you. You can find your spare connections, but if you're not the one managing to find that first hit, there's absolutely nothing that you can do about it. Realm of Yang, you don't have to worry about that. You're not going to get third party. It's literally designed for it to be a 1v1. And then along comes Syra and just says, I don't care about Valdo, I don't care about Justino, I don't care about Hardy. So the intricate rock, paper, scissors that we see coming on through of these hero interactions and the counter plays coming on through off of those abilities, that all goes out of the window. And that actually matches up with something that Mike did earlier in this year, where he, in an interview, went on record and talked about the fact that he thought that Solos was moving away from a weapon melee sort of skill identity and was going closer and closer to a hero ability loadout identity, determining who is walking away the winner. And when you look at Syra, the fact that she is literally the gun option of rock, paper, scissors, her abilities beats every other hero's abilities. So if we're in an ability meta, of course Syra is the best hero currently.
Yeah, that small buff that she received, giving her that little bit extra mobility, was all she needed to just fully unleash on to the scene. And it's, as you said, she is rock, paper, scissors gun. Actually, rather ray gun, or sort of laser gun. You know, orbital strike, perhaps. You know, that's kind of how she feels right now, considering that 3 games we've had so far today. 3 Syra MVPs. And, hey, it is what it is. I called it. I knew it was going to happen. I told quite a few people.
Yeah,
she's not that good. She's not good. What are you talking about, Duncan? Stupid. Why do people not listen to us, Moxie? Because you said it too.
Yeah,
you said it as well.
We myth busted. Like the day that Syra got released, Serv and I went into a custom lobby for 4 hours and myth busted every single hero interaction, and we wrote down a list of, okay, she ignores this, she can cancel out of that, she can cancel out of that. It's absolutely crazy what she can do, as we can have a look at the absolute crazy game that OUG's Mike was able to pick up with his Syra MVP, coming away with so many kills as well as the first place position, netting himself a scoreline of 9 points and catapulting himself, as we talked about. Never count Mike out, especially if he's at the second half of that leaderboard. If he's able to find his pop-off game, he's going to be jumping right into a top 3 position.
Absolutely. It was looking rather, well, it was a bit interesting that we were seeing him in that bottom half, but he has now gotten his hands on Syra and found his stride, at least for the moment. But we will have to wait and see if that continues, or if it's simply a Syra, you know, you get your Syra game and then you win. You know, and then other than that, you're not. You're just hoping to try and get. Yeah,
probably because she's likely going to be the double pick.
Yeah, I would assume so. But here we are taking a look at the overall standing so far for the day. Look at the bottom 6. Quite a few players who unfortunately just not found their footing so far. Verse, Tryhard, Miss You, Zeldinct, Polaris, and Taki. And it doesn't look as though they're necessarily struggling. It's just that certain situations lead to them not being able to recover, and you know, the Yang depletion situations from Tryhard, from all of these players, Yang depletion typically does mean death for you at this current state of the game.
Especially since, I mean, Syra is really strong in multi-way fighting.
Yep.
She sees a player with Yang depletion, she throws out the F1, you get stunned up, you're thinking about the players in front of you, you're trying to get into a position where you can grab the Soul Blend when someone goes down, you don't have the stamina a lot of the time to be able to dodge out of that stun. If you've burned your combo breaker already, you don't have the gold frame focus to be able to avoid the stun, and suddenly, like you said, there's just a Syra with that stun, and then all of the follow-up of the LMB as we can have a look at the replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. This is the moment that Mike went head-to-head with Verse. It didn't start off well in the round for Mike, but he was able to find that recovery point, and it started right here. The Syra 1v1, the fact that SS wins paced, he was in a position of power. He had the ability to outlast Mike, and then he just doesn't get to use his ultimate because he gets caught into the stun.
Yeah, he does right here as well. WBG Spider able to clutch up this situation and take down T225. Situation that I believe Polaris could have potentially capitalized on, but I don't know what it was, what was going through his head. He simply just decided that something, another strategy would be the better option. But here, leading into that endgame situation, that Cloud Weaver FPX Verse, and I think this happened off screen, does eventually go down in that situation. Unfortunately, not able to recover, not able to capitalize on that Cloud Weaver, and Mike he was in initial advantage. It was looking rather even initially, but then that couple parries, you know, just pushed it over the edge, forced the ult out, and then he's able to go back into the fight with that security, knowing that he has ultimate in that back pocket, ready to go at a moment's notice. But here we are taking a look at our MVP, OUG's Mike, for our game number 3 of our day 1 solos group stage. Mike putting up almost 22,000 damage overall, 19,000 of which was done with melee weapons. Not all that much damage with the ultimate, surprisingly, but it was more, he didn't really need it all that much, it didn't seem like.
I mean, he was utilizing his ultimate more to put pressure on his opponents, as well as the fact that he was holding on to his ultimate as long as possible.
Yes.
Right, we saw it in the 1v1, except in the realm of Yang, where he went for the ultimate first because he saw that opportunity where he would be able to use his ultimate, get the stun into the beam, and if if the other Syra didn't understand that dance of timing, that tripwire that Mike had set paced up to walk a tightrope on, he was just out of the lobby immediately.
Yeah, no, he was. It was a tough situation, but interesting to note. The beginning of game number 1, we saw T225 get taken down very early on, and then he comes out popping off later on. Same thing happens with OUG's Mike in this situation.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the best start, but is able to come back and recover. It reminds me of something that Tryhard said early on in that video, where a lot of these players, they don't have the best start, but they're able to recover regardless.
Speaking about Tryhard, Tryhard is actually going to be joining us for an interview, but first we have to get our answer for Treasure, and it is going to be related to Tryhard himself. In fact, which hero did he use in game number 3? Was it A, Temmie? Was it B, Liam? Was it C, Akos? Or was it D, Syra? Get your answers into chat. Keep an eye on the whisper boxes to make sure that you don't miss the opportunity to walk away with one of those random treasure gifts. But that being said, we are ready to say hello to the wonderful one and only BWG's Tryhard. It's so good to have you here in person.
Thank you so much. It's been a really pleasure meeting you guys in person, and I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, no, it's been lovely to meet you, my friend, but you know what's not been all that great today? It's so far, I mean, you definitely be saying it yourself, that so far today it's not gone all that well. What would you say is gone wrong for you today so far?
I would say, I am in one of the lower phasings, so I've only had about one chance to put out, a really strong character, and I would say my off spawn was probably the issue that game. Syra seems to be a really big pick so far. Almost every MVP has been on that Syra, and I just wasn't able to get that traction that I looked for. I think my Tumultuous game actually went quite well. I felt like I was pretty strong off spawn. I just made a mistake in using my ultimate a little bit too early. I don't know if it was caught on the feed, and that overall led to me being caught out in like a little bit of an unfair situation.
I see.
So speaking then about the Syra, as you're saying, every single MVP that we've had has been Syra. Why do you think she is so immensely strong at the moment in this meta?
Well, I believe that, Syra's really only weakness is when she doesn't have her ultimate, which is off spawn. And Syra's just so overwhelmingly dominant in the realm of Yang, and that's why we've seen, almost everyone going in, taking that opportunity. They always come out with buff, and, when Syra is just rolling around with buff, there's really nothing you can do to contest her. Her ultimate seems to be one of the strongest, we've ever seen in the game, and clearly that's been showing throughout the group stage so far.
Yeah, absolutely. One last, I'm not sure how much time we have, but another thing, I believe it was OUG's Mike who was playing Syra in that game, opted to go for the White Tiger's prowess on first Yang, which was interesting, and I wanted to know your thoughts on that, because I thought it was probably actually a pretty strong choice.
I would agree with you. I think it's just, no one wants to touch Syra at all at any point in the game. So seeing her with regardless what buff, I think Mike just went for more of a steamroll kind of play, and, I would agree with it. It is a little bit riskier, I would say, but when Syra ults, there's no contention, as well as with the White Tiger's constant healing, it's very, very hard to kill her, similar to Ziping, which we've seen take White Tigers in the past.
Well, one of the questions that we posed, not to you, but to our wonderful members of chat, was our answer for Peerless Treasure. Which hero did you play in game number 3? Which hero, Tryhard? Tell everybody, did you pick?
The answer would be A, Tumultuous.
Yes, so everybody who picked A, Temmie in chat has the opportunity to get their hands on one of those Peerless Treasure Choice gifts. Everybody else, unfortunately, better luck next time. And speaking about next time, I'm sure when you're in one of the stronger phase picks, we're going to be seeing a little bit of the Syra coming on through from yourself, I'm sure.
Yes, definitely. I've kind of learned a lot from my first Syra game, and I'm excited to hopefully play her again and kind of demonstrate what I've seen so far from the group stage.
Excellent. Well, I think that is all the time that we have, unfortunately, but we're going to let you get back on stage and get back locked in for the second half of the day. That is also going to be us going to a short break, so we'll be seeing you another time as Raven and Serve are going to be joining you for the second half of the day. Goodbye from us, and we will see you very soon.
Light, the never-fading light. gloriously radiant light, the darkness-piercing light. The gracious light, the sin-cleansing light. Praising light. Guides the lost. Purifies the defiled.
What's past is prologue.
Eliminations, he goes to 6, and he takes his first MVP of the final.
After J-Cup last year, I joined the MBPL competition, which has brought me a lot of experience. And now, it's time for me to prove myself again.
我相信，在今年的2024的 J-Cup， 每一位选手都会不留遗憾，战至终章。
This is a stage where the strongest gather, and my goal has always been winning.
Mon but pour le groupe stage, ce serait de se qualifier.
Tôi muốn chứng minh với thế giới này rằng tôi cũng không kém cạnh gì so với những tuyển thủ MBPL.
你们准备好了吗？
来到了我们今天，确实也只能说是风云变幻莫测，很多的这个星星冉冉升起之后，敢与日月同辉了。
和去年相比，今年节杯有很多变化。一个时代的落幕，也意味着一个新的时代的开始。而我会在新的开始弥补所有遗憾。
第二步能够做到，他相信自己，他要的不是新人，而是那个王。大北二拿下这个分数，2人的分数。
2个星期前，我离联赛冠军只有1步之遥。长江后浪推前浪，这次我会更进一步。
我想在世界赛的舞台上击败所有人，那我才可以说，我就是未来。
每个人都在说，时代已经变了。
历史有胜利者书写。 赢下我们，才能开创新的时代。
书写历史的笔，该还给我了。
凡是过往， 皆为序章，我的小说还没有结束。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at Jacob 2024 Solos. I am Raven BLZ and I am joined by Surveyo. What an exciting first half, Surveyo. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played, but I'm holding my breath because Syra is here and she's absolutely crushing.
Syra's been doing some good work out here. In good ways, more than so for other players, and in some others, not so much. You've seen Syra taking a lot of initiated fights coming through, but before we get more into that, guys, gotta make sure you get the mention going through for your Discord QR code right here. Make sure you guys get your phone out, scan it, get into the server, because there's gonna be some moments out there in the Discord for you, right? If you have any good moments, any clips on Twitch, or even on YouTube that you prefer in seeing in terms of everyone to watch them, don't forget to go through there and share that out. That's gonna be available for you guys at any point in time during the J Cup. And of course, for that, if you do get showed up, you're gonna get showed out. You're gonna get some rewards for that. If you share your comment, you got a chance of being able to get a huge shout out by your message on the stream and getting a special reward as it comes down for it. Twitch drops are also gonna be in effect for you guys for watching this. Make sure you have your accounts linked onto the Twitch, into your NARAKA as well. You get the sweet bubble, you get the avatar, and more importantly, you love RNG. Guess what? RNG is in loving you, because if you end up getting the super lucky draw, you end up getting that Kurumi outfit that just recently came out from the Halloween event for free. So make sure you guys take any opportunity that you can to save a little bit more bucks and more drip on the fly.
Man, all the drops, exclusive drops for this Jacob. Make sure to watch for 2 hours, ladies and gentlemen, and you will get some of those drops. But back to the day, sir. Man, I can't believe how the buffs changed the meta right before Jacob. Just again, and we saw all 3 games MVP for Syra. And going into this Jacob, we saw a lot of Hottie. We saw the rise of Valda. We saw Liam fade away. We saw a very, very balanced pick. And now, today, it's just swayed completely the other way. And it's just Syra dominating everywhere. Strong off spawn, strong in the mid game, strong in Yang. No one can get away from the microwave beam.
Yeah, the economy of using Syra right now is probably going to be into the 100% pick rate for single use, guaranteed. Having every single one of the players using her and finding their own pace within the phases and choosing her out at the right time and the right opportunity. If it's available for them, they might look for a double pick, or they look in for the first time use. The only difference is all the players saw how successful she's been in terms of all the action, especially these past 3 rounds, that if she comes into disrupting their cycle and flow, what they were expecting to use, that goes into a whole different position. And here we're actually looking at the glyph board for the preparation side for Syra, for both Mike and Spider. As you guys can see, they are taking into the rage damage taken side, which is more than the rage damage dealt, but more importantly, starting rage and taking that 15% into a match gives you more opportunity just to see about dealing a bit less damage needed in order for you to find your ultimate. Grapple distance on the standby for themselves and the medium node for energy, but the full energy side taking into the skill cooldown, and that's where they're going to be using her in terms of that build.
Yeah, with her skills shown in the glyph board, she's playing out like a zipping, Except, unlike Zipping, she has the ability to secure kills. She has the ability to dominate the spirit wall, especially when you double up on characters. Zipping does struggle a little bit of holding her ground versus hotties, versus Valdas, versus Liams. But Syra, once you see that scaled Syra winning in those Yangs, you're seeing everyone acknowledge that this character cannot be beaten, and a lot of people are slowing down versus Syra. You're seeing everyone play Syra really, really slow, like Valda. But what's interesting from the player standpoint, it was no shock that the CN players were going to come out swinging, doing really, really well. The adjustment, though, I was surprised. Normally the CN players do try to target out players they haven't seen before, but we're seeing even the strongest players, Verse, Spider, Mike, all fighting each other off spawn. They didn't really transition their landing spots. They're still going with the tried and true of what the positions that they like going. We'll have to see on the second half if adjustments are going to be made, though.
Yeah, especially considering that going into Midoriya for round 1, we saw how the players ended up going through for Imperium, leading out to Naura for round 4. Hoping to see whether or not they decide to take changes up between the Hollow Rod spawns and the Morris Isle spawns as well, considering how much violence can ensue in just a short amount of time, especially after the first realm. Players looking for themselves to try to rush down for a potential pickup for a bloom, taking fights that even though they necessarily shouldn't take, they will put the confidence to 11 and taking those fights and making sure that there is nothing going to stop them from taking that pressure off of that timer by losing that Realm Yang. But phase is going to be chosen out here for the first round selection from Team Ares. Misu takes this going through with Star, Mike and Pace taking second round selection, and Spider and Verse taking third. Tryhard from BWG taking into fourth round selection with TWSS as well, with Polaris on standby. T225 from YZG fifth round, and Zeldinch as well. This is going to be coming through for a round pick selection of the heroes, and we're seeing where the players' mindsets are going to be standing by for what they believe is going to work best for them this round.
A little bit of yawn from Star. Miss you. I did cross Miss you going onto stage, and he's cursing at the fact that Syra is out. He generally loves playing that Justina. He loves Hottie, and he is not adjusting. I'm surprised. He opens up with the Hottie pick, but now we are going to have a triple Syra going into it. For that third round pick, though, we are going to get triple Syra, triple Hottie. This is one of the sequences that I knew was going to happen anyway, depending on whether or not the foreigners knew that Syra was the new first pick. Every single foreigner has been picking their traditional Hottie, but now the third pick coming into question. Tryhard is going to go with a Zipping instead of the Liam. Surprise, surprise. But on Midoriya, Zipping is really, really strong from how wide open it is. Also just going to be going with the Batari. 225 on his Justina. We saw him in the qualifiers going absolutely nuts on this Justina. I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to keep up that momentum with so many Syras and so many Hotties in the line. Rano's going to be able to get Liam, and Taki is going to get one of his strongest picks, Tessa.
Interesting. Taking Tessa into the 6th round selection and actually being the only Tessa. How it's usually been, we've seen Arano been able to choose Tessa out as a solo pick of that character in the 12 pick selection pool, but also within with the former team going through here with Fong, as we saw, he is not qualified for J-Cup going through this year, but we've seen him take Tessa as a pick option. So with Fumio's Taki taking that Tessa pick into this round, has a good potential of just catching people out with a stray ultimate. Listen, 60% rage comes out to the cost of it. If he's looking to try to go ahead and just invest one ultimate, cause a disruption in the fight, forcing people to disengage, maybe looking for a chance of snagging the kill or yoinking the solo himself. That way, if in the case scenario in the future, he can just go ahead and recast the ultimate later on when he needs to do so.
Now, looking at the overall picks for today, I cannot say enough. The triple Hottie pick, the triple Syra pick. Who comes out on top? I feel like this round is going to really solidify the meta shift that is happening today. Unfortunately, for everyone else, Lobby A and B is going to be the guinea pig with this new meta. And the strongest players today are in Lobby A and B. Now, traditionally on Midoriya, we've seen Hottie do really, really well on the outside. Liam is able to pick off a lot of players, but with Syra coming in the mix, her ultimate, I would say, is even stronger than Liam. Everything we've seen of her ability to close out kills, if you get next to someone and they are 1 HP, there is almost no way to get away from it. Unless you have a lot of terrain to scale rush, but inside the Realm of Yang, there's nowhere to run. So we're going to see this first Realm of Yang. Will the Hotties go in and challenge? Who will come out on top? We see the heavy hitters on Syra. We see some of the heavy hitters on Hottie. It's going to be an exciting time.
Spawn coming through here. have a good chance of going through on the map, but want to make sure you guys going through here, the question on that board, make sure you don't forget in answering that in the chat. Which of the following players will rack up the most eliminations this match? Or if they get the same eliminations, who will deal the most damage? Is it A, YZG T225, or B, FPX Verse? Those can be your options, and make sure you put the right selection, rub your hands together, press the letter on the keyboard, and make sure you guys participate in doing so. Our spawns though out here showing a little bit more pocketed coming through here. Imperial Camp being in a necessary spot. Imperium taking EWG Arano, TE Star, and OWN's Zeldin, making sure that they can take as fast as possible the amount of loot that they can. T225 opting to go back to Ascension form, but this time with pace alongside them, Mike taking the drop throughout there, and this is going to be where Game 4 begins, folks, for the J-Cup Qualifiers Day 1 solos.
Mike and 225, they love this location. Like I said before, no one's adjusting their spots. They're still slugging it out. 225 versus Pace off spawn. Pace going to be forcing out his combo break, but 225 is going to stay on top of him, chasing him down. Pace looking for the armor swap. Blue armor set up, setting the blue, setting up the follow-up. 225 now under a ton of pressure. Going to be fading away. Look for an armor swap and stuff. No, we're back in. We're throwing the blues. We're swinging. Pace trying to reset, trying to get out, but he is stuck in the corner. Nice parry going to come out from Pace. Gets a follow-up, forces out the combo break. Now Mike coming in with the third party though. Can he take the kill from Pace onto 225? He finds the kill, and now Pace in the last hit situation. Mike closing this out, working smarter, not Hyra, and Syra is going to continue her dominance today.
Taking the elimination there. Mike gets all the gear and all the gold on top of that. TE Star, though, inside of Imperium, getting chased out by Zeldin. Zeldin looking for the LMBs. Armor slot. Zeldin finds it. Of course, he looks towards Star, but Star is going to be going into the sky. Gets caught to the uppercut. The F2 to reinitiate for damage dealt. Bow shots from the background. Zeldin should get hit by one blue stagger. He keeps the chase going. Star has himself with a purple weapon, as well as it being halberds. And of course, if Zeldin can look towards it, he's got to watch out for that third-party opportunity. Zeldin makes sure he can go back. He's looking to try to find the line of sight, but he can't capture it. So in this case, finds that reset. He's got 4 armor powders, now down to 3, in order to continue the chase without taking any sort of unnecessary risk. Meanwhile, Tryhard taking fights up against Verse, and Verse is on the hunt as towards the sword tomb. It's looking like he's trying to kite towards that direction. Tryhard says otherwise, and he's keeping that pressure going.
Verse looking for the slaps, not able to get it, but these buttery rocks fighting. Verse does get the high ground, is going to send Tryhard flying, gets the uppercut, doesn't get the sliding though, doesn't get the reconnect, wants to combo this, sends the 1-3. We got the classic weapon swap. Big pair going to come on to Tryhard, tosses him down to the ground, but Tryhard's going to pop the ultimate, reset with the F, looks for the overhold, fades out, trying to clog the lane, but Verse patiently waiting. Nice cross, looks for the cross parry. Now Tryhard sending it back. Both of these guys posturing, looking for the kill. Verse, combo break is down into a last hit situation. Tryhard back to full health. Tanky zipping off spawn, just such a menace to deal with. Can we get the long shot? Verse dodging, weaving, is going to get the heal off. Now able to get the light attack and pops the ultimate. Can Tryhard secure this kill?
Maybe, hopefully so. The only thing left is going to be those walls. Tryhard keeps himself kiting throughout the hottie. Oh, he gets caught by the 1 slash. Verse making sure he can look for the level 3 slashes as often as possible. Tryhard having the F1, giving the heal over time. Just a couple more seconds, knowing that Verse needs to get the pop heal for the vitality. He goes for 1. He keeps the chase going. His ultimate's about to deform. He's got a combo breaker, though. If everything comes out for neutral right now, Tryhard finds himself and gets parried, and that launch is going to launch him down here. Verse for the first elimination himself, and reaching out through and getting a fight over by Imperial Camp. Fumio Taki's here. Polaris is here. The whole lobby, it feels like, has arrived in this area.
5 people lining up, looking for, I don't even know who we're posturing. Polaris is going to get his armor stripped right now. Taki trying to get in. Can Taki secure the kill? He got 1 the previous round. Can we go for 2, Taki? Mike showing up on the Syra. Just the Syras today, ladies and gentlemen, just absolute juggernauts in these multi-waste fights. I don't really see any of your weaknesses out in the open. This is one of the worst case scenarios you can be rolling into. The Syras, the hotties, all chasing down Polaris. Looks like he is going to get parried, but he will get taken down by Mike, and Spider following up, looking to take down his rival. But Mike's combo break is going to be coming out. Spider going in, staying on top of his Miss You is going to be fading out. playing is a little bit slow, and it looks like Polaris is going to just be the victim of the two strongest characters.
Yeah, Mike still has ultimate to keep available, so now in the standby of healing, he's going to go ahead and make sure that he can just back off, drop a weapon so he has extra inventory space. Grapple pistol shot comes out from Taki. Taki looking to try to go for the initiation. The RMBs comes out, the combo breaker is utilized. Mike gets himself through that cannon shot, but the back party is going to be coming through and try to go for the initiation if they can to try to snag out some free damage. And there's going to be Taki for the 1-2. Mike looking for the RMB, the Tesla ultimate comes out, might have connected 1, might have connected 2, but Mike goes straight into ult to defend himself from the enchant for 3 seconds. Nothing's going to allow it to go down, but those musket shots are going to keep the pressure. Taki having a chance of actually backing away from this point on. He's going to go ahead and get focused out by Spider. Spider activating ultimate, knowing fully exactly what to do. Looking for the kill for Taki, getting the Soul Bloom, and rushing this right back in is exactly what he's hoping to initiate for a kill onto the target, Siren. Now, there's the burn, there's the elimination for Tessa. This is going to be going down for the first life, but of course, Spider picks up the Soul Bloom, and he's already looking to try to hunt. Back for Ares Misu's part 2.
Great kill secure from Spider. He's been absolutely crushing today at 23.6. The second player, EWG's Arano, only at 14.3, and that's where it flattens out with 225 and Mike. All three of these next players having spectacular rounds himself, but Spider really, really sticking out. And someone was saying during my prediction serve that Spider is looking the best I've seen him in a long time. He's reinvented himself. A lot of his choices in fighting are really, really unorthodox. I was in the back talking with Frostus, and he was saying Spider plays so weird right now, but it's great to see that he's mixed up his game. He's reinvented himself. He's not trying to play like Mike like he was before, and now he's playing a very, very unique Boyi style. His prediction is on point. Now going in this first Yang, Tryhard is on Zipping. I was talking to him a little bit about this, of whether or not Zipping can win versus Syra. He believes this matchup is winnable. We'll have to see. A lot of strong players on Syra. Can he pull it through?
Well, 1-2's coming out here. Tryhard making sure you look for that 3, but he holds it for a pitter-patter. Gets caught by the R&B release coming from Star. Star looking to try to create the pressure, pushing out the Zipping, but might even want to contest and taking the fight, but no, disengages completely because Romyang pass parry coming in from Arano, and there's going to be a free R&B with a 2-on-1 for the fan, and the jump R&B confirms the damage. Tryhard forced to ultimate. He's going to be trying to get himself towards that Romyang portal if it's still even available for him to find that pass, as it's going to be coming through and trying to pick it up, and he can't. They're disallowing it. The uppercuts come out. The staff R&B gets released. Spider goes to a go-ahead or with the parry. It looks like Tryhard might be able to want to take this fight and try to get the pass, and he's successful in doing so. But the Sire ultimate, the Dazzle, it's going to chunk through his health, and Tryhard kites away. 10 seconds on the clock, looking to try to go ahead and back away and not getting dazzled for the second time in a row. That Sire ultimate should have been done a while ago, but the V2 from Arano is going to be where the Fusion Core launches Tryhard out of this lobby, and Arano finds his first elimination into this game.
The Sire ult just so oppressive. With the combination of the ball, Arano captures Tryhard and is able to secure that kill. Now going to the first Realm of Yang on Perdora, we got Mike on Sarah. A little bit of Sarah on Ontario battle. Pace versus Mike. Overcoat's gonna be coming out, fading out. Pace looking for the back-to-back, being able to force Mike's combo breakout. Now Mike faking the heal, getting the half charge, getting the uppercut combo. Pace going for a ride now. He was winning this, forcing out the ult, mirroring the ult. Now we're gonna just get balls back and forth. Both full heals gonna come out. We're gonna go with the second round between Pace and Mike.
Now the heal offs are going to be coming to the situation. We got 4 more seconds left on the ultimate coming through here. It's going to be the decision to try to space out or create as much pressure as often as possible. There it is. Mike's going to go ahead into the cannon shot because of the secure damage spike. Parry like that forces a sap hit. And as it comes out, the 1-2s, maybe hold for the 3, maybe looking towards it. Mid dodges through into that dagger, and hopefully for the cannon shot. I'm pretty certain he's going to be looking for the neutrals hit off of this end from Pace's side, but there's the release. Back-to-back blues. We've seen this countless times today, man. Every single blue is coming out today.
Yeah, there was a lot of double checking today with back-to-back focus attacks. We are going to get, I believe, Matari versus Verse. Zelsic, the only lone Matari in the lobby. He needs to win this. He doesn't have any other Mataris on the outside. Zelsic on top of the pillar, looking for the double hold, but Verse patiently waiting, biding his time. Fs are going to be traded out. Zelsic coming, dropping down, is going to release it. Got the Verse against the corner. Big focus attack going to come out. He is just only going to get a 1-2. But again, sir, we're just releasing blues.
Bro, we released those. Everything.
Everyone's flying through the blue skies. It's just no one is holding back.
This is going to be Zeldin's victory, and he's taking the buff as well as the weapon and the Jays. But Mike takes himself into a 1-2. Pace. Outside post, Roma Yang finding a parry. Mike will get a sap hit with a gold spear. Not looking good for Pace, but he still has ultimate. The F1's now invested. He's going straight to the floating platform and finds a blue armor swap. That's a plus 900 health for himself. Now it's up to Mike to try to chunk that away, but he gets caught by a horizontal blue from the dagger. Hold check of Destiny comes out. There's a horizontal from the spear. Mike putting it out for the LMBs into the 1-2s. All that damage coming from the scaling of the weapon rarity, and Mike comes for 4 kills and eliminating Pace from the lobby.
Man. The spear play coming out from Mike. He's looking in form right now, warming up with the second half of the day. He started out a little bit slow today, but now up to 4 kills, leading the charge in the lobby. And this is one of the tough parts. When this character, Syra, gets going and she gets all the loot, she becomes an absolute juggernaut, where her one weakness of chasing people on the outside just becomes irrelevant now. We're in WBG's Spider versus Zelsich. Zelsich looking for the LMB. Multiple players here. OUG's Mike showing up. No ultimate zone going to be pop. Verse here as well. Everyone's going to skedaddle. No one wants a hard commit right now. But Spider, 2 minutes, 45 seconds. He needs to find a Soul Bloom.
LMBs might come out here from Mike to try to get the stagger, but Versus ready for the ultimate post outside of the Forbidden Seal. Creates height, creates pressure from the range shots as the F2 Matari comes out, and he flies right in. Now, this is not going to be particularly a risky move. He does conserve more rage for himself. The only problem is the entirety of the lobby realizes that this hottie has no ultimate. The combo breaker is still available right now. This is Sword Tune Pillar is one of the more quintessential spots for kiting, such as a tower in Morris Isle and even towards Hollowrath as a spot. But more into the insanity of this action is that if anyone decides to go ahead and catches a mid-air stagger, that is where we would see all the range shots come out in just quick, succession from one another. And Verse, he is doing nice by this point of kiting with the fist plates, but Spider is also in the same boat. They are both going to be looking and getting locked out. Both Roma Yang fights that happen between their opponents, they are looking for the hotties, as they know it's a 50-50 shot between one another because they don't realize what the other Roma Yang had in terms of who has Roma Yang depletion. They're just going to target out who they know best.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's going to be stalling out the no ultimate zone. No one wants a hard commit. The amount of verticality here to stay out. Verse is in a tough situation. Zelsich has no armor to his name. He has to be very careful right now. The only Matari can easily get singled out right now. Verse does have a bounty on him, and a minute 50 seconds. The time is ticking. We need to find a Soul Bloom. He's buying his time for as long as possible. The van focus not going to come out from Polaris. Spider coming in with the armor. He's swinging through. Not going to be able to land him. Verse does get the armor swap. Combo break is going to be coming out. Spider is going to commit to his ultimate. He's down to a sliver of health. Shots are coming out, but Spider's able to dodge, weave, get out of there. He has his eyes on to Verse, so is he going to try to just get this kill as he goes out? He knows his time is over. Then Spider is going to salvage the situation, get the kill and the Soul Bloom.
Spider's safe from here from Roma Yang depletion. Now he has to kite away. His ultimate's deactivated. He's going to get that Soul Rage coming back from that Soul Bloom. So with everything coming out, Spider keeps himself to the northwest corner of the shadow and hoping to see if no one's going to take this chase as he's looking for a full reset. Tank grapples to his name, 7 armor patterns and taking 2 vitalities on the standby. This is going to be something he's going to be holding on to for a bit. Roma Yang has been opened up, so for the rooms, going to be waiting for the Roma Yang pass to enable access for the players and just hoping to see if anyone can kite out. Meanwhile, Mike, he's got one locked down, and we were talking about Syra taking a lot of pressure into the hands of other players trying to contest it. We saw it earlier with the fights, and for Mike, how stacked he is, he's got Vajra's Grip. He's got himself with the Rampage and the Sap that we saw earlier, but more importantly, having a Rupture Gale Orb on his build with a cannon is just a dangerous combination for anyone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this fight is unwinnable in Yang. Once you reach that amount of loot within the game, you can't really camp around the pillar. You're going to get out damaged by the gold weapon in the long run. Plus, he has the Pocket Fist on Dex. Now, Polaris, I got to respect this, Serve. He's been going into Yang over and over and over. Win or lose, he is just going in no matter what. You have to respect his tenacity to go in there and slug it out and try to win it.
Yeah, and for right now, the Jade's looking pretty spicy for everyone. Everyone got a Sap Jade for some reason. It's crazy. TT25 might be looking for his fight, though, outside of this, outside of one of the catapults. Takes double Wind Blast hits from Arana. Arana, hold checking? Nah, he's going to go for the 1.0 parry. Now it's like, what would it be like to see? Now there's a double blue focus. Now we really like to see that. TT25, though, has to invest one of his dashes for the V1 Justina. He has himself to go to the Roma Yang, and this is exactly what the post-up comes through, and he gets himself a spot. His fight's up against Polaris. Now, this is a Liam versus Justina. Looking at the Hex of Harmony Spear, that might be something where TT25 comes out if he finds a parry off of the opponent because he doesn't have a spear himself. He does have the mitigation to stand point for this fight, and Polaris is looking for a fight in order to get a quick victory off the Justina.
Classic fight here. 225 going to go and grapple up in the top right. Polaris immediately engaging with the fan, looking for the drop down, not able to get it. Gets a little bit of poke damage, but 225, classic 225, throwing the max range R&B, getting that nice chip damage in with the pressure from the cannon shots. Now Polaris is going to ice it off, take the trade, even fight still. Now we're going to re-engage, minute 20, still a lot of time. 225 with the overhold is going to just be playing super safe, getting a ton of cannon damage out. Polaris is going to open up with his span. Look for the focus attack, look for the cancel, immediately pop the ultimate, and now 225 has Polaris already against the ropes. Nice job with the cancel for the ultimate, dodging the stagger, and Polaris is just gonna get his health deleted.
That's an immense win coming out here for TG5. Now Mike taking Romyang in his side. Star looking to try to go ahead and kite around there, and Star still has his Sire ultimate. His F1 even is still up, and we got himself into using his ultimate against Mike. Mike looking to try to go after the heal off. He's getting a lot of pop heals, but this is where the Dazzle comes in. Level 2 strike, there's a knockback. Mike now looking to try to go ahead for a jump LB to kite right past Star, but the Dazzles keep striking on, and there's going to be another one, guaranteed. Mike has enough time with his F1 to use it at the right opportune moment, but Star is now at the point where he can take the pressure on. It looks to the parry as the horizontal gets released, and Mike throws it again. The Vodka comes in the clutch. Mike looks to try to go for the R&B stagger and waiting for the blue focus to come out into his favor. Goes for Dragon Slayer. F1 from Star comes out, and Mike looks to try to hold it out again. Now blue focus just gets parried. There's a sap hit and one R&B. Mike takes the victory in his stead and getting that Romyang kill.
No way. Mike turns it around at the last second, and Arano's going to clean up 225 as we're coming out of Romyang. Arano super stacked on the Liam. Now, Liams have been struggling all of today. They really need a ton of loot in order to survive against a very durable Hotties and Syra running around. We'll have to see how the Liam's going to be able to do going forward, but 4 minutes, 50 seconds on this Yang depletion. But WBG's Spider versus Polaris on the outside. We've seen a lot of cliffside fights going out today, and we do have Spider on the pulse sword. He is going to get parried by Polaris. Polaris is going to switch, send a half-charge R&B, shift a lot of that damage. Spider now busting out the blue fist. It might as well be a purple weapon. 1, 2, 3, enjoying to be coming out. Polaris fading out, forcing out the combo break. Spider keeping up the pressure, doesn't want to fade out, doesn't want the reset, still has his ultimate. Ult's going to be forced out by Polaris. Spider down to his half health, has his ultimate, gonna take to the skies. Can Polaris find his ultimate?
Now Spider is gonna be caught by range shots, and he's gonna get one heal off for the white health, but of course Polaris is looking for range shots from over 30 meters away, over 40 meters away. Spider getting full armor coming from this point. This is a full reset. Spider puts himself into position towards the Hall of Military, but of course there's a Arano coming through with that gold fan, gold armor, F1 to reinitiate into the post up, and there's a 1.0 blue, throwing in opposite direction. Spider looks to kite around. Zeldin in this vicinity towards the Sword Tomb. He's gonna be going ahead and hopefully to invest his time into the fight. Mike takes fights against Star, though, on the opposite complete field. Now, the Dazzle comes through, not going to cause a little bit of CC control, but Mike was a little bit unsure whether that blue focus was going to strike, but there's going to be Star hitting a blue armor swap. 1.0 berries. There is going through with the LMBs. Mike gets a parry. The sap hit confirms the kill. Mike at 6 eliminations, 46,000 Dark Tide coins. He can hit to a shop right now and look to conserve it for any sort of Jades of his liking, if they are available.
Vintage Mike is back, sir. He's just finding the parries nonstop, and with that sap, every opponent is just getting instantly deleted after he gets successful parry. Man, last hit situations, Mike's been turning it around, and that's just the power of the sap and this current meta. We're just full circle going back to 2023 meta. A lot of crossing, a lot of focus attacks, and parry is coming back. Spider on the Hottie. Going to try to ice off this, but the double Liam showing up, putting a ton of pressure onto Spider. He's only at 70% for his ultimate, going to get knocked down onto the stairs, trying to get out of here, looking for a scale rush, but the bounty's on top of him. Everyone's descending upon him. It looks, time is ticking for WBG Spider. Burn is going to be on top of him. What can he do? A little bit of movement there, now be able to clip onto the ceiling, but he is going to be able to get out top. He's going to go in his zone, try to deny this kill. He can't make it out, and EWG's Arano is going to pick up the kill.
Polaris finds a soul movement just in time. The Romyang depletion got rid of, and Polaris now makes his way to the underground and try to kite through this. Mike is right there waiting, repairing that cannon, getting the Rupture Gale off as often as possible if he needs to get the burn proc set, like just what we saw with Spider. He got hit with the burn, and it really put him in a deficit in the spot. Polaris takes the time to reset. 12 grapples to his name. He's going to have 2 vitalities now, 6 armor powders. Arano making sure if he can go go ahead and kite towards Mike and just trying to burn out, chip some damage. But Asira can take as much time that's needed, and especially considering that if the lobby takes the opportunity right now, there are 4 players left. If they can take care of the Syra right now, this is going to be a less stress on their mind when it comes down to the familiar fights, because Syra, this is her first time making it through as strong as she is right now into the MVPL. Taking endgame fights with her is showcasing a little bit more troublesome. Mike finds himself to get caught by R&B, but there's going to be the 80% movement here, and starting in 5 seconds, it's going to be starting the drops, and the players are immediately disengaging from this area and still keeping the focus onto Mike.
Mike still has his ultimate though, and when Syra pops that ultimate, she does get a free reset, just like a super buff zipping. We've seen Mike in this situation before on his zipping. Can he do it on Syra? Half charge is coming out on Toronto, fading him out, but Zelsic on Matari gonna force out Mike on with his ultimate. He is gonna trade out with Arano, trying to force out his ultimate. Arano trying to get out of here, trying to line of sight, but the beams are coming out, the stagger's coming out. He might have fall right now. The target switch is gonna come out. Mortal Defiance is proc, and Arano will fall to Mike.
Mike takes that Soul Bloom. He get caught by the R&B. The F1 comes out. This is an investment for the skill. Zeldinch is going to look to loot up as fast as possible. We know there's going to be a chance for him to get the gold armor, and he's going ahead and resetting it. Polaris making sure he can put himself in the vicinity of this. This is huge. There's the R&B release. There's the blue focus. Maybe for a 1, 2, 3. There's the clink. Mike looks to try to horizontal release here, but he's got no armors and has no ultimate. He's at 50% for the rage bar. And for Mike, his combo breaker's back up, so he takes the time. He's spacing out. He's getting the heal off. He's got 4 vitalities, 7 armor powders, and he's going to try to turn that through, but it looks like Polaris realize what's exactly coming out of this. If he wants to force this fight, making sure that he can try to get out of it, he's going to see about Zeldinch taking the initiation first, and in his stead, might be even looking for a Yorin considering his ultimate. And he finds a parry. That's the second Vajra's Grip to be procced by Mike, and now he is going to be throwing any other blues, and he gets parried. It's going to be a kill confirmed.
Mike down to his last life. He's going to get a parry right now, but the gold combo break is going to stop him from the 7. Zelsic is going to pick up the kill. Mike eliminate with 7 kills. Zelsic with 5 versus Polaris. Last 2 left alive. 1, 2 is going to come out for Polaris, but Zelsic does have his ultimate. Is going to be looking for the F. Dashes through. Not going to be able to land it. Zelsic fading into zone. Will he be able to get a reset? Grapple's going to be coming in. Zelsic backing off, looking for a reset. He does have advanced heal. It looks like we're going to get a full fair reset versus these 2 players. He does have his ultimate up, dashing through. Is he going to be porting in? Polaris out of line of sight, binding his time, waiting this out. Both at full health, though. Who's going to take it, Serve?
Scary position right here. Finds the F2, finds the uppercut, burns the F1, gets caught into the zone. That bow shot was almost confirmed from Polaris, but he is at half armor. He takes a reset. He's going to look for the bow shot. Again and again, the chip damage comes out. The cannon shot is going to be confirmed for a little bit of a strike damage, but Zeldinch looks to parry. Early onset, might be caught by the 1, 2, no 3. Making sure that Polaris can look for the chip damage. He goes for the grapple cancel just in case. F2 is available back up. There's going to be an R&B release from Zeldinch, but the terrain is going to grief him. This could work in his benefit. If he finds an LMB into uppercut, this could be an extension past this point.
Zelsic keeping this going. No armor to his name. He is going to get parried, though. Big damage going to come from Polaris, and is going to delete him. The nunchuck damage, just too much to deal with. But for the first time, Serve, Matari having a great day on Perdora. We thought she was fading out the meta, but again, Zelsic showing everyone on the world stage that his picks still
viable.
Really good, viable.
Now Mike takes his second MVP so far today, and earning himself into the spot with the 7 kill eliminations that he did. Now, of course, Zeldinch had second place with 5 eliminations coming through, but Mike had more eliminations coming out from this point. Now, of course, Mike means there's another Syra MVP coming out of this game. And this means that with the players into the next 2 rounds, you're going to have to hopefully see Polaris did good work, though, coming out, especially as a Liam. Finding that Soul Bloom off of the body of Spider in the quick amount of time that he was able to go ahead and do so meant that he was able to survive for placement coming through. And Zeldinch, phenomenal plays coming out from Matari. Now, we saw Matari in the first round in terms of Midoriya, and now she's back here for round 4. So hoping to see if that initiation of seeing Matari being utilized might be coming through where we don't see her without the amount of prowess that she comes into this season.
That's very interesting after the game to see the body language of the players, just the satisfaction on certain players, and the contemplation from Mike and Zeltich. Even though they had great games, you see them looking back in their minds, what could I have done better? There were a couple kills that slipped away from Mike, a couple kills that walked away from Zeltich, but still spectacular play from both of them. One of the things that I really enjoyed watching from Mike, the Spear, the recent changes from Spear, Mike showing just how good that LMB changes. Normally we don't really see Spear as much in solo play. It's always been a weapon that's been used for weapon swap paired with Pole Sword, but you saw Mike stick to it and get a ton of value, plus a lot of clutch situations with the sap on Spear.
That's right, yeah, the horizontal change that came through for the Spear, it was phenomenal. You know, being able to turn around blue, that's one of the more fundamental things that some players use, even with the nunchucks. Have you seen how they throw one blue vertical horizontal or a blue horizontal in the face and throws it in the other direction? Why? It's a mix-up. In case of anything coming through from the player that is expecting it, they look for the parry, the response is too late, and they get turned around on. The Spear as well, taking the initiation of using it rather than the staff in some circumstances, means that the players find more value off of the Spear. Taking into the Jades into account, if you have a staff, you got jabbing, you would take that in terms of over the Spear. But the moment that you have a baseline Spear, you're going to be looking to try to go for that quick amount of damage in a short amount of time. Vertical for the staff takes a long time for it to kind of converge. But once you find yourself using the Spear for the R&B release, that's like 800 damage coming from a purple rarity. And if everyone wants to look for a quick amount of damage, it's because they know the backlines might be looking for the feel, for the yoink. And if they go to try to snag out, they'll go right back into it.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going into a question. Make sure to put your choices inside the Twitch chats for your Peerless Treasure Choice gift. Who was the winner in Game 4? Was it A, OUG's Mike, B, SZ's WBG Spider, or C, YCG's T225, D, FPX's Verse?
Yeah. And this is going to be leading us into the scoreboard. We're going to get a good chance of seeing what's happening onto the live scoreboard because Mike taking that 8.5 game, that's because of the 7 kills. The placement allowed him for that 1.5. Now for Zeldin, he took 2nd place. He got 2 ranking points, but the 5 kills lead him up to 7 points. 6.5 points for Arano. Polaris taking 4.2 for the 1st place position as well, and taking Spider for the 3 points. 2.5 for T225. First taking 1.5. 1 point for Pace and Star, attacking with the 0.5, and Misu and Tryhard finding no points this round. 2 rounds left to make sure they can go through because the standings here are going to give us the overall score keeping of the past 4 rounds played. And Fumio Saki taking in terms of 12 so far with 2 points on the board. 3.5 for Misu Team Aries. BWG Tryhard in 10th with 4.7.2 for Polaris into 9th place. Zeldin at 10.5 and 8th, and Star taking 7th place. Verse in 6th place. 12 points given to him so far. 14 points for SS1's Pace. YZG's T225 taking 16.5 and 4th. OUG Mike in 3rd, 20.5. EWG's Arano 2nd place, 20.8 and 25.6 for Spider in 1st place.
Now, normally we're used to seeing WG's, BG's, Spider, and Mike at the top, but someone who doesn't normally get any spotlight is Arano. And for the past really big tournaments, Arano has shown up big at the last second, almost stealing it away from Spider for the NBPL finals. But he's consistently been doing this under the biggest lights, and I gotta say, I'm not surprised. After taking a closer look at Arano's stats, he's been doing super well. But the GOAT, Mike, doing super well today. Looking at the highlights, Verse gonna find a nice space out parry onto Tryhard. Mike versus Arano, just showing us the tried and true focus attacks. Zelsic versus Verse. Again, the common theme of today, focus attacks getting through. And Mike with the spear, with the coverage, finding the kill. Onto Pace. Pace with the pink here. He said it's for good luck. We'll have to see as the day goes forward whether or not the luck will prevail and Polaris will fall as well. Mike with that big clutch versus Star. What a very big moment for Mike getting it going. And again, versus Star. Cross parry gonna come out. Sap doing a ton of damage, but unfortunately, one of the few weaknesses for Syra serve. This is the multi-way. Once she starts losing her cooldown, she does become vulnerable.
She does get vulnerable really quick, really fast. The players see it. They're going to be looking to hunt her down here. Polaris, though, taking the final kill in the match. Nice parry. My man said, let's go. He's going to go ahead and get the elimination. He took off his key hands on the keyboard. He knew he just needed to press LMB, and he's like, I'm good. The kill is confirmed. And the Sap Jade comes in clutch for a lot of players in that round. More so for Mike, though, than others. Considering that Jade comes through for a 1 hit, and you restore the damage dealt. That's all you really need in terms of survivability. 24k damage coming in from Mike, and as it comes out for his Jades, he had Overcomer. He didn't really opt to use that, as it understands, but that Ruptured Gale Orb was something that significantly came back into the swing of things for players. And hoping to see whether or not that Juggernaut got stacked early on, that would be a source of damage that he was able to ramp up. And with the Spear being the majority of that damage, picking up from the first Rom Yang, 8,900 damage, having big picked up from that point on, had Dual Blades on standby as it comes through into this round.
Again, what did we see? Syra, another MVP round. Is this the first time we're going to see this year, one character dominate every single round. Now, is it because the changes recently going to the J-Cup, which is sudden, no one's really adjusted to it, or is she just that powerful and she just absolutely shattered the meta? I cannot stress enough that going into this finals, a lot of the characters were very balanced. We saw a decent spread between every single character. It didn't really matter what character you pick, as long as you played well, you were able to win. But now looking at this, Syra is absolutely terrorizing the competition. And one of the questions that I had this match, Hadi versus Syra, old meta versus new meta, who was going to come out top? And it looks like Syra is absolutely dominating.
Yeah, another thing that players are keeping in mind about is duration, right? Syra's ultimate in V1, 16 seconds. Taken into Hadi, 20 seconds is the duration now. When you see Syra and Romy Yang, you usually want to typically see as yourself as a Hadi is like taking the high ground. But the problem is it is a locked-in, enclosed area. And Syra, having recently gotten those buffs, allowing for herself to get herself spacing with the double jump and the shifting, closing the gap on Hadi. And here's the problem. Hadi has a little bit of room where he's safe from her. But the problem is that once Hadi reaches a certain height, after 3 seconds, his rage just plummets his bar, and he runs out of duration for ultimate. And then Syra can guarantee, if she's been laser beaming into the sky as often as possible, ends up staggering, knocking back, and that's free damage, and that's a free dazzle. And that dazzle effect, man, coming off of the Syra ultimate, it's a free hit for the CC control for 2 seconds, and there's nothing that's going to stop a Syra ult, because her ult doesn't deny, even when you're shooting the laser beam, that passive damage comes out for the 2-second duration in its entirety. And Hadi, having only just 1 moment after that, is just looking to try to avoid taking himself into the lobby, back into it.
Yeah, something interesting you were telling me, sir, the hotfixes to Syra. One of the biggest changes that I think really changes the meta is just how much her balls heal right now. It went from 80 to 180. Before, she had to commit to either attacking you, her movement was lackluster that you were pointing out, especially versus Hadi and high mobility characters. The modern NARAKA, everyone can move really fast, and Syra really struggled to catch people. But now with those hotfixes, with those changes, she has both options. She has a really good offense where she can chase you down, especially in the realm of Yang. Her balls reach around the corner. Kind of reminds me of the old Faria meta where you couldn't really hide from her. And it's in fact why we have bigger pillars. Syra, her balls are able to stun you, and then she's able to turn around and stun lock you. Before her change, she kind of moved really slow. I'm not gonna lie. Like when you saw Syra ultimate, it was like, I'm scale rushing, I'm out of there. We're just out of there. But now she's an absolute demon.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game now to try to get out chased by a Syra, especially in the speed that she's able to do it right now. I think one thing too is that we saw her before the changes. She was like a bus, and city bus walking around. Where's your pass? Everything comes out. She's now an F1 racing car for coming through here, and she has every single bit of the speed in the Romy Yang. Outside the Romy Yang, different story, right? We were mentioning that she gets a lot more dangerously targeted, right? And she ends up losing the value that she usually get. Now she gets incredibly stacked by the point of the first Romy Yang victory. That changes the flow of things. Players can probably take that initiation of understanding who they are and what they can go up against. Valda's having a little bit of trouble against Syra is definitely what we've seen. Even though she has a longer duration ult now with 18 seconds, Valda still can't throw a spear into stun locking Syra in her ultimate. That we've seen earlier today. And forcing out Syra to kind of work into pressuring off as one of the key characters that usually dominated in Romy Yang. It's now to the players. Do we just want to let the Syras take the fights and then let them group up, or do we take the last second Romy Yang entry and just try to hope that we have someone that we've already taken fights against outside of it?
Now, something moving forward, we see Zelzic, Polaris, both representing the global scene very well. Ayaz, Zelzic having a massive game right there, and showing us a lot of confidence that he's going into Yang non-stop. One of the few foreigners actually taking the fight. We saw Tryhard, he as well is going into Yang. Mishu dabbled in it a little bit, but moving forward in this current meta, Realm of Yang is just so important in order to have these big rounds, and be able to challenge the Spirit Wall later. The changes with the gold armor, with the gold weapon, just makes anyone who wins Yang have a successful endgame. It's just really tough to get through if you're not able to win these Realm of Yangs. Now looking at the first round, Taki and Arano showing up first. Are they going to be picking up the Syra? 225 and Zelzic. Will they be going Hadi? Tryhard, Polaris. Now I would say third and fourth pick. A lot of these players, I still think they're going to be debating, but Spider, Verse, going in the fourth round, Mike in the fifth round. Now, normally what we saw in the meta, fifth and sixth round, we're definitely up there. You saw the personality picks coming through. The top four, though, it does look like Taki has picked up on this. It is Syra gonna be that first round pick. Now, will Zelsic and 225 go with Hadi? No, Zelsic, again, tried and true. He has his picks. He's gonna go with he's most comfortable with. He's gonna go with Justina instead. This opens up the Hadi pick. Tryhard is gonna be able to get Hadi for the 3rd round pick. And now Polaris gonna mix up that 3rd round pick and leave it open. Hadi will get banned out, but now Balda is gonna be picked versus Spider. What will they be picking for the 4th round? Now versus one of the best Justinas in the league. This is one of his personality picks, one of his strong picks on Justina, and Spider on the Temi.
Now it's going to be leaving out for round 5 and 6. Liam is still going to be available for a pick selection for double or even for single for pace right now. Mike's still opting to decide. For Mike right now into Holoroth, taking the Temi. So that's going to be 2 Temis down for this round. And for round 6, Ares, Misu, and TE Star. Hoping to see what they're going to be trying to opt in. Now this is going to be a comfort pick coming through here. There's going to be zipping from Star, Misu. Hoping to see, man's pondering, man's looking. He's deciding. Coach is telling him, you got to do it, man. You got to play the Tarka. He's asking for you. You got to play. He's like, no. You got to be kidding. No, I'm talking. Missy's going to be looking to try to pick the options right now. And if I were to say that just the Matari would be available, it would be something that he takes into consideration. He's going to be the only Matari into this game, though. So forcing out fights is going to be in the same realm as Zeldin. That would be a key component for himself in initiating his point gain to be up.
I'm not gonna lie, I like the Matari pick. Frostovich having a ton of success with the Matari. We were talking about it earlier because for the first 3 games, we really didn't see Matari being picked, and she was normally a very solid 4th pick with the Justina. Everyone kind of faded away, but I think with Zeldin really showing, blazing ahead, showing that she still is viable, I still think with the heavy multi-way fighting meta, the 3rd party, the 4th party, Matari just has a really, really great kit to get in, get out, and be able to survive into those really, really critical times in the game. With the Yang depletion, her F just gives her so much space offensively and defensively, and the one weakness of Syra, if you can get out, get away from her, you can survive her very, very oppressive ultimate. I'm wondering if the Liams are going to adjust, because normally Liams kind of have their way with other characters, but it's looking like Liam either has to play that ball, get the combos going, or he has to use his ultimate as a disengage versus very, very powerful Syra.
And when something we've even seen and taken into consideration with the skill sets for Mataris have been able to see about forcing into the V2, taking a teleport and charging your F up preemptively. Zelda tried to do that against Polaris into that round. I saw the point of view he was trying to look for it, wasn't able to succeed with it, but you can also use it as not only offensive, but that defensive measure where you're able to teleport and go in the opposite direction. Opponent like Syra would have to take so much time to think which direction did you go, and she locks into, you're already a step away from her to have to invest in the chase down. But spawns dropping through here. Before we look at the spawns, got a question on the board for you. Will the top scoring player use Hadi? Yes or no? It's a simple question. It's a 50-50 shot. Flip the coin. You know how it's going to go through. The drops, though, looking a little bit hot. I'm looking towards the trenches and seeing Zeldin, YTG's 2225, Misu, and Polaris paced. They're all taking the right side of Holoroth into their own set. Maybe going down towards City of Tong, maybe towards Cinderbar Valley, maybe even Plume Castle. But the fact of the matter is that Mike is taking fights against BWG's Tryhard as well as with Verse into the set into the north of the map.
Now it's going to be a tough fight for Tryhard in the north. Rano taking this out. Normally we see 225 taking up the puzzle. It doesn't look available right now. Map being heavily split with the top left, top right, but going into game 5. Championship round for the day. This is what is going to make and break your day. Mike versus Verse. Verse going to get frozen by the frozen butterfly. He is going to fall already. It looks like Mike is able to get the kill, and now Tryhard versus Mike. The best of CN versus the best of NA. Mike is going to get a nice, big, deep fire onto Tryhard. Tryhard looking for the parry, not able to get it. Back-to-back parries. Combo work going to be coming out. Mike closing the distance is going to look to secure the kill, but Tryhard has something waiting for him, hits him with the armory, and Mike will secure the kill onto Tryhard. Off spawn, Mike with 2.
Mike taking 2 kills, having his ultimate ready for the next fight. Of course, if Pace looks to try to go for this, Polaris towards the Ballista Tower has to take fights within the stead. His dual blades, the BF2's down here for Pace, are looking to try to see about whether or not he's going to be using it in the moment. But Polaris' F is down. The Combo Breaker is out of the count. Trench is a little bit dangerous. We got the Ballista Tower on standby. You got Pace looking to try to go ahead. The F2 comes out. Misi looks for the kill steal. He's going to succeed in doing so. The RMBs comes out from Pace, and he's trying to look for the staggers with the horizontal hold check from Misi. Using the horizontal release himself, Pace will get the knockdown. And now the fight ends up in the ravine. The Dragon Slayer is confirmed. confirmed. The Nejaz doesn't come out, but that Auric Sword comes through. Pace finds his first elimination off of Misu, and T225 takes the chase down.
Clean closeout from Pace. Now 225 coming in, sees the ultimate being used. Pace, no armor to his name, looks for the cross, gets a nice stagger onto 225. 225 had the jump, but now into even. He's going to get a stagger off. Nice ultimate coming out from Pace. Gets a little bit of siphon off, but 225 has his ultimate on deck. Now Pace going to use his last ult charge to get to the pillar. Can he goes or not? He ends up going for the max range, going for the back-to-back grapple. Now 225 struggling to keep up for them. Pace trying to make his way, trying to get a scale rush going. 225 not getting any value from his ultimate. He does have a smidge a little bit left. Dagger LMB going to be coming out. 225 looking for the attack. Goes for the drop down parry, not able to back-to-back parries though, and now Taki's coming in with a third party.
Now Taki's gonna be looking to try to go ahead for the initiation. Early parry coming out, investing his own combo breaker as T225 disengages here. Pace taking a reset for the armor. It's gonna go ahead for the chase down, and he finds T225. His target is right in his face, and he's trying to go for it. But there's gonna be enough spacing for T225. 9 grapples to his name, but a lot of scare rushable spots. The rocks, the towers, everything. T225 finds himself for a 10, but he gets caught by the counter grapple. Taki taking the lead here in the chase down, hoping to see whether or not he can get out here. T225 gets a miss input for that scare rush. He gets caught by the clink, and now it's up to whether or not he can hold himself out here for the next couple of seconds. Tiddy Tang is right nearby. He goes to the underground, towards the chamber, towards the cellar, hoping to get some sort of gear. 2 gold troves. This is a miracle. Getting himself an armor swap, even better. But now the targets have closed up to him, and it's only a matter of time for one of them to look for the kill or get himself to invest himself to go back to the soul altar nearby.
Taki throwing out the focus attacks like hotcakes. Gonna get a nice RMB into the back of 225. 225 and there's last sliver of health. Last hit situation. Taki struggling to get the kill. He is gonna secure the kill. 225 will fall, and Taki's gonna pop the ultimate, get the soul boop, and now Polaris in a tough position. Beams coming out from Taki. Ball's throwing out. Taki looking to secure the kill, but the counter to Syra just getting around the corner. The corners. The corner counterplay. He is not going to be able to secure this kill.
Space. The final frontier. Everything comes out for Pace, and he's going to go ahead and get knocked out for the first elimination. Taki makes sure he can try to go ahead for pistol shots, try to get some location. He got it, and now Arano's going to be spotted for himself. Now Taki, he's kind of blue fist blades. He's got common armor and everything. He's looking for an armor swap if he can to try to upgrade it or find some more gear. But Arano has the purple staff and the common armor. Now this is kind of glass cannon-y, right? A little bit of mitigation. A lot of damage to be dealt. And for Arano right then and there has only 1 baby armor powder, so it's really up to him how he wants to kind of utilize that into the reset or just find more along the way. Star, though, having a gold longsword. This is available for him from the Salvation Podium, being able to clear it out, having 1 kill on the board. He is close towards Zeldin, in terms of the Cinnabar Valley, not too far out from the area of City of Tong, but this is where Star takes his initiation fight against Zeldin.
Star gonna get a stagger onto Zelzich, forcing out the combo break, looking to stagger out. Zelzich gonna pop the ultimate coming out of his F. Star keeping up the pressure though. Just the pressure from Zipping. She's just a tank with her heal changes. Zelzich trying to back off right now with the ultimate, fades away, able to get the stagger on, able to get the freeze onto Star. Doesn't get the uppercut combo though. Does get it again, sending him down. Doesn't get the reset. Star keeping up the pressure. Zelzich tries to use a little bit of cheeky cactus play, not able to get it, but now using his latch dash to max distance, and he does get a little bit of cactus play, does get a heal, but now we are going to get a reset, but not in Star's favor. Now, finally, Zelzich is going to have the offense.
Now, Arano making sure he can put himself into the position. Star having himself to chase down 2 grapples to his name. Has 5 vitality, 4 of armor patterns, making sure he can try to keep his supplies into his mindset. Zelzich with 14 grapples, though. Having the necessary spacing right now in the Cinnabar Valley is a key spot for him, especially with those poison shrooms being available onto the ridgeline. Now, Star, he has himself to look to the lockdown with the F1 chase down, but meanwhile, Pace taking himself for the common pole sword. A weapon, no grapples, no supplies. My man is at 0-sum game. Right now, it's up to him to find himself a miracle, and that's going to be an armor swap of blue rarity or greater, because Misu with a purple weapon on the Matari has himself to work off of this end. Scare Rush might be unnecessary for Pace, but he can proc that Stone Form. Not here right now. He gets himself a Clink. F2 invested from Misu. Misu looks to lock down with the uppercut. A little risky play. He gets caught by the army. This common pole sword comes out swinging, and Pace is throwing those blues left and right. There is going to be 1 hit. He's looking for the R&B. The parry comes out. Not going to be the case, because Pace needs to make time for himself. He's spacing away from the spot, and if he can find himself an armor swap right now, this is where Misu's like, I'm a little bit of a spot. He looks up because he knows this is where his target has enough time to reset completely.
Man, Pace with the counter damage. He just absolutely slows down Misu's momentum, and Misu looking a little scared to try to secure the kill, but Star putting on the pressure onto Zelzich, able to secure it with the ranged pistol. Star with the gold longsword, setting up for endgame. Oh my god, he's looking like a juggernaut. We are going to get Pace versus Miss You now, but now Miss You hesitating at first, not able to keep up the pressure, and Pace getting a full reset now. Back to even. Can Miss You find the opening that he wants? Big Parry going to be coming out. Combo break is out. Pace again fading away, using the terrain to his advantage. The fan scale rush just frustrating Miss You. Miss You just wants to secure this kill, but Pace doing a really, really good job of just getting him to chase him around the world.
He's going to go ahead for the blue dagger here for the LMB to the R&B slap. There he goes through. Pace finds initiation for the F2 charge up. It looks like Misu's going to deal enough damage to be at the health advantage, but he finds an armor swap just like that. And there's going to be a spot for the crouch LMB to the R&B as both of them are slapping. They know exactly what to do here. F1 from Pace, I guess, comes out for the setup for the chance for backing off here if he can. He's got 92% on the rage bar right now. So if he finds an armor, which he did, he can wait out for a little bit of time for mitigation and then look and try to proc the ult as long as Misu doesn't catch him in an LMB stagger for the F1 for the 2-on-1. Now Pace gets caught by the 1-2-2, you know, 1-2-3, almost in the case, because Pace looks towards the F2, initiates his ultimate to mitigate that stagger back, and the Matari ultimate being out is going to be something he's going to anticipate. The R&B dashes away. There's another teleport. Misu's playing his safety net, and there's going to be the bind. Oh my goodness. Misu gets caught by the LMB to the R&B. The pitter patter might be coming out for the stanchion. Nice F2, but that second Auric sword comes out here, and as Misu looks for the third one, as he cancels, oh, he gets caught by the horizontal. The soul break isn't clean for it. Pace puts himself in the spot of making sure he can try to reinitiate the fight, but this is reset for part 2 or even part 3, Raven.
Man, Miss You and Pace so evenly matched right now. It's going back and forth. Soulberg's going to be coming out, though, from Max. From point blank, the EU Soulberg is going to take it, and Pace will take down Miss You. Now going into the realm of Yang, we got WBG's Spider versus 225. 225 will fall to the old school Spider in form. It's not a new era yet, Surf.
Not yet. We're going to have to take a look at the scene by this fight, though. It looks like it's a Rano up against Star. Star making sure he uses ultimate. There it is. R&B doesn't get it. Goes for the slap. Nicely done. Looking for the R&B. Gets caught by the LMB. There's going to be a 2-on-1 right then and there. There's a Rano. Launching it, but the dodge is enough because of the wall. And now Star looks to try to go for the parry as the Pitter comes out here. Stanchion strikes might come through Rano, but he is making sure he gets as much stagger damage as possible. We're going to time out here, folks. We got 7 seconds, but one R&B in a dream. That's Star. And he's got himself into that Romyang victory and finds himself the gold weapon and the buff to boot and the Jades to be alongside of that with the jabbing.
I was talking to Frostifus about Star. He's just a one-charge connoisseur. You see the focus attacks coming out left and right, but with the gold longsword, he's going to be throwing out beams that are very, very devastating now coming out of the realm of Yang. Can he find more kills? Remember, Star, he's on zipping as a 6-pick, and he's getting a ton of value off a 6-pick, but Polaris is going to fall to WBG's Spider. Spider keeping up the momentum, already up to 4 kills, 30 points to his name. Temion's gonna be coming out. He's looking for a reset. Mike gonna jump out of the wall. Not gonna let Spider just reset here. Nice R&B gonna coming out. Light attacks coming in, looking for the scale rush. Spider trying to look for some counter damage right now. He's not gonna be able to get it. Mike looks for the focus attack, and out of nowhere, Star is gonna get the scale rush and secure the kill.
4 eliminations for Star, getting caught by the R&B. Of course, he gets a parry like that. Back parry into the pistol shot. R&B, oh yeah. Mike is looking for himself here. He's getting the LMB neutral. There's gonna be the case for the grapple bump R&B. Guess what, though? We got a third party this time. This is coming from T225 from YZG. It might be a chance for Star to go for that parry, but he goes ahead and backs off completely. And looking for the R&Bs, he's going to go ahead and hold out. He still has ultimate available and just trying to sustain out. Gets hit by the strike, and Spider comes out to yoink the kill. And there's going to be whisk throws coming left and right from Mike, as he is going to be looking to try to invest as much as he can off of his ultimate. But it's going to be over right here if Spider gets that whisk throw, and he did. This is going to force Mike into the tower and just trying to kite this one out.
Yeah, Mike gonna get scooped up by the sliding uppercut. Mike barely inching away from safety. He's gonna make it around the corner, use his gold F to get up, but Hadi ult is out. Can Mike find his way out of here? No, he cannot. 225 is gonna secure the kill, and the Soul Bloom getting his Yang depletion cured. 225, nice clutch play coming out, but he's not out yet. No armor to his name. Can he find the reset? Burn damage on him. It doesn't look like anyone knows that 225 is very vulnerable. Nice job by YZG's T225. Now, Frost was telling me inside MVPL going into J-Cup, if you died in the realm of Yang, it was very likely you were not going to be able to get cured for your Yang depletion. Everyone waits and hawks for the desperation of these players, but it looks like 225 is going to be able to come out with the clutch.
Big, huge gain coming from this game. And now Rano, 2 minutes on the clock. Oh my goodness, no way. Okay, he got caught by the last whistle, but he was in the corner with his back to the threat of being caught out, and he's able to reset. I can't believe it. Taki, though, takes the chase down. Spider having to scare rush out here and trying to avoid this Siren. Not sure who it is. 7 grapples to his name. Taki will still continue to chase and just trying to catch vision onto the opponents, but Arano is already there, locking in. There's the 1-2s. F1 invested from Spider, gets caught by the uppercut, but the 10 saves him from falling to the ground, and now the Whistler comes out to protect himself. The dagger is out for the scare rushes as a short-handle weapon, and it is quick and it's active. But there's going to be a strike coming in from Arano to try to go for the grapple stagger. He's got 11, now down to 10. And keeping up with Spider is going to be a task of its own. Gets caught by a soul break for everything coming out. There's the R&B. Spider looks to go for himself and just tries to hold blue as often as possible. Gets into the building, and this could be a turnaround where the players now can take the position against Syra, because we're at second Romy Yang. That portal is right there above them. If they want to try to see about taking Syra out, that creates the situation that might arise from her being able to survive out.
Morano, 1 minute left. The time is ticking. He needs to find a Soul Bloom right now. He's forced to pop his ultimate, but again, the 1 counter to Syra. Can you scare rush? Can you get around a corner? Verticality, horizontal, scale rush. It gets you out of line of sight so you can't get that chain stagger, but Taki is going to walk into an ulted Syra. Taki, though, wants to lurk for this kill, wants to commit for this ulted Syra, but Arano down to 40 seconds. It's looking dire for him. He is going to get a half charge onto Star, but zipping with the longsword, putting on the pressure. Arano comes out into a crowd. He comes out the door. There's just 4 people all holding bull in front of him. Arano now just getting beat up outside the building. He wants to go back in, but he's not able to. TE Star is going to find the kill.
5 kill elimination for Star, but he is at a spot. He finds the Soul Bloom from the body. A miracle and a half, and finds himself the Poppo. Has F1 for the boosted healing. So now Star has full, scale coverage in terms of his area. He's got the connection, and now he's inside the realm of Yang just like that. Having Jabbing on his side. He doesn't have the staff. Gold Katana on standby too. Polaris having it going through on the other side. Staff himself with purple rarity as well as the purple armor. If I'm not mistaken, having a gold weapon on his hand, what I think is a pulse. We'll have to double check and see if he still has that. But the pistol shots come out, the Romaine fight begins, and now it's going to be a ball versus Zippy.
Securing the opener. Star gets a little bit of poke damage up. Doesn't want to hard commit right now. Trying to use the scale rush to find a nice opening on a Polaris. Polaris delaying the double charge. Clanking out the focus scale rush from Star, but Star not biting, not forcing it, gets the stagger initially, looks for the scale rush again, but Polaris is not going to be flinching. He does get the half charge, going to send the 1 charge. Star's not able to get the F parry into it. Is going to throw the 1 charge, nice charge Polaris, able to get an uppercut cover against the wall. 2-1-1. Star under a ton of pressure now, forced to ultimate. Polaris has him against the ropes. Can he secure the kill?
We got 1 minute left on the clock here. Star's going to have the ultimate to proc off the heal over time with the increased healing. Now he finds an R&B after that scare rush of blue focus. Beautifully done. But Star has himself to work himself out and not getting caught by neutral into the second half of his health bar going down. As Star looks for the scare rush, he finds an R&B again this time, though. It might be a chance for that Voldo to come out. There it is. Going to be looking for a scare rush. Polaris will look to the initiation for the uppercut. There it is. Goes for the 2-on-1. Goes for Spear Throw. That's nice chip damage. LMB's the uppercut. Looks for a 2-on-1 with a nope. He's going for a weapon swap with that pole sword I mentioned. And it's the old classic combo swap. And he's getting his second Romy Yang victory because of that.
Polaris showing up big for the global scene. I was saying, my man is still going to Yang, still slugging it out, and he's going to find the kill onto Star. Volta versus Zipping. Now, normally I would say Zipping is a kind of a questionable pick going into Yang. Your ultimate doesn't really supply you with that offensive capability. We're seeing that nice combo execution with the Volta Spears coming out. On Zipping, you really have to absolutely crush within your neutral. Now, nunchucks, we're seeing today, Serve, surprisingly, a lot of players favoring nunchucks. Now, normally, leading up into J-Cup, we saw a ton of fist blades, and surprisingly, I haven't seen a ton of fist blades today.
Yeah, fist blades were only used for one thing I remember, and that's just kiting away in the Sword Tomb last round. But more importantly, coming through from that Romy Yang, something that Polaris has is going to be a stanchion Sky Pillar and a Velocity Untold. You talked about nunchucks. Seeing nunchucks being utilized as often as it is nowadays is maybe looking to try to go ahead for the beta for the Horde Horizontal. And there is going to be another Velocity on the board, this time from Pace, up against Spider here, who has just lost half his gold armor. Now for Pace, this is easy come up, but there's a 1.0 blue focus and a stat chain reveal from Spider. So now it's up to Pace and to recognize the fact of that matter. There's another Velocity 1.0 charge release, and we're looking for another 2.0. Spider is spacing himself away from this, but then when he finds himself in point blank range, there's a mix-up, and there's the F1. Spider still has ultimate. He still has himself the saving grace, but Pace looks to take the aggression and procs as a result.
no parry coming out of Spider. I'm definitely seeing a change in Spider's gameplay. Really, I would say Spider was a pretty heavy parrier in the past, but Pace mixing him up with the velocity build. I spoke too soon. He is going to get cooked up with that Tenny Wisp, but Spider is going to take down Pace. I spoke too soon. The fade away, the damage is coming out, and now Polaris showing up. Buff Party showing up, and Respect, a little bit of a fist bump. Hey, you got buff, I got buff. You know what? That's my bad. We're going to go look for someone else.
Yeah, this is going to be like a 0. This is all the heal off that comes out here. Star looks for himself, though, on the Romaine depletion, unfortunately. Has a lot of legendary armor, right? So he's got the mitigation for this. It's just taking the fight against someone with, you know, not into the case scenario that he may understand what it is, but it's most likely the opponent that he just lost to. And there's going to be the dash LMB. There's a 2-1-1. Yes, it is. Vertical coming through here, but it's going to be missed because it's terrain, and now Star has a little bit more time here. Now he switches to longsword, having himself to kind of look around for a little bit of a heal time. He's got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, and as he's kind of standing out here and trying to get the heals off, this is going to be where Polaris looks for the flank. Now Polaris looking healthy, healthy like an ox. 20 grapples, 4 vitality, 10 armor powder. This is Primo's time for him to have those supplies, and especially considering that when he's a Valda, the insurance policy is that he has that V2 on standby. If he finds himself to use it after using his combo breaker, that's just because he got out pressured to all high hell. And for Spider, this will be a perfect position for him to just look for eliminations along the spread, because he is up to 7, and that's 3 opponents for him to look out for. And Mortal Defiance Jade, he's got my favorite Jade in the game, Starfall somehow, and now it's going to be a chance of whether or not he's going to be able to utilize with the Overcomer that he also has in hand.
Spider's looking like an absolute unit today. 7 kills on an off pick. His Temmie, 34.1. 225 still alive. 4 kills, still a really, really strong game. Star, Yang depletion up. 5 kills on the zipping. It's going to be really tough for him going into a Valda, Temmie, and Hadi. He's going to have to get very, very aggressive. 1 minute and 50 seconds. He needs to make moves right now if he hopes to cure this Yang depletion. And this is a trend that we've been seeing. A lot of times when the Yang depletion does come out, they bide their time. They kind of wait to not really reveal the card that they're very, very desperate. Because I was saying earlier, Frostman says that if you go into Yang and you do have Yang depletion, a lot of the time the lobby will wait for you. There's no reason to overcommit because you have to make the move. And a lot of the times people will just wait for that last hit for zone. Star making a move ready. We got 1:20 though, and he's making a move on Spider.
He's got a minute going through here, hoping to see him the 1:13 he's got left, and there's going to be the F1 to hopefully live out here for a couple of seconds. Parry! And just like that, we steal your weapon. And he finds an R&B release right onto the face of danger. The ultimate comes out from Temmie, and then Star kind of putting the pressure through. He can't get out of this without the risk of getting caught by the Wisp throw. He gets clinked, he gets Wisp. This might be a chance for TT5 to look for the yoink here. 55 seconds left for Star. He's looking to try to go ahead for the lockdown here. He's got B1, he's throwing out the F1. He's still holding off here for that Sedate Soul in case he needs to kind of utilize that. But Spider, man, skill combo breaker is back up. But his ultimate being down, this is going to force the lobby to try to chase him through. And Polaris finds that nice creature with a Brandoro. And hopefully whether or not Spider finds himself after this point, he's getting the high ground, and he's creating so much space in the small amount of buildings that he is going ahead and is keeping them on their toes. With Star, though, we're under 27 seconds.
Yeah, one part of Spider's game that is so good is his disengage game. I spoke too soon. As I said, a little bit of a castle curse. Spider is going to get caught. All of his armor stripped in one combo, and you see just how fierce the multi-way goes. Everyone target fires very, very well. Spider still, though, finding some space, finding some room to pop heals over and over. He is going to get the nice parry, but surrounded, back-to-back parries. Wait a second. Now Spider back with some health, with that sap. Combo break's going to be coming out, but he's looking healthy, and he's fighting back.
No one got the elimination on Star. No one got last hit confirmation on him in period. And now Spider has himself to look to be at nearly fully armored. Now he's going to be allowed a full armor reset. Finds the gear. 7 eliminations still to this point. 70% on the rage bar. Looting up the body of Star as it comes through. Polaris, though. 2 eliminations here. Still into the top 3 into the board as playing as a Valda. The other opponent being TT25 on the Hadi. Going straight to that Mystic Might Spear Rail and trying to claim it out. And as it comes through here, this is going to be huge for Hadi. The mitigation necessary for this as it procs out. Finds a gold bow. That's really essential when it comes down towards TT5. This man is a connoisseur of making sure those range shots are quick and easy and dirty. Especially when it's coming out from catching a hit off of something caught into uppercuts. But if it comes down, TT25 will make the pressure onto these opponents if it comes down with his ultimate.
3 people left. WBG Spider at 7 kills. Polaris trying to stay alive. Valda normally wins at the heal-off situation, but it doesn't look like we're even going to get remotely close right now. Surrounded on both sides. 225 going to come in with the Rampage, shredding Polaris' armor. Polaris forced to pop the ultimate now. Will he be able to get a heal off? 225 on the outside. Gonna just wait this out. Doesn't want to risk taking a ton of damage. Polaris is gonna get a full health reset. He does have a lot of building to work with to scale rush over and over. Will Spider force the issue, or will he just wait out? Now, Spider is going to be clinking out with 225. 225 looking for the Valda with Tuna again. Polaris fine. He goes for the Tuna Fairy. Not able to get it. Overall's going to be coming out. Combo break comes out. Both of them back-to-back parries. Polaris with the double hold, the deep fry. But he is surrounded by 225 and Spider. Tough break from him.
No shot. That's a whistle coming from Spider as it hits Polaris on the wall. Quick for the bow shot. 225 could have yoinked. Double parry coming from Polaris and finds the sap hit to get the reset on his white health. Now, this is a heal off. He's got advanced heal, right? He's got himself to worry about the Moonbane and finds a time to burn the Tuna. And T225 takes the initiation, hears it, looks for it, and he finds him in the rooftop. This is going to be a chance for them to drop down and try to use those window sills as often as they can, but this Moonbane is so risky right now. Polaris needs to get at least one more heal to get that max armor. One blue focus hit. No 1, 2, 3. He delayed it. I was feeling it. Polaris, though, makes sure to space through, finds perfect RMBs in the spot, but it's only a matter of time before someone realizes the pattern of a prediction, and they go ahead for a react parry.
Wow, against all odds, Polaris has found the reset. Spider and 225 desperately trying to force him down, but the Moonbane and playing this building perfectly. Polaris is going to be completely healed. Now 225 is going to go in. He is going to get sapped. Damage is going to be coming out, but man, 225 really tanky. Not taking a ton of damage from that. Polaris going to keep up the pressure. Man, every single decision, Polaris is just absolutely dicing them in the 2v1 situation, but I spoke a little bit too soon. Polaris now back under a ton of pressure. No armor to his name. Spider gonna get staggered. Armor swap gonna come out, and we got the second ultimate coming out from Polaris.
Polaris making sure he can invest that Temi ult, and it comes out. Polaris looks for the spear, doesn't get the hit for the Valda Coil, but almost gets caught by the Whistle. Now Polaris has to really worry about the spot. There is the Whistle for number 1. There's the Whistle for number 2. There's gonna be the Whistle for number 3. Spider looking for 4. We're throwing the cube up here because there's an R&B release. Spider gets the last hit confirmation. He is up to 9 or 8, potentially 9. T225 still has, there's the R&B release. The 1, 2, the 3 cancel, but it gets caught by the neutral. T225 rampage into the back dodge. Might be a chance for Spider. Maybe looking for the hits, but T225 procs. That armor over there is empty as it comes through towards that spear wall, and T225 had to use it against Polaris earlier. This fight is going to be a kite around here, and one level 3 swing. T225 waits for that rollout, waits for the stamina expenditure, and this is going to be where T225 just looks for that pressure for the final minutes in this match.
Spider looking to put on the moves on a 225. That rampage dodge was insane. 225 down to his last leg. Spider doesn't go for the reach. He does put on the pressure, but 225 does get one heal off. Rampage is going to come out. This time connecting on the Spider. Half charge is going to come out. Combo break is going to be invested. 225 is going to get parried, and Spider with a sap with a 9-kill game is going to secure this win on Holleroth.
Crazy match. I think she's got the highest kill count so far today, and on top of that, taking in that multiplier. This puts Spider, look, he's like, I'm pretty good at that game. He is first place, so this keeps him higher on that mountaintop. The hill is only going to be harder to climb from there, but at least there's one stacked player, and it's going to be the Summer 2024 MPO champion this past season.
Now, Spider looking really in form, and I was saying, he just looks like a completely different fighter. He doesn't really shy away from any situation. He doesn't really, he actually shifted a lot of his playstyle. Normally you saw a hot dropping Spider, but instead he starts off slow, methodical, and then he ramps it up. It's not like he's being passive, but instead he's taking his strength and using it perfectly in these end games on Temi out of all characters. We saw Syra dominating every MVP, but the first time we're seeing a Temi MVP around, Serve.
It's crazy. Especially that we saw the fights. Arano had his position right there. Getting caught out was exactly what we need to see from the players. Seeing Syra being out by herself. And the moment happens and they see the burn ultimate, they can take her out. Nothing comes closer than making sure she gets nothing, into the end game. But we got a question for you guys out in the chat. Make sure you guys answer this one correctly, because the question is, how many players show Syra in Game 5? Ooh, are you paying attention? YouTube chat, I know you guys are out there. But you can't answer in there. You got to make sure it's in Twitch chat. And then make sure you guys have your whispers open. Is it A0, B1, C2, or D3? Make sure you guys answer correctly. The option is there for you to, throw a well-made haymaker, throw a kappa in chat, say, yeah, this is the right answer. What do you mean? But make sure you answer correctly, understand what is going through, and, with that round. For round 5, Holroth Dustbean ended out just the way that we just saw. Having a Temmie not only pick up the most kills in today so far, picking up the MVP, and then having to go up against all the odds. Having to go up against an armor swapped Hottie in the case scenario. But that situation where it had been swapped out gave TT25 a little bit more trouble, because then since Polaris Evalda had his ultimate back up, is forced into seeing to see the ultimate coming from Tumult, yet somehow surviving past that point, still having enough sustain to live out there. TT25 just going to go through with it in terms of the end circle and got second that round.
Matt. One thing to note, ladies and gentlemen, for this scoreboard, Spider is not letting his fans down. 9 kills, holding it down on Holroth with the Temmie at 13.8. TE Star coming up big with that zipping, 6.5225. Like you were saying, he was doing some work at 6 points and 4 kills. Now Polaris still showing big for the global players, still representing, still going Yang, and having some success with 2 kills. And what an excellent 1v2 situation. I thought he was out at least 2 or 3 times, but my man kept on fighting. If you're not dead, you can still get kills. Right. It's always winnable, serve. That's right. Looking at the overall standings in 12th, we got Taki with 4 kills, Tryhard at 4 kills, Miss You at 5, Zeldich at 10.1, Polaris at 10.7, First at 12. Man, points are so tough to get this year. With the change to the multiplier, you can't coast anymore. You gotta get in there. You have to take those calculated risks. And overall, points are just a lot less than we've seen in the past. I would say by the end of the day, it's probably going to be around 30 to qualify, but looking at the top end of the lobby, Pace at 17, Star at 18.5, Arano at 22.3, 225 at 22.5, OUG's Mike at 23, and Spider at 39.4. Like I was saying, I estimate it's going to be around 30 points, and Spider, we're not even done with day 1, and my man is already secured his spot for for J-Cup Finals.
I'm the same, man. He was straight vibing at the end of the victory. He's like, not bad, not bad. Because now it's up to him just to have to stroll along, having to get the chances of seeing about the characters that he's able to shoot into day 1. But we're going to have some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, Gamers United. You know how it goes. So the verse is going to be looking for the R&B release. Here's going to be verse going down for the first hit. Now the ice butterflies come through here for everything coming out, but from Tryhard. This is where it's coming out. If everything comes through, might be a chance for seeing Pace here with that Auric Sword and having a chance of hoping if whether or not he can get the elimination, he does so. In fact, Taki, though, finding himself in the cellar, having the RBs, finding himself into a spot and getting the elimination of 65 and the solo pickup as well. But Star had a phenomenal game. 5 eliminations to this game, playing as it being as an option. And with that long sword being picked up from the Salvation Podium, pistol shot was finished off Zeldich. But the fight of it all, Pace versus Misu inside of this area of the tents. And Misu just got caught throughout for that long engagement, while Spider takes a kill at 65.
Spider inside Rumble Yang, just an absolute juggernaut. Vintage Spider coming out. Old dominating Spider just shredding through everyone. The new era is not here yet. 225. Spider is going to secure the kill. Polaris versus Star. Nice weapon swap coming out. The classic, the old reliable pole sword weapon swap. And now Polaris, we didn't see the highlights going this. You see Polaris shaking his head. He did everything possible to survive that situation, but unfortunately for him, he was going against the unstoppable Spider. And the new and up and coming 225. Curse broken, but still, this is the world stage, sir. Yeah. Everything matters right now. Now, we're technically in group play, but out of all the players, the person who's impressed me the most this year, the person who's improved their game the most this year, has definitely been WBG Spider. Between rounds, if you look at his body language, you just see a very, very cold, calculated player now. And what's funny is that when interviewed, his coach said that all I did was make Spider have fun playing the game again.
That's good. This man said, just throw your 1, 2, 3 blues, enjoy the game. He's like, yeah, I'll do that. And then what the next thing you know, it's a domino effect, because now it's leading out to him getting MVP. See, I'm letting you guys know, that's the tech. I'll stop. Having everything come through for his second MVP so far today, though, this is where it comes down in terms of the gameplay. So, with everything coming from Spider this round, especially coming in from the beginning of the season, not picking up Spring Challenge, and we've seen the performance where it lacked through. That's when we saw the change up this past season with Summer, and then now onto the world stage, 18 players that he's going up against and making sure that he can try to understand what to do next. And if having fun is the answer to it all, put me in the trios team. I'll stop. Putting everything into the sidelines. If Spider keeps himself into this momentum, this also leads out to the other players. Seeing and studying what he's done in terms of improvement, doing it themselves, forcing out a chance of doing the best that they can with that knowledge in spite of the performance, but then just turning it around in a 180 direction clockwise.
I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Spider on Temmie. We saw dominance of Syra all day. I was like, what character can stop the Syra dominance? And out of all the characters, it's Temmie. Every single year, no one really plays Temmie, and he always shows up under the biggest lights, on the biggest stage. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a short break. Don't go anywhere. Game 6 is coming up.
Đại đạo sư bề xí xín. Xin chào mọi người, mình là TWSS BLADEPOINT. Năm ngoái là năm 2023 và là lần đầu tiên mình muốn thử sức vào những giải đấu lớn của NARAKA, mà mình đã may mắn được góp mặt vào kỳ chung kết thế giới năm 2023. Khó khăn mà em gặp phải em nghĩ là nhiều phần là từ phía gia đình không đồng ý cho em đi theo con đường này. Gia đình em là một gia đình như là gia giáo, coi chuyện học là quan trọng lắm. Em thì không thích học dẫn đến là không tập trung học được, nên là kết quả học tập của em ngày trước thì bình thường thôi, cho đến khi lên đại học nên là em phải gọi là từ bỏ để đi theo con đường này, mà nơi mà em gọi là tự tin hơn. Một khi đã lựa chọn con đường này thì ai cũng mong muốn là mình sẽ làm tốt, mà gia đình mà lúc nào cũng mặc dù trách mắng vậy thôi nhưng mà lúc nào cũng muốn mình tốt, lúc nào cũng muốn mình được sống bình thường ấy, sống hạnh phúc nhất. Gia đình em cũng mong em đạt được một số những thành tựu nhất định, đừng có hối hận trên quyết định, dựa trên quyết định này là được. Con đường này thì em cũng sẽ cố gắng hết mình đạt được kết quả tốt nhất để chứng minh cho gia đình thấy, cho mẹ em thấy là mình lựa chọn con đường này là không hề sai. Mẹ và mong là sau khi chứng minh được là gia đình sẽ phần nào yên tâm về bản thân em hơn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for round 6 for the solos day 1 for Jacob qualifiers. My name is Severio, alongside with Raven PLZ, making it happen and making it happen live here in Shanghai, China. And we're having to see the past 5 rounds and be able to come through for game 6 following up.
Man, it's been flying by, sir. Normally, feel like there was just a lot more games, but just how exciting the games have been, it's just been zipping by. You see the satisfaction coming out from WBG Spider's coach. He's just looking like, thumbs up, yeah?
Good job, me. That was me.
Is everyone entertained? This is what Spider looks like, having fun. Now, Mike from the get-go today just has had this deathly stare. Like he's locked in. He really, really wants this one. Rare instance, but throughout the year, Mike has admitted for the first time he's felt very, very mortal. He's lost a little bit of that confidence. Polaris, we saw during an interview, my man took a big step, stepping away from university to concentrate on NARAKA. It makes sense to me now why he's going Yang every single time. It's very obvious. In order to win it all, you have to go Yang. Now, during group stage, top 12 is going to be going through. There are 9 NBPL players here. 3 foreign spots usually get filled up. I don't think there's ever been a year where an NBPL player didn't qualify for finals.
That's right, yeah. Taking into consideration that each of these players under the NBPL banner, they understand the ins and outs, left and right, up and downs of their opponents, but more importantly, just knowing the base case scenario versus the global scene from the foreigner players. Now, everything and anything can happen. We don't have Fong this year of all players, right? And we haven't seen that happen for a bit of a minute. And for this to come through for the 18 players, this is going to be our 12 players playing today. This is their last phase selection round. Spider is the first one as well with Verse, and Tryhard the second with Polaris, while T225 and YZG and Zeldin are in third. Arano and Taki take the 4th round selection, Misu and Star take the 5th round selection, and Mike and Pace take the 6th round selection. Now, the double picks are still available for a lot of these players to kind of work off of. I'm pretty sure Polaris played his vault twice so far today, so for right now, it's going to be up to him to find a hindsight pick that works best for him, especially just been having it to be pocketed. Whether he has a chances of going through, hopefully, if it's up to the position, Sierra is going to be double picked, guaranteed, by Spider and Verse.
Now, we definitely have seen the Syra showing up as that 1st round pick. 2nd pick, man, Spider is just doing super. He showed that Temi can still be played. Zelsin showed us that Matari can be still played, and Polaris is going to pull out the Matari, while Tryhard's going to go with the more traditional route, going on to the Hottie for the 3rd round pick, 225. Traditional pick here with the Liam. Zelsic has been throwing in curveballs all day. What will his pick be for the 3rd round pick? And like I said, we got the Akos coming out. My man does not care. And now, technically, a lot of even the NBPL players do prepare an Akos for Morris. He does do well on this map. He is a decent 6th round pick, but a 3rd round pick? Surprising.
Big surprising, especially considering that we still have Temi's yet to be selected. 5th round selection being that main case scenario. There's a Vault of Ben available for Star, and he's going to be able to choose that option. Misu from Team Aries thinking ahead and trying to go ahead for the right pick. He goes for the Justina Classico. And now Mike, Pace, having options on the table, having Hottie available. Crazily enough, into the 6th round selection, Pace still has an option to pick Justina, and he's going to go for it. This is going to be something that Pace works off on, and this is going to be where he can hopefully catch the stead of the lead going through, especially knowing that he's going to be one of 2 Justinas in this match.
That, man, the picks are just all over the place, and that's what you get when the foreign scene, the global scene comes in and just puts their own spin on things. Now, Zelzic, every single year, he's kind of criticized for his weird picks, but he still has made them work. Now, he's not having that same consistent gameplay that we're getting from the top 8, but we're seeing little bits of light of just what he's able to accomplish with these characters. We'll have to see moving forward. Matari still up in the air as one of the picks, and I'm sure when Mike in the 6th phase saw that Hottie was available, he was like, oh, nice. The 2nd best pick is available for the 6th round pick. But Pace, Misu, now I was saying earlier that Misu's Cinderella story, he clutched it up on his Justina. This is one of his comfort picks. He loves playing this character for fun. His whole team loves playing Justina, and we'll have to see whether or not he can dig deep, show up big, just like he did in NA. Can he do it on the world stage with his Justina?
We'll have to see. He is going to be rocking V2 Justina. But with Pace being V1 Justina, it's going to be a huge distinction for the players, and especially considering that Misu having 2 dashes, that's the main thing. They're thinking, how can we invest that dash to go through, dodging it and understanding it, fighting him again, knowing they have 2 dashes, and then forcing out those dashes ahead of time before they even know it. But question for you guys out there, which of the following, for the prediction of course, for the following players, which will be racking up the most eliminations in this match, or if they get the same kills, who will do the most damage? It's going to be A, SS1 Space, BWG, Ron, make sure you guys get the prediction into the chat. But for the spawns right here, Shadow Jade Mine, Sigma Mine, FPX's Verse, and OWN's Zeldin going to be spawning right around here. And with YZ225 just reaching out towards north of that, we are going to see BWG Tryhard into that spot, in the spotlight, I should say, as well.
Now looking at Firefly Morris, the classic, sir.
Classic.
The classic timing attacks all over Fumio. Taki landing in the south, isolated. Mike in the top right, he loves to land up there with a Spider. The 2 goats gonna be locking horns off spawn. And like I was saying, Mike, Spider, Firefly location out here. And it looks like Star is gonna go in, has a weapon first. Mike gonna throw hands, throw the slap up, a Star keeping up the pressure. Dual Blades, one of the best weapons to smother your opponent, not allow them to get away. Mike struggling to find an armor, gonna tap dodge parry, throws the 1 charge, throws the follow up, but Star unfazed by this, looking for the cannon shot. Mike looking for the armor friend. He's not going to be able to find it, but Dice Camera's going to come out buying some time right now. Looks into the other building. Can't find the armor. Star is going to find the kill off spawn.
Unfortunate, but Star gets himself almost caught to the range of that 1, 2, 3. Now, of course, his Spider puts himself to the spot. There's the R&B to try to push back. Star finding himself getting chip damage left and right. Jump LMVs back and forth. Mike, salty res spawn back. Man went straight north. He did not want to take any chances because he knows there's trolls available over here, considering how fast he went to the engagement fight. But of course, since Spider is into the vicinity of that, he can head up north for easily access, for knowing himself that there's possibly gear in that direction, and he's going to find a surprise there if Hadi hasn't been able to pick up any greater armor, and for Mike to get himself into that name set.
What a crazy drop-off on points. Spider at 40, 225, and Mike at 23. But we're going to get Pace versus Serrano flat ground. Look for the half-charge down. He's going to bait out the parry. Valda combo break going to come out. Not going to be able to connect with the bubbles. Serrano going to go for a ride. Pace with the Raw Dragon. Going to get the upper. Does he get the follow-up? He does time it perfectly. 2-1-1's going to come out, and EWG Serrano is going to fall.
That's an immense 2-1-1 coming up from Pace. And especially this, considering that Tryhard is trying to range shot him from a mile away, but he does not shy away from this fight. This is going to be a bow shot coming through here. Tryhard making sure he can look for the whole R&B. He gets a release. Pace thinking that the hook wins was going to come out, goes straight into the face of the R&B. Block Extreme comes out here. Pace gets that meter dump, but Tryhard investing in the F2. Now Pace has 90% on the rage bar. All he needs to do is mitigate a little bit more. Finds a horizontal release, goes for slap. Is going to go ahead and try to guarantee another horizontal here again. There's the ultimate cast coming in from Tryhard. Trying to close gap. Pace goes straight towards another armor that's going to be on standby. If he has one, there's going to be the ultimate proxy to deny that stagger back. And there's going to be a spot for Tryhard to get a heal off while Pace gets to reset himself.
Pace neutralizing the second dash, realizing that Tryhard's going to close the distance. Nice shot from him. He's going to cancel with 60%. Tough break. Hadi Nerf not going to allow as much ultimate charge by Misyu on this is Sheena. Taking Polaris for a ride. Gets the follow-up. Gets the kill. Polaris will fall to Misyu. Now Misyu has to be feeling good. Getting that, finally, that off spawn. Now back to Tryhard and Pace. Big parry going to come out. No ult zone coming out. Pure neutral. Tap dodge cross coming out from Pace. Tryhard denying the cross, frying it. Focus attacks coming out. Pace combo breaks going to come out. Is going to get staggered. Tryhard taking him for a ride. 2-1-1's coming out, and Tryhard on the board off spawn.
One elimination going through here. Fumio Taki still arriving from this point. Remember, he spawned a console courtyard. He went for Fireflies. No one else took the contest of the area. Now it's up to Tryhard and Taki. Purple Hong Sword and Taki's, or Purple Dual Blades, I should say, in his vicinity. Now, as Taki goes ahead and goes for the R&Bs, he's holding the LMBs, looking for a pistol shot, looking for quick chip damage. Finds an armor release, parries on both sides. LMB gets confirmed, and Taki sees the F2 being burned here. Looks for the staggers if he can. R&B hold check, not going to come out here. There's a fist plane, 1-2 F1 investment from Taki. No combo breaker, but there's a blue focus release. Now we're a little bit more, uneasy, but the R&B release. Taki finding the elimination, 1 kill, and Verse is looking to try to go ahead and clean up shot, because once this Forbidden Seal is active, anyone in the vicinity of the map can see where the blue bubble is.
Taki with the no mix-up, back-to-back focus attacks is going to take down Tryhard. Now Mike down in the last leg. Sliver of hell is TE Star trying to finish off Mike again. Star is going to take the reset, letting the Hadi get away, but he will be chasing you down. Has to be careful right here. A lot of Fireflies in this vicinity. Now, generally, this location is hawked for the Fireflies, but Mike does find one of them and now has a second ultimate. Star has his ult up. Mike going to be fading out, looking for a better opening right now. Does come back, gets the stagger. 1, 2, hold 3, standard get out. Gate's going to dodge that first spear. Double charge cancel. Coming in with the 1 charge. Star is going to miss the spear. Nice parry going to come out. Mike takes a ton of damage from the single hit parry from the fist blades. Now Mike is going to get the nice armor reset. Back to even. Can Star secure the kill onto Mike? Big focus attack's going to be coming out. Parry's coming out from Star. A little bit of a slip up. Now Star against the ropes. A little bit of movement error as well. 1, 2, 3 coming out. Armor reset though.
Big chances here for that 3. Might be looking for the F2 to be invested into the V2. Being able to pick up the Firefly. Star finds a blue armor just like that. He's at full reset capabilities right now. Mike taking the time to heal up the white health. Has himself to look for the chase down into the servant's ground. 16 grapples to his name. All he needs is 1 stagger in a dream for Mike. Looking to go ahead on top of the rooftop. Dodges the V2 Valda Spear. Making sure the crossbow hits can go off. This man's looking like an FPS gamer. Making sure that parry is clean for it. The F2 is now invested. No more combo breaker. And Star at a point of being the lead on HP is at his lowest. There's going to be 2 RMBs thrown out here. Mike goes for the jump LMB into the RMB. The zone take damage comes out strong and gives Mike the elimination for number 1 to this round.
Mike is going to get his get back. Take down Star. Really, really great matchup right there. Back-to-back ultimates. Both Mike showing why he's the go. Now Tacky down to the last sliver of health. Zelzich on the Akos looking for this last sliver. Poke. Nice ball coming out from Tacky. Gonna throw him out. Get a little bit of space, but Stagger's going to come out from Zelzich. Jumping LB's going to come out. Tacky fighting his way out of this, but not with that sliver of health. Zelzich is going to be able to secure the kill, and Arano's going to back off. Zelzich picking the pieces off, the leftovers from poor fallen Tacky. Now going over to YZG's T225 onto Spider, waiting for this Realm of Yang. Man, 10 people still alive, 11 still people alive going into this first Realm of Yang. A lot slower going into the last game of the day.
Yeah, the aggression being at a standstill, completely unaware of whether or not they're going to be able to go to this Realm of Yang as Spider and T225 taking fights. So Spider having ultimate still available, I don't think he's going to be having enough time here. T225 might want to commit to this kill, but like we said, Syra, if Syra ain't going down now, there's T225 disengaging completely. He loses that Realm of Yang pass. He finds an armor slot, and he wants to take the reinitiated fight. He finds an RB to the face. He still has 1 last Oryx sword to come out here, and now Spider tap dodges to victory into the Realm of Yang. His opponent's going to be versed. Now Spider has purple armor and purple nunnies. No specialty Jade so far, but he's looking to take this fight up against an opponent that is a Syra as well. As we stated, she is possibly taking these fights going through, and the startup is going to go into the sky as Spider takes it against Verse.
New school versus old school. A lot of people don't know this, but Verse has been close to Mike and Spider in multiple big events. These guys evenly matched with slight edge going to Spider. Spider's going to take a little bit of damage on the opener. First focus attack is going to go in the favor of Verse. Now he flies through. The no-look focus attack is going to get a fade away. Nice stagger coming out from Verse. Posturing her now. Both of these guys looking evenly matched. Life attacks on the outside. 1, hold 2. But Verse repeats the same thing on the Spider with the fade away take back. Spider going for a ride. Jumping LB's coming out. Spider has to pop his ultimate. Both of them popping in the ultimate. Who's going to take it?
Light beams coming left and right. The Dazzles are going to be trying to go for the force box, but they can't do anything, so they're going to self-heal across this pillar. As Spider looks to try to heal up here, there's going to be another 5 seconds left before the ultimates disengage. They're going to have to go right back into the ground combat, but there's Verse reinitiating himself into the lead as he was the second one to ultimate. Gets a Dazzle into a beam, into a cannon shot for that hit. The Rupture Gale is going to proc slowly, but then again, if the immune to Dazzle comes out here, that means he's not going to be able to go through for it. RMB is going to be spanned out here. Verse making sure he can go through and making LMB horizontal block his way, and there it is. The second one, this time from Spider. Goes for a meter dump. It's an uppercut. 2-1-1 confirmed. And his Verse goes ahead and loses all of his armor and is at near half health. 1 cannon shot from Spider, 1 cannon shot from Verse. Back and forth. The range shots are going to be looking to try to clutch up for the 2-1-1 if he can, but Verse gets parried, loses the Realm of Yang fight, and giving Spider that elimination.
Vintage Spider clutching it up. We haven't seen a lot of parries from Spider, but there's what I'm saying about Spider's gameplay. It's more well-rounded than it's ever been. He's doing what's necessary to win this round, and he's not slowing down at all. He's an absolute menace, a freight train of frags. He's already up to 41.4, 2 frags to his name. Now going over to Verse, Yang depletion, 4 minutes. Gonna be going against Polaris on the Matari. Nice stagger gonna be coming out, gets a little bit of value off the charge up of his dash through. Now no combo break coming up. Polaris is gonna get the uppercut combo. Doesn't get the deep fry though. A little bit of terrain grief. Verse trying to find some space, trying to lead him to a trap, sitting on the door corner, looking for the focus attack, fades away, goes through. The Polaris not going to bite, is going to get an uppercut combo. Now Verse against the ropes. Can he find his way out of this?
Big chances here for Verse to not invest his F1, and he's doing good work against it. LMB is forcing the V2 Matari. Unfortunately, the teleport into the F2. He used Dazzle, preemptive, into ultimate, and it's going to look for the chase down. But like we said, oh my goodness, I back what I just said, because Polaris has got caught into the Dazzle, and that might be a point where Verse is in the lead right now. Polaris looks to kite around the building, can get one heal off. If Verse can hit a sightline Dazzle, this will be a problem. But Polaris finds himself to get hit. A cannon shot's confirmed. Goes for LMB. Uppercut, 1, 2, scare rush into the RMB because of the terrain, and he finds the RMB. This time, Sobel picked up one elimination for Verse and gets rid of that re-engagement.
Well played by Verse. Just has the stamina, keeps up the pressure, keeps up the good spacing, and he's able to outlast the Matari of Polaris. Now moving over to the building, we got Mike already engaging on the ult. 4 people involved. Mike trying to secure the kill right now, has a buff. 55 seconds on the Tiger, both Rano trying to get away, down to his last hit. Pays hot on his heels, Spider as well. You got a wild Spider, a Mike, a Pace on your back. Can Rano find a reset right now? He's down to just a sliver of health, moving his way, bobbing, weaving. He's trying to look for the armor reset, does find it. Mike desperately trying to get this last hit, but Rano's able to get that blue armor, is going to get a little bit of save. Can he have the same success that Polaris did against 225 and Spider?
Taking the time to heal on one of the ceiling tops in the Sigma Mine. But we have to see what's going to go through here against Misu against T25. There's going to be the scare rush, there's going to be the stone form, I should say. And if everything comes out from Misu, double dodge, roll into Oryx Sword, free horizontal release. Let's go. But here's the problem. We got one more Oryx Sword to worry about. T25 looking to try to invest it very carefully, but he finds a full blue armor swap. This means he can go straight in. The Oryx Sword comes out, and the blue focus horizontal from Misu forces his combo breaker to use the cancellation of his ultimate. Finds himself in a spot where he could look for neutral, but he gets caught by the blue focus vertical, holds horizontal again. The pistol shot comes out. Chip damages was all is needed for T25 here. If he can try to go for a one-hit stagger, there's a scare rush confirmed. LMB. Misu goes down with 1 elimination. 2 kills so far for T25, finding himself at the Romy Yang as well, and picking up his 2nd elimination.
225 makes Misu kiss his feet. That max range RMB comes out of nowhere. It has just a little bit of that win hitbox. Misu tries to dodge out, tries to outrange 225 to get a little bit of composure, but 225 calls him out, says, "Where you going, sucker?" Hits him with that max range RMB and takes down Misu. Now going in the realm of Yang, Polaris versus Mike. I gotta respect Polaris. He's just in there duking it out with the juggernauts of NARAKA. Mike on the hottie, gonna get the overhold through, gonna get a nice focus attack through with the Jade. Polaris down to his last sliver. He's gonna dash to force out the combo break from Mike. Mike still has ultimate. It's gonna get staggered up. Big comeback coming out from Polaris. Now Mike with disadvantage. Matari does do very, very well. We'll have to see how Polaris is gonna show us with his teleports versus Mike.
Now, Chase scenario is that he still has a teleport ready for the V2, not the F2, and if he decides to go for a teleport RMB, level 3 swipe. I was just about to say it happened. This is where Polaris is going to eat up a lot of damage as a result of that. There's the F2 across the sidelines, but all Mike needs to do is look for one click for an RMB or an F2 kill. I can't believe I just witnessed an F2 kill. That thing does negative damage, essentially, but if you're low enough, it counts. And Mike's is waiting out the Romy Yang. He insta-frame one's enter going through against Pace. Now, this is going to be gold halberds that he picked up. He's got an explosive armor in that Benthic that we saw recently. He's got Nunnies on standby, a purple rarity. He's got blue dagger onto the point. Now, for this side, we are going to see a chance of seeing that gold katana in action, but the bow is going to be what Pace is going to be looking all about into this Romy Yang fight.
Opening up with a crossbear, spicy. Combo work's gonna be already forced out for Pace. Now he's going for a ride, dazzled up by the dual halberds. Jade's focus attack's gonna be coming out from Mike, making it look easy. Just back-to-back reads, a 3-piece for Pace, and he is going to fall. Now we're gonna get Verse versus 225 Syra. Will she continue her dominance? We haven't seen a Liam versus Syra yet today.
Yeah, we haven't seen it come through yet. First, though, takes his ultimate first very early on, forcing T25 in the spot of getting a lot of HP to chunk down before his ultimate proc comes out. He can't use his ultimate offensively, but he can use it defensively. But he knows the duration of the Syra ult is very short, so he uses one Oryx Sword to teleport to space out, gets caught almost by that Dazzle, and looking for the cannon shots versus going to go ahead and kite around here. Gets caught by almost at the second Oryx Sword, and he still finds himself in the face of danger. T25 gets caught by the uppercut, the F1 invested, and there's going to be a scare rush for Saggers, but he gets caught instead. The cannon shots back and forth from Verse has been working phenomenally this round, and this is going to be where Verse gets his victory in Romyang. This is gold armor, folks. This is something that gives him a lot more pressure into the endgame circle. He gets a Mortal Defiance, a purple pulse, or gold pole sword, purple fist blades, and a velocity untold Jade. And he is going to have a good time when it comes down to finding those gold nutties.
Verse doing the launder today, just looking super clean versus 225. Man, that trap for the scale rush. Super precise timing and spacing. He's able to trap 225, thinking he can sneak in that scale rush, even though he comes from the blind spot, not able to find it. Instead, just gets taken down immediately. Now we're getting OUG's Mike chasing down his rival Spider on the other side, but 225 coming out inside the realm. He does have 5 minutes to work with. He is gonna find an Arano. There's nothing wrong with actually, we haven't seen Arano at all. This building, not one of the ideal locations to chase someone down, but 225 has to make something happen here. Armor stripped from his name. Dagger versus Katana. Tough matchup from him. Parry's going to be coming out. Gold combo breaks him out. Arano trying to close the distance. 225 desperately trying to find an armor swap. Blue armor's going to come up, and we're going to get a nice reset versus Arano.
The Saggers are clean for it, but T25 gets himself almost getting caught by a slap. T25 finds the armor swap for the common rarity, and the vertical Katana comes out. And of course, if anything comes out for the F2, it's going to be caught out with the V1. And T25 looks to close gap with the 2-1-1 in the corner, but that V2 is clean for the Oryx Sword, taking a full field of effect, and a free spear comes out. Soul Break may not be confirmed, but the F1 repositions him right towards his opponent. T225 hiding around, gets caught by that hit, and Assassin's Lunge in the jump R&B gives Arano the kill, and that's going to be his soul to be able to pick up and knocking out the Liam in the lobby.
225 a little bit hasty with the chase down, overcommits, and Arano punishes him for it. Now we still have Verse, Tryhard, Spider, Mike, Juggernauts of fighting inside Celestia, all probing for some weakness, trying to get some chip damage in. We got 7 left alive. Last game of the day. The kills over the board, pretty even. Everyone's up to 2 to 3 kills. Arano in the center, in the thick of things. Pace has 2 minutes, 35 seconds. He needs to find the reset. He does have a gold katana ready. He just needs to land a connection here. Big damage going to come out with the armory jump LMB. Arano, though, making his way out of the situation. Scale rushing back and forth. Really tough to lock someone down, but with so many strong players around every single corner, Arano weaving in and out. It's going to make it to the safety of the bridge room, and he is out of there.
And it's kiting for days, and he's able to kind of find a recluse there. But there are 7 players total left alive. Pace finding himself the gold katana, hoping to work out against that horizontal. Now, Pace having a little bit of chance here. Hopefully, and I say this hopefully, if he finds a side overcut against Verse, it's going to force out a lot of things. And now Pace finds himself of working through a pole sword wielding Syra. This is a dangerous game. B1, as I remember from mentioning earlier, it's going to be 2 dashes down. They recognize that. The last dash has been consumed. Now the players such as Tryhard can now reinitiate that chase down. If he finds a counter grapple or he just goes for the grapple stagger, Pace will then have to invest the F2 to back off. But then again, Zeldinch looks to knock Tryhard off his tail. Oh, I can't believe it. I'm looking behind. I'm looking back for it. Is this a dream? It literally locked in that flaming cage. Zeldinch finding the elimination, but more importantly, his 3rd one to that game.
No way. Zeldinch with the lantern kill. One of the few times I've ever seen this on the world stage. What a way to go down. Zeldinch on the ankles with 3 kills. And I'll say, my man, he chooses what he wants and he makes it work under the brightest lights. 6 people left alive. WBG Fighter is going to get this reset. We haven't seen how Syra plays in a very congested area with a ton of buildings. Now, one of her weaknesses, we were saying, line of sight. Can you get around a corner? Scale rush being one of the best movement options in this game. It's going to be hard for Spider to close out this game. Now, something we are used to seeing in these very, very stacked lobbies are heal-offs. We haven't really seen it going to the zone. And for the first time, we have a ton of terrain to work with. We have the classic Celestia endgame coming out to end the first day. I'm really hoping to see which character, Hadi, Valda, or Syra, wins it in this current meta.
It'll be a dangerous predicament, but if we get a heal off, I'm excited for that. I'm hoping to see that coming through here. Mike having himself at the shop. But looking at Arano's build, having a repair roll and as well as finding himself a piece of action with the pistol deader rounds. This can disrupt a lot of things. A lot of players get caught by the deader rounds, and that's free hits. Mortal Defiance, Thunderstorm for Verse, taking himself to the Thunder Shot, as well as finding himself that Velocity Untold from earlier, not finding Nunnies just yet, and a Zeldich. Having a Vajra's Grip, having a Phantom Step on standby, having the double roll, you see him roly-poling around here with a wave roll, and also having a jabbing. So if he finds a stab, he's good to go. Tryhard, taking a Cav Bloom. If he finds dual blades or dual howards, he's converting that 100%. Considering how much pressure Cav Bloom can work into this point of pushing people off, or even after they get caught into the uppercut, just to confirm if flops stay hit, and to confirm the
Right, Mike is on Hottie, Tryhard on Hottie. We got 2 Hotties going into this end game. Are we going to get pulled out into the open, though? We're not going to have the safety of the building, but the first Spirit Well is going to be coming in. Blue buff sitting there. Everyone's contesting for it. Spider is not going to slow down. He's going to keep on the pressure. My man's already qualified at 42.4, but he does not care. He's sending a message to everyone. He's having a great time in the game, and this is what Spider looks like when he's having fun.
Yeah, now it's going to be a contesting for the Spirit Well, and if Spider looks to try to pick up a 3rd kill, that would be his best case scenario, especially against Mike. And taking Mike out of the picture of the Spirit Well is now going to give a full consideration route for Valda. Now she is going to be looking for it as Arano holds the fort down, having to hold blue focus with the dagger, and having Zeldinch to work against his member. Zeldinch has F1, as I was about to mention, this man throws it, and that is going to be a nice push away from anyone off of a Spirit Well, or even just being able to get the mitigation in alone. Dragon War reveal from Mike for the lobby. This is going to give players a really nice understanding about which Hottie is going to be the one to worry about, especially with the nunchucks being in the hand. But while Verse charges the pulse sword to that scare rush, the blue focus, it's just whole purpose just to deny anyone trying to show up without wanting to take the smoke. But a parry could disrupt that entire flow as Verse looks to continue the pressure and scare rushing into the Spirit Well as all the players are looking around.
Yeah, both Hotties, both Cyros trying to posture to get in there. Mike's tagging in again with the Dragon Roll after getting healed off. Tryhard took the center for a little bit. Nice stagger going off over and over. Verse with the gold pulse sword is trying to zone everyone out, but now he's a little bit of an overextension. He has to be careful right now. The Dragon Roll of Mike putting a ton of pressure onto them, but WBG Spider coming back in, contesting Mike. Doesn't want to give the Spirit Wall for free, but it looks like the Hotties, Mike and Tryhard, might be claiming that I spoke a little bit too soon. Verse does get the heal off. He is going to be coming in, but Mike is going to pop his ultimate, trying to secure this. The 80% Moonbane's coming in. WBG Spider's also going to pure chaos is coming out for this Spirit Well.
Full reset coming out here for Spider as he's forced to do so, and Mike is going to look at the Spirit Well, trying to get a 100% claim, and he gets it. This gives him a lot of rage back. Not 100% considering he's still an ultimate, but he forces out from any other opponent from picking up that Spirit Well buff as a Mystic Might. And now the damage received is going to be almost quartered down, and for Mike, all he got to do is stick to the Syra and force out that ultimate to deplete. But this Moonbane is a little bit too close. He gets caught by the dazzle. This gives the lobby full control off of this. The explosive armor gets procced out here. Finds a gold armor swap as he cleared out the Spirit Well. He chases down Verse, the only Syra that he knows has no ultimate, and perhaps hasn't even burned the combo breaker. He will find out very soon, but Verse has no armor, and that's enough priority as is to make it necessary.
Yeah, Verse, no ultimate, just like you were saying. It's going to get pressured out by Mike. Mike has his ultimate online. He needs to take down one of these Syras before they get back online. Zelzich coming in, finds the low HP. Syra, white armor onto Verse. He's scale rushing left and right, trying to create some space with the 80% Moonbane, just consuming so much of this terrain. He does find another armor swap. Mike, though, has the blue buff. You're going nowhere, Verse. We're taking you down right now. Mike keeping up the pressure. Dual Halbies swinging. Gold doing a ton of chip damage to Verse, and then out of nowhere, Verse lifted out by a dagger. Grapple Stagger's going to be coming in, but Zelzich does get the last hit, but Mortal Defiance is going to be coming out. Mike going to pop the ultimate, looks for the last hit, and he's going to secure the kill.
4 eliminations for Mike, picking up the Soul Loom and dipping out like nothing ever happened. 4 players left alive, though, Zeldinch being the lowest target on the field of play. Spider taking aggression against Arano. Arano tried to cut out for the buildings and using the dagger, but the build has been given to Mike from the body. So for everything coming from the remains, Mike repositions. He looks to try to see if anyone is still fighting or trying to reset, and if since he has Mystic Might, he has full vision into this field of play. We got 4 minutes down under. Heal-off looking a little bit more slim than his takes, but there's going to be that parry. And you know Spider, he's going to go for the R&B, burning out the F2 from the Hottie. It might be a chance for Spider to look for the 2 for just a quick neutral, but no one's going to allow that, especially with the Valda on the field of play.
Yeah, Spider, no armor to his name, getting stripped of all of his health. Is going to pop his ultimate, put the pressure onto Arano, letting him know where you go when you're stuck out in the open. The amount of damage getting put out from Spider. Arano has to pop ultimate, is going to use the cliff to get the nice reset, and Zelzic's gonna tag in with the cannon, putting on the pressure onto Spider, not allowing him to get a full heal off. Now Spider gonna try to go to the cliffside, try to get a reset, but unfortunately for him, Mike gonna tag in, look for the kill onto him. Gold Up's gonna be invested by Mike, keeping up the pressure though. Spider trying to fight his way out of this. Focus attack into the Hong Sword dash, swinging left and right, bobbing, weaving. Arano on the outside though, catches the retreating Spider. You're not going anywhere. Spider has to fight his way out of there, but Mike's gonna take him from behind. Spider with a parry onto Mike, denying him the kill, and then Zelzich is gonna pick up the kill onto Spider.
4 eliminations for Zelda and F1 is space apart. We know that Mike looks to try to reset against his point, but Arano having to go to time for reset. We are 2.5 minutes right now. He takes the initiation against Zeldin, still having himself maxed out for the health bar. Mike, part 2, Legend Boogaloo, getting all the items off of that body. He's able to get himself resetted for the next engagement in case it comes down where he has to back off. And there's a lot of terrain here. You gotta look in terms of the kiting, the cliff sides, the trees. Everything can be worked towards your advantage, especially for Akos in terms of chasing down, and especially for Hadi just trying to space out. But for Evalda, Arano is the one target they want to make sure they can steer clear of or force the pressure like that parry just then and there. Zeldin finds the parry complete in the Dragon War. F1 to deny the pressure. 5 eliminations. Zeldin losing out on that Soul Bloom. Hold checks the whole R&B, and there's going to be the velocity untold into that parry. Zeldin eats up the damage. Force proc ultimate into the pounces is still available, but whether or not Mike is already knowing when the next move is going to happen, he is tag dodging away.
Zelzich with the Akosol pop, Mike holding his ground, holding his combo break, finally investing it, and now Zelzich trying to find the Tiger, not able to find it. Mike able to dodge, weave, gets a nice scale rush out. Zelzich gets the tracking up, finds Mike, looks for the jumping Tiger, not able to get it. Mike takes to the air, has the advantage now with his ultimate up. Zelzich gonna go inside the building, sees if he can get a focus attack. Mike staring at him on the outside, calls his bluff, knows he's not going to release. Triple charge is going to be coming out now. Zelzich burning, trying to find a reset. Looks to the right, looks to the left. Mike's cutting him off. Where can he go? But he is going to get a stagger. Last hit situation right now. Mike is going to get the cross into the 2-1-1. And Mike is going to secure the last round of the day. Vintage Mike showing his dominance.
5 kills, eliminations to take him to first place. Mike takes himself with 9 points that round, taking into the earnings of it, and finding his second MVP throughout today. Now this could be a chance here to see everyone, the old guard still holding the fort down. You got Mike, got Spider holding down the points in terms of the lead, and hoping to see whether Zeldin can take these games into his own set. I mean, listen, 5 eliminations, second place, clean and knockouts into that Morris Isle map selection. Having the option of not even using F2 as we've seen before, but F1. Mitigation being an important factor for him, but also taking it to the point between all the other players, or Arano being the Valda, a key component when it comes to rage-based maps, but more importantly into the game circle, be one of the key figures we want to see about taking out later or sooner than later.
Yeah, we're still seeing the veterans, like you said, sir, dominate the leaderboard. Under the brightest lights, in the most competitive lobbies, just their raw feel of these moments. They always just find a way to clutch up and win. Lucky break for Mike. I was saying, I'm sure Mike was surprised that Hadi was available. Remember, Mike was 6th phase pick, and he still was able to pick Hadi up, and some of Mike's biggest clutches were on the last game, were on Firefly Morris, and they give it to the GOAT himself. I'm not surprised that Mike dominated this lobby.
Mike took a lot of considerations, especially with that last Spirit Row, right? We saw how many players were around the vicinity towards the west side Celestra, how often he tried to keep it for himself, and having that Dragon Ward in the back pocket, noticing the players understood that he has that Dragon Ward, they spaced around. And you saw how often Verse was looking to scare rush just to kite anyone who was trying to run up to the Spirit Row to last second clear, but one thing that came down under consideration was the Pulse Sword being in action. Once that Stormform is procced, that means he is stuck in motion, he is stuck exactly where he is, and then they can look towards just using the range shot. You mentioned a couple weeks ago, actually a couple months ago, saying how strong it is to counteract that Pulse Sword with ranged weapons, especially with a Stoneform proc, having been a key factor. Players such as using the muskets and using the pistols, the deader rounds from Arano that he's had on hand the whole time, he's able to force out a stagger for other opponents to take into their moment of locking them down.
Now, maybe we spoke a little bit too soon. We saw earlier in the day Syra dominating, having the back-to-back-to-back to MVPs. But now, that last little bit, Spider and Verse piloting Syra versus Tryhard and Mike. The Hadis end up coming up, clutching up that last Spirit Roll. So maybe it's not as clear-cut that Syra is just going to outright bully everyone else. And now we're seeing last round of the day, people are going to take a little bit more risk. Spider is going to push it a little bit farther. He knows he's qualified. Technically, Verse and Mike also in that same boat, around 27 points. They're so far ahead. I imagine 30 points, 25 to 30 points is going to be the cutoff. But looking at the scoreboard for this round, now at the top, Zelsic again.
Man, popping off. 7 points earned. Now Mike takes first place. You know, he's at 9 points as predicted. I know Moxie's like, don't do math. I'm like, I'm doing the math. 7 points still in second place for Zeldinch. WBG Spider at 4.5 in third. FPX's Verse taking 3 points. 2.5 for SS1's Pace. 2.25 Arano. Tryhard taking 2 points. 1.5 for Misu. Taki taking 1 as well as Star. But Polaris found no eliminations. He lost his first Romy-Yang. He took a fight against Verse, who lost their Romy-Yang over by Crow's Nest and lost it through that. But the momentum cannot stop there. They have another day of playing throughout the days that we have for Jacob qualifiers. So taking into consideration for this round today and taking the 6 rounds played, they will have a chance of looking through how they stacked up today versus when they play tomorrow.
Yeah, this is lobby A and B. Definitely the harder lobby out of the 3 that can be made. Taki at 5 points. Tryhard at 6 points. Misu at 6.5. Polaris at 10.7. Now at the top 6, Star at 19.5, Pace at 19.5. I would say the 20-point mark is a comfort part. Arano at 24.8, 225 at 25, Mike at 32 with that big game. But at the top, slugging it out, showing everyone his final form, 43.9. Now this is still group stage. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. Still 2 more days. A and C coming up next. You know, this lobby, like I was saying earlier, Surf, all the heavy hitters are in this one. Unlucky for the global players who got this one of these 2 groups, having all the former champions in it. But still, what an exciting day. Zelsic, Polaris, showing up big for the global stage.
Yeah, and we're gonna get some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, and we're looking at the kill. Tryhard had gone through against Taki, who releases those blues, but into the Romy-Yangs, we see Misu taking fights against Pace, and there's one Clink looking for the RMBs, making sure he can look for another Clink, but instead a parry into an immediate RMB spear release. Spider finding the parry against Verse, as we saw earlier for the first realm, and taking his kill back and eliminating the Romy-Yang depletion. Finding Polaris in that corner, knowing that the 1-2-3 may have not worked in his favor due to that wall with the terrain manipulation, but he comes back stronger and finds it. While Mike takes his Romy-Yang fight against Pace, looks for the RB, goes for the Metric Descent, when that Gold Halberd stacked up nicely with that build, and there's another neutral situation. This round went by so fast, even Pace was confused by that point.
Pace gets crossed up by the quick dual halbies of my 225, does fall to that overextension inside Celestia, and that's what happened to Tryhard. I was wondering what happened. The paid actor, the Moonbane, taking him down. Really unlucky day for Tryhard. 2-1-1 gonna come out from Mike, closing it out. He is known as the King Tiger of CN. So seeing that Akos, being on Hadi, he's seen that fight a million times before. Unlucky, but well played by Mike. One new technique that we're seeing on the stage. Normally we really don't see 2-1-1 with Hong Sword, but with optimizations going through the roof this year, a lot of the times if the terrain isn't as good, a lot of these pros now are just taking the free focus attack damage and not trying to grapple kick to combo extend with Hong Sword.
Yeah, you've been seeing this in the beginning of the Summer Challenge, and it was very, very rare in between from seeing the Hong Sword 2-1-1, especially considering seeing how the Hong Sword performs well with setting up combos. Now, with that and the inclusion of 2-on-1 being originating from the staff being utilized more often, since Hong Sword has just a 2-hitter, that created more opportunities just to see about the terrain grief. Like you said, if terrain is not in your favor, 3 degrees in one direction can grief you if it's going in an upward slope. So the players take as much opportunity of skill checking themselves and then perfecting it, exercising it, and going through with it in its execution into the MBPL stage when we're playing their matches to qualify throughout this next 2 days. Now, understanding what's going to go through for Mike is that he is guaranteed. Like, the man is going through in terms of the top board. Seeing between the foreigners, though, Zeldinch in the placement that he'd like to see, I think, for our first A performance. And we're going to be able to see that chance hopefully later on. But we got an interview for you guys, and we'll see you guys right afterwards after a short break. Interview. is happening in just a moment, but we'll see you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with T225 and let him say hello to our audience. 来，225先跟大家打招呼吧。欢迎225。哎，首先我们也看到，其实战队这4名也是有了一次更迭的。到了我们这个节杯，其实改变的很多。Okay, so first I would like to talk about our matches, because today the match patch, how you think about that, especially about the character, Zara? 先问一下。今天其实对我们来说，很多东西很多内容都是新鲜的，特别是我们进行了一个版本的更迭之后，目前在单排场上看到了非常多的希拉。25觉得这个希拉目前版本怎么样？
我觉得他技能上面都比较完美吧，相比于张琴而言，主要他的受击太丝滑了，加上他的大招斩杀能力，加上回蓝镜的能力都挺出色的。
那现在其实今天也看到很多观众在说，哎，今天的比赛有点像得希拉者得天下。225怎么感觉呢？
我感觉还是看人的希拉吧。有些人希拉玩挺菜的，说实话。
你觉得谁？你自己的？
我说有些人。
有些人可以具体展开说说吗？
这不好说。
不好说。Okay, to be honest, I think like this hero is really strong, and especially his skill and like when you are being under attack, and really have strong skill in the matches, and also it's really strong in the solo game. But for me, I think like today in the matches, some of the person their server is really strong, but some of them are not. I think it's up to the person. Okay, let's move on to the math part. Answer for treasure. 来看看今天题目。So the question for this turn, which is how many kills did YZGT225 get in Game 6? 好的，这道题目呢是关于在今天第6把的比赛当中，225到底拿下了多少击败积分。先来讲一讲，其实今天是拿下了一个在我们节杯小组赛是拿下了一个开门红。随后的几场，225自己评价下，感觉整天打下来感觉怎么样呢？
我随便打的。
为什么是随便打的？你这个态度有点不端正啊！今天可是我们节杯的小组赛啊，怎么回事？
主要是没压力啊，看能不能把那个rank第1的那个1000美刀给拿下。
这个没有压力，主要来源于哪里？你是觉得今年的这个我们的节杯阵容感觉怎么样？
因为外赛区变菜了。
为什么是感觉外赛区变菜了呢？
因为他们可能是高原池打久了吧，然后相对于中国的博弈方面，它也不怎么完善，所以我们大陆赛区会更有优势一点嘛。
明白了，其实说他们刚刚来可能还不太适应，对不对 ？Okay, so before the answer, I just asked him because today we saw that T225 get the MVP in the first game, and after that, I would like to know how he think his status today. And he told me that he think it's really just so, but he's good, and he don't have any pressure today. And I would like to know why and about his like opinion like on the other players, and he think that this year for Jacob is a little bit easy now for him, and he really want to have a goal is that get the first and get the money from the matches. And because he think like this year our player from Jacob other regions, maybe because they just fly to Shanghai and not adapt to the like environment in Shanghai, and maybe they still need time to improve. 好的，再次感谢225的一个这个给我们的一个分享。那接下来我觉得225应该准备就绪，我们就准备进入一个倒计时。Okay, I think our players prepared, and let's start counting. 英文。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, 也是一个很经典的环节。Okay, so today because we are the group matches for the JCAT, and I would like to know so for T225 and how we think about like other players, and also like this year your ambition and like how many like your issue think you need to improve. 那我这边也要问一下，既然作为一个节杯的小组赛，这个开赛的第一天，其实整个大的环境，包括这次抽签出来，感觉怎么样？这一次对于节杯自己的目标有没有信心？
肯定是拿第1嘛，然后摆脱这个第5魔咒吧。
第5之前应该是一个亚军魔咒，怎么给自己说低了？但我这边也特别想知道，其实对于这个在努力的路上，自己觉得目前还有哪些要进步的地方吗？
我觉得自己的刀法上面吧，还有回蓝镜强博弈方面更需要加强一点吧。
那我们也期待你的一个进步。Okay, so for this year, Jacob, my ambition is to get the first in the NARAKA in the matches. And for me, I still think I have some issue to improve. It's like I need to improve my one-on-one fighting, and I need to improve like other things in the matches, and I still need to improve a lot and to get the go get the ambition in the J Cup。那最后其实也作为一个这个节杯，这个我们小组赛给大家一句祝福，然后也给自己一句祝福，好不好？就是可以给大家讲讲，比如说自己的信心啊，送给你的粉丝一句话 ，just one last sentence, give the you will cheer up for yourself to the fans。
爱心的。
Okay, it's love and trust and wait me。哇，这其实爱信等虽然很简单的3个字，但是非常有力量。那我们也祝贺225今天拿下了个开门红，也是有个非常好的状态。希望接下来的节杯之旅一起期待你的表现。Okay, looking forward to the rest of game in the J Cup and looking forward to your performance. Thank you T225 and thank you for today's interview. We will take a break. We will get back to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a day of solos. The hardest lobby, A and B, are in the books. And it looks like Spider is looking like the favorite this year, at least by the results for A and B. 225, sharing his thoughts on how he's doing. No pressure for the day. Didn't do as well. Started out very strong, but slowed down in the end. But it looks like he's kind of coasting. Doesn't really feel a ton of pressure from the NBPL players. Definitely not from the foreigners. We'll have to see what the next day is going to be looking like. But still, I gotta say, Spider has definitely impressed me today with how locked in and how developed his game is everywhere. Off spawn, mid game, and end game.
Yeah, Spider taking an offensive approach and doing it in a flawless manner, catching as many as he could in terms of the points, but doing so in a fashion that no one was suspecting. This man is in first place across the board. Nothing can contest him for day one completely. No questions asked. T225 coming through and is giving words towards the players, you know, especially coming through and coming to Shanghai, playing it out, but understanding to just make sure to adapt as you know as soon as it comes through, because today is the first time he's able to play against the players on the group stage and finding the chances to fight them again and just giving them some tips across the way. Considering how he's performed in the past, he wants to make sure everything goes out where he says he likes to see himself being calm and with no problem, no pressure. But I know secretly this man wants to be able to just force out fights where it's like a strap off for the next 30 seconds in Roman Yang.
Yeah, out of the gate, new meta dropped on everyone's head. Some of the things that we noted today, Justina, not as strong. 225, known for his Justina's play, has a really big pop-off game. A lot of the players' comfort picks is Justina. We didn't see Justina perform as well as she did. Instead, we saw Temi do really, really well. We saw Mutari do really, really well. So what does that have in store looking forward into the following days? Because with the Syra pick, everyone's going to be scrambling to counter this meta. And again, it's whoever's going to be able to adjust to this meta the quickest is going to have a ton of success at this J-Cup this year.
Yeah, taking pressure off. We even seen Anakos being able to be picked, not only to be picked, but to be used in a manner of fashion just to spread them through. F2 not taking the option, not looking for neutral off this point. I know there's a spot right then and there to see whether or not going off for the players, but standings coming through here. We're going to stand on these standings. See what I'm saying? Listen, Taki here in the 12th place position, 5 points so far. Tryhard with 6 points in 11th. Ares' Misu with 6.5 in 10th. Now, TWS's Polaris at 9th with 10.7, but with that, Star having himself in a spot in 6th place, 19.5. So far, the gatekeeper in the semi, 12th place is going to be where we qualify, and that's going to be where that spot lands. But Pace having 19.5 so far in 5th place. Arano taking 24.8 in 4th. T25 taking 3rd with 25 points. 32 points for OUG, and for Mike, I should say, in 2nd place. More importantly, Spider in the lead by a significant margin. 11.9 points above Mike with 43.9 into the first 6 games that he is able to play. So, with that being said, Spider puts on to the crown, still holding on to it. Until then, though, we would have to see how Mike performs in his 2nd day of playing, and as well as the other recipients onto the leaderboards as well.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 days where day 1 is down. 2nd day is going to be coming up, but first we are going to have a trios day tomorrow, starting out with Bradoro. This always trips me up with the map switches between trios and solos. Bradoro is going to be first with the nighttime, followed by 2 daytimes, then switching back to Fireflies. And unlike solos, we go back to Hollows and more before we end with trios. Now, trios, just as competitive as solos this year. We saw a lot of Syra in the scrims. Will we see it come out, make the difference this year? Again, every single J-Cup we see something new, and it seems like Syra for the first time. It's just crazy how the buffs change things. And what else is crazy are the QR codes that you can sign up on Discord to participate for some rewards. I'm not gonna lie, Surf, I think it's really cool that you're able to get your message out there, especially how easy it is to get some free stuff this year.
Yeah, you guys have a chance of also seeing your message being out there, so make sure you guys look at the rewards of what's going through here. But if everything comes out in terms of your message, make sure make sure it's allowed in terms of the appropriateness, because you gotta understand something. Keep it PG. I'll stop. We have everything coming through for you guys, from Peerless Treasure Choice Gifts to even to Choice Gifts in general. So just letting you guys know, there's always going to be goodies available. But more importantly, Twitch drops, these is for everyday J-Cup. So make sure you guys have a chance going off of logging through and watching for the 2-hour duration. For pre-finals, it's 20 minutes, 2 hours of watching there. You'll get yourself, you get a little goodies. You watch for finals, you get a little bit of goodies, you get a little bit of bubble. But if you get the lucky draw for the, for the chest, then that's when you're really locked in and getting free stuff. But day one's over for solos. Trios starting tomorrow. My name is Severio with Raven PLZ. We're logging off, and we're going to see you guys tomorrow. Stay tuned. There's so much more action to be occurred.
深深不能凝望深渊沉沦，闯入永劫无间的前至天际，烈火中燃烧呼吸，翻转昨日神迹，重塑这个空间是我世界。飞，此战不凡，直到万物退散。此战不凡，直到万物退散。此战不凡，直到万物退散。曾把剑影投掷在星河，看光影错落的故事，有人生奇迹的颜色。一时一逆，日夜追上